Hello. There we go. Good morning,
Hey,
everybody.
there it is. Hi, everyone. Warren gets a belt. Congratulations, Warren. A happy Tuesday, everybody. Hey, Tyler, Benny, what's up? Zabo's here. Wheezy's here. Johnny G is here. Scooter, Westsack, what's up? P-Dub, what's up, bruh? David, good morning. Who else am I seeing in here? Casey Tucker is here. Steven, Zabo. Oh, Joe, what's up, dog? Good to see you. Russ Dog, what's up, man?
Hello, everybody.
Hey, David. What's up, Snoop? Ashton, what up? Good morning. Hey, what's up, Bryce? We organized our garage yesterday.
Oh, I need to do that.
And I did the I was putting, because we have metal shelving, and I went to go put something in there, and just the dumbest thing, just pinched my finger between the box and the metal shelf. Just an idiot, dude.
Idiot.
And it didn't do like real damage. It didn't bleed, but it did just enough to like be annoying.
Oh, yeah.
Ugh. What's up, Loki?
The wife might have suggested that this weekend. Hey, we could start on the garage. Nope. Not happening. Road trip coming up. We can hit it then.
Road trip. Speaking of road trip, game time. Oh, good morning. Good morning. It's a Tuesday. It's Tuesday, January 21. James Ham there. I'm Kyle Madsen. Jiffy Lube Omnipresent. They sponsor the program. A big shout out to Jiffy Lube. In fact, shouting out Jiffy Lube is what we're going to do right now, sort of. So we have various insiders hoodies, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where the ones that D'Lo and KC had made and that are on their site. And then we have ones that Jiffy Lube made for a giveaway last year and then a giveaway this year. And we'll give you a code word for that giveaway in a bit if you want this exclusive insiders hoodie that you cannot buy and you can only win via this contest, or if you work here and you ask me and James / promotions if you can have one. So our promotions team is delightful. I love them all. I love when people say, I wore my insiders hoodie to this place, and someone was like, James and Kyle, love those guys. Our buddy Karosh, who works here in sales, does it. He's like
every time he wears it.
He's like, every time I wear it. Coffee shop. He went to a poker night, and there's just always somebody who's like, hey, James and Kyle loves it. And that's awesome. Like it is unbelievably humbling every single time that anyone cares enough about what you and I have to say to point out to somebody wearing the sweatshirt that like, I listen to them. That's sick. So I'm down at promotions today. I'm letting Jackie, who puts in the code word for you all at ESPN1320.com at the contest page. I was telling her the code word for today, and we were kind of chit-chatting about the game. And Megan, also in promotions, she goes, oh, hey, I have a story to tell you that's work-related. I wore my insiders hoodie to a party this weekend. And I'm like, oh, who listens? And she goes, yeah, it was a marketing party, and everybody just noticed the Jiffy Lube logo on the sleeve.
Well, that's amazing. That's spectacular.
So a big shout out to Jiffy Lube. Just a hard left turn on what I was like getting ready to do the whole like, oh, that's so cool. Like, what's their name? Like,
amazing.
What's their names? We'll shout them out. Like, do that whole like that awkward thing because I don't know what to do in that moment. Like, this is the coolest thing anyone's ever said to me. I don't know how to respond. And instead, it was, yeah, people love the Jiffy Lube.
Well, those people out there at that marketing meeting, If they want to buy us stuff to give away on the air and pay us for it, we're in.
We will do that.
We're
will. Happy to do that. We will slap a logo on a sleeve of whatever.
That's right.
Shout out to Jiffy Lube, and a big salute to our promotion staff as well. They do such a great job. Speaking of doing a great job, the Kings are doing that right now. My
Good
goodness.
segue.
Holy no, thank you. I'm a professional. Man, starting, so there was the 22-23 season, and then the first 6 games of the playoffs. And then starting in Game 7 against the Warriors, through the first Doug Christie game in LA, now feels like a weird bender. Because now the way the team is playing, the energy they play with, the just general vibe of the team, Keon Ellis, immaculate vibes, right? Like it all feels very 22-23, not necessarily from an aesthetic standpoint, but from just like a oh hey, they're back. They're back on this upward trajectory that they look to be on after 22-23. They're back there. And everything that happened from Game 7 until their last 11 games feels so foreign and different. And I can't wrap my brain around why. Is it literally just because they've won 9 of their last 11?
Yeah, I think it's going to be one of the great mysteries what happened to this team.
It's so weird.
It is weird how they just lost their way and then found their way again. And to be honest, Kyle, not everybody's found their way, right? And it doesn't matter. The team itself, the soul of the team, has found its way.
Yeah.
And it's really an interesting thing to watch because it's like, hey, they aren't firing on all cylinders. They still have guys who are missing shots all over the place.
Yeah.
They still have guys who aren't having great games. And it doesn't matter.
Right.
You know, I mean, I guess you get away with that when you play Washington. Sure, you get, but when you play Houston or when you play Boston and you're missing De'Aaron Fox playing Boston, it does, like, you still go out there and beat them. That's really impressive.
That's why it's insane. We can't just point to, oh, well, and Keegan's shooting it better. Don't get me wrong, but it's not like he's shooting 80% on 10 threes a game. It's not like De'Aaron Fox is suddenly averaging 35. It's even the Wizards game. You said, you mentioned beating the Wizards is not some great feat. They have still yet to lose a game by 1 possession, by the way. But even the Wizards game, I kept waiting for that moment where it went in danger. That moment of, uh-oh. And it was just a methodical beatdown. There was never, oh man, they let go of the rope for a minute. Oh man, they needed that 50-50 ball went their way. They got lucky on that. Nope. Just kept cruising along. Didn't take the team lightly. Just beat the hell out of them. Okay, next one. The mindset shift is just, I don't want to say baffling because we knew it was there. It's largely the same group of players from the 22-23 season. Certainly the same key players. And I can't wait to see where this goes because I can't wait for whatever this season has in store, whether it's a play-in exit or an NBA championship, whatever the end of the season has in store. I can't wait to find out what people think happened.
Yeah. I mean, again, I think a lot of times, though, when you get into these situations, you have no idea how you got there and you have no idea how you got out of it. And all I know is it feels like, again, Doug Christie has got like a torch and he's walking through a dark area and the team is following him and he's leading them right out of the dark area. And I don't know how else, like we've talked about different types of, metaphors here, like what's happening here.
We're big on metaphors,
but it's, for me,
even meta fives.
Like, I don't know how it's working because it is the same group of players and they still have the same holes and you still see the same deficiencies. It's just that they don't matter. And so I know that positivity can do that for a group and watching Doug work is like a master's class in positivity. Even he was asked about Kevin Huerter this weekend and like said, hey, look, Kevin's part of this thing. We're pulling for Kevin. We expect him to go out there and make shots. we're just going to keep putting our arm around him, and we know he's doing the work, and we'll try to get him through this. And it's kind of funny, but it's almost every player. People are like, hey, look at De'Aaron Fox had an off night. He goes, he had an off night. He had 12 assists. He's like, he was leading the entire team without having to score. That's not an off night. It's just not a heavy scoring night.
Right.
And so there are all of these things that, he's able to turn a phrase very quickly when it comes to somebody not living up to their productivity for whether it's a night or whether it's half the season. He just has a way of like making it feel like it's okay and it's positive. And it's it's a gift to have that. But it seems to be working for some reason.
It's like, is that it? Is that all it was? I can't. Like, I get that it's, and again, we have to see where this goes.
Yep.
Because maybe they finish a couple of games above 500 and they're out in the first playing game, and we suddenly feel a lot different about the future of the team. But right now, where we sit on January 21 with the information that we have, I can't fathom that it was just because, like you said, changing head coaches mid-season doesn't usually work.
No.
That is the sign that, hey, there's a larger problem here. Coach is it's much easier to replace a coach than it is an entire front office or anything else. So coach is going to go first, and then we'll kind of see where it goes. It doesn't turn into a 9-2 across 11 game stretch immediately.
Never. And I mean, like, I've watched one coach after another walk in and say, this whole home losing thing is ridiculous. I can't believe this is happening. How do you not win on your home court? And like, everybody says it. Like Alvin Gentry, like pounding on the table, so angry that they were embarrassing themselves in front of their home crowd. The Kings are 6-0 under Doug Christie. Like at home, they just they haven't lost yet at home, and they went from 6 games under 500 to back to 500 at home in a 6-game stretch.
Insane.
It's absolutely wild. And you're sitting there like, okay, how come no one else? Like, we talked about this, Kyle, in the past. I thought that there are 2 ways that the Kings could get way better. Even last year, coming into the season, what are the 2 ways the Kings can get better? They can get better defensively.
Yep.
Because they were horrible defensively in the 2022-23 season and just happened to win. And the other way is that they could win more games at home. If this team could win 30 games at home, they're a 50-something win team. They can't even win 30 games at home right now because of their first 31 games.
That's crazy.
They can't get to that. They can't get to the 30 win mark. So they're what, 14-14, and I think that's what they are, something like that.
Man.
I think the best they can get is 28 wins, 29 wins.
Man.
So like it's such a struggle to watch a team lose at home, because that's where you should find success, especially with a great crowd like this. Somehow Doug walks in the door and says, we're not losing at home anymore. This is my city, and you're not going to lose here. And sure enough, there they are, like, all right, well, I guess we're not allowed to lose at home. It's like, where was that like early this season when they were losing to bad teams all over the place?
Man. I don't think Mike Brown is a bad basketball coach, but whatever he was doing, whatever he was selling, whatever he was saying just wasn't hitting. And whatever buttons Doug started pushing emotionally or from a practice schedule standpoint or whatever it is, man, we putting Doug in the coach of the year conversation?
Oh, wow. Well, if this keeps up,
if they get to a top 4 seed, you have to at
least consider it.
It has to be. I know Jamal Mosley's done an incredible job in Orlando, and what Kenny Atkinson has done in Cleveland has been remarkable too. Yep. But you get this team that was firing its coach 30 games into the year to a 4 seed in the West.
I don't think the NBA coaches are going to vote for that, but that's okay. I'll tell you, there's a moment years ago, my second season covering the team, when came out of the lockout, and during the lockout, the Kings had Paul Westphal go out and he would do basketball 101 clinics at like local gyms. Like they had a giant whiteboard, and he would sit there, he'd map out. He had a booklet. Everyone got all these pages. Fans are literally learning the game from Paul Westphal.
Mm-hmm.
They got about, I don't know, 15 games into the season. I don't even think it was that. I think it was 9 games into the season. And they fired Paul. But they fired Paul for, he decided on a Sunday to release something to the press that just demolished DeMarcus Cousins. Called him the most unprofessional, like it was a long, page long of just grievances against a young player who would not, under any circumstance, fall in line and be part of a team, right?
Oof. Yeah.
It was bad. And so, I mean, there's some weirdness that goes on here where, again, he had handed that to management, and management okayed it for it to go out to the press and all this stuff. And then when they fired him the next day, Jeff Petrie called it a philosophical vacation. And Jeff Petrie's a man who could spin it, he loved to talk, and in very tight settings where everyone's eyes were on him, and he loved to come up with interesting things like that. And I don't know that I've ever heard that again, but it sure does feel like this group of players went on a philosophical vacation for about a year.
I'm calling it a philosophical bender.
Yeah, there it is.
That's what that was.
Yeah.
Because they're just it's like, okay, we're back.
Mm-hmm.
Wait. Oh, we're here. We're here now. We got to go to the roof. We got to see. Okay, yeah. We'll just start winning. We'll just start winning here? Yeah. We're back. It's wild. I've never seen anything like this. And every game, I'm not surprised that the Kings beat the hell out of the Wizards. We said it on it's Wizards stink. They're on the second night of a back-to-back. Like, go crush that team. And they just did. And I'm not shocked by that. What I'm shocked by is just the consistent night in, night out. Just, this is a different team. It's the same dudes. It's a different team. It's phenomenal. It's so much more fun to watch. This is such a more fun way to go about a basketball season than whatever that used to be.
Well, I'll tell you, the team that they lost to, that they beat, they lost last year 109-102, and it's the same horrific Wizards team. The Wizards won 15 games last season.
Yep.
One of those games was against the Sacramento Kings. Your Detroit Pistons, they beat the Sacramento Kings last year. And again, that team was not good. That team was not good at all. The Charlotte Hornets last year, 111-104. The Charlotte Hornets won 21 games, and they beat the Sacramento Kings last year. So, like, look, we talk about, hey, they could have lost, or the Portland Trailblazers.
Mm-hmm.
How many games did they win last year? I do know that they beat the Sacramento
20?
Kings. Yeah, something right around there. Let's see, last year 21-61.
Man. You
lost to a 15-win team, 2 21-win teams, and we haven't even got to the Detroit Pistons yet. You lost to those teams last year. So when you say, hey, we didn't expect them to lose to Washington, but then they did lose to Washington last year. They did lose to bad teams early this season. And so we can point to it and say, yeah, this is a sign of growth. It's a good thing that you were able to win a game that was it wasn't wire to wire, but it was close to wire to wire, and it never felt in doubt at all.
Not one time.
Nope.
Did I? That uneasy, like, this 15-point lead got down to 8 real quick.
Oh yeah.
Never once. Never. That's what I said about the Rockets game too. Never felt, even as their 9-point lead went to 2 in 90 seconds or whatever it was.
Oh yeah.
Like, even that, I was like, no, they got it. Like, I feel good about where they're at. Man, it's just,
the Pistons won 14 games last season.
Dang, they've already surpassed last season's win total by a lot.
Lost to a 14, a 15, and 2 21-win teams.
So
3
of those at home.
Yeah. I think 3 of them were at
the
home.
Pistons and the Hornets were definitely at home.
Yeah, I'd have to look up the rest.
Anyways.
I think Washington could have been on the road late in the season. It was on the road.
The Kings are now half a game back of Dallas for the number 7 seed. 2 back in the loss column from the Lakers for the number 6 seed. Unfortunately, because of the way that season series went, you're going to have to pass the Lakers in the standings because they have the tiebreaker.
Mm-hmm.
If the Kings win their next 3, which they very well can. You get a struggling Golden State team that is happy to be struggling. You have Denver the next night on the road, and then you have the Knicks.
Well, that's going to be tough.
It's a brutal stretch. But if you win the next 3, I'm not putting anything past them at this point.
Okay.
But yeah, they might also go 1-2. But if you win your next 3, you could be in the top 6 by Sunday.
Huh.
That's crazy.
The fact that they're like a half game out of 7 right now is just wild.
Ridiculous.
And we were talking about this a little bit before. I kind of have this feeling that the West is not nearly as good as everyone thought. And I know injuries have played a part in that.
Mm-hmm.
But I also know that it's just not nearly as good. Like what we're seeing from the Western Conference is not what I expected. It's not like every single night is some knockdown, drag out battle between 2 Western Conference giants.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's a lot of bad basketball. Like this season specifically, I think we've seen a ton of marginal basketball being played around the league, let alone, within the Western Conference. And the fact that the Kings went 6 games under 500 and have already figured out a way to move back into the 6th spot, the 7th spot. It is wild. It's wild.
Yeah, in the West, it's Oklahoma City 1. Oklahoma City is as good as we thought they would be. They're 35-7.
That's it.
Houston has made a leap.
Yep.
They're 28-14, good team. Memphis 28-15, but banged up. But they've definitely taken a leap. But then Denver's good, but not this inevitable machine that they were. The Clippers are 24-18, but I'm not a team that on a nightly basis I go, man, is that a title contender?
Yeah,
no, they're probably just a playoff team. The Lakers not impressive. The Mavericks super banged up, worse than I expected them to be.
Mm-hmm.
The Timberwolves struggling to integrate Julius Randle like we thought they would. The Suns are just
went and got old.
Not good. Like that, Kevin Durant's awesome. Devin Booker struggling a little bit. Bradley Beal hates it there. Golden State regressed a lot. San Antonio is better, but not taking a leap. Like there's just New Orleans is 20 games under 500 after beating the Kings 6 times last year.
I don't know why our friends in the chatty house are telling us the Eagle is playing on 13-20 right now.
I'm sorry, what?
I don't know what that means. 96.9, the Eagle is on 13-20 at the moment. I'm just saying, and that's what they're saying in the chatty house.
Okay, let me make sure. What do you think about all of those teams, James? Who is underperforming in the West? Do you answer that question while I take a look and make sure I have this right?
Okay. Yeah, I'm like, look, when you're looking at Western Conference teams for me, I mean, they're the only team that's there's 2 teams that are overperforming, and that is the Houston Rockets and the Memphis Grizzlies. And I think that those teams are totally overperforming, and they've come out of nowhere to be where they are in the standings. That doesn't mean that they can't continue that. I would just when the games start getting a lot more difficult in the next couple of months, I expect them to take a bit of a slide. I don't think Memphis is anywhere near the 28-15 record that they're currently pacing at. Denver is a team that I think we all thought would be in the top 3-4 teams. We just didn't think that they're really a title contender anymore, but that's okay. It's like they've had their run, and we're kind of seeing the back end of it. It feels like a little bit.
We're seeing how far Nikola Jokic can carry a basketball team.
Yeah. Well, and that is a team that just kept losing pieces, and you kept having guys fill in, and they don't look that much different. And it's like, yeah, but they are different. And the fact that they're no longer on the bench to help out hurts this team. And so I think, we've seen sort of the standard with what happens when a team gets really good, and then the 3-4 years once they start to decline.
But then again, with Denver, they lose to Boston by 12. Then they beat the Clippers by 23. They beat the hell out of the Nets. They beat the Mavs by 11, and then 19 on consecutive nights or consecutive games, Sunday and then Tuesday. They lose by 20 to the Rockets, but then they beat the Heat by 20 on the road, and they beat the Magic by 13 on the road. They're scary, but not this top 3 seed. I think that a lot of people thought they would be going into the year. Yeah, man. I don't know if it's injury stuff. I don't know if it's like, is Minnesota as easy as, you swapped out Karl Anthony Towns for Julius Randle and Dante DiVincenzo and you got worse?
Yeah, it's wild. And now Dante DiVincenzo's out long term.
Yeah, man.
He got hurt.
That's yeah, it's kind of how it goes. I wouldn't like. There's not a team in the West that should the Kings make the postseason that I look at it and I'm like, man, that's the team you want to play. But there's also no team outside of Oklahoma City that I look at and go, that's not a team you want smoke with.
Well, that's the deal. It's Oklahoma City and
it just 2 through 9 all feel very. It's a gettable conference, man.
No, I totally agree.
I should say it's a climbable conference. I don't want to get out. I don't want to get over my skis with expectations and be like, well, I don't know why in the West you couldn't just make the conference finals. Sure, maybe.
Yeah, but
I don't want it to be like if they get to the second round and lose, it's not a disappointment. That's
yeah.
So I'm trying to temper my expectations. It's very fun right now, but let's see what it looks like in March.
No, I totally agree. The fact that they can climb right now to me is just it's on the Western Conference. It's on the teams around them that just didn't put them away. And now you're seeing, where the Kings have an opportunity. Now, they also have, you said it, they have a game against the Golden State Warriors tomorrow, followed by a back-to-back in Denver. So people know that Denver back-to-back, especially when you're going to Denver, is one of the worst in the league because there's a couple of things going against you. Number one, the hotel is an hour away from the airport. Number two, there's usually inclement weather. Number three, you lose an hour in the time zone switch. So if you're playing in Sacramento tomorrow night, you're not going to get on the plane until almost midnight. It's a 2.5, 3 hour flight. You get to Denver, you lose an hour, you have an hour bus ride. Next thing you know, it's 4:00 in the morning. And so that's how you kick off a road trip, and that's not going to be simple. And then it does get tough. It's Denver. I mean, it's a Knicks after Denver, and you've got the Nets right after that, but they play hard. You got 76ers, but you don't know if Embiid's going to be back and what that team's going to look like. Like, it is a tough road trip, and so I don't want to, what you say, get out over your skis. I totally agree, Kyle. Like,
you've brought the Denver weather thing to my attention, and it distracted me. Sorry.
Oh, yeah?
On Wednesday, it's a low of 12. And on Thursday, it's a low of 9. Good news, though, no snow.
Oh, no
snow. Should be okay.
No, but you just have to drive in the snow. I mean, in the ice to get to your destination. An hour bus ride in icy weather. So that hour bus ride could take an hour and a half, 2 hours. Just saying, Kyle. Yeah.
Golly.
Well, that and you're playing at elevation. That's the other thing.
Right, which also sucks.
Yeah.
Like Jill Adge says in the chat here, like you need to win tomorrow, and we'll talk about that game tomorrow. You get Golden State tomorrow. They're struggling, but then that back-to-back against Denver, then you got to go to New York with just one day of rest to kick off that road trip. Like you said, that's tough. And if you get sloppy and you're looking ahead to Denver and you lose to Golden State, now you got a chance to lose 3 in a row. Now it gets ugly. But we'll keep talking about that. I'm optimistic about the direction the Kings are headed for the first time in a long time. I'm not optimistic about the 49ers defensive coordinator situation.
Oh.
This is turning into a mess. Before we dive back into the Kings, I want to talk about the Niners DC situation because it was looking a little sketchy, but okay, they're in a good spot. After some news that broke this week, I don't think they're in a good spot anymore. We'll tell you why next. He's James, I'm Kyle. We're hanging out with you till noon here on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Center.
Everything all right over there?
We're clear.
All right.
Yeah, engineering said we're good.
Okay. Somebody hit the wrong button somewhere.
Apparently.
Yeah, see, Rustog. What?
Fine. Everything's good.
There are hotels near the court. The court is not near is not near the airport. That's the problem. You know what, Zach? Like, we're going to talk about this a little bit in the show, but not this specifically. Kevin's trade value is like any good player in the league it makes money, right? And so when you trade for a player like that, you have to take back something because they're always going to be like like again, the Zach LaVine thing. No one will trade for Zach LaVine because he's owed like $44 million this year and then a whole bunch more after that. But the bigger problem too for a lot of teams is that they would consider trading for Zach LaVine, but they have to get within like $8 million of his salary. So that means you're shoveling like $36 or $38 million out the door to go get a Zach LaVine. So my point is that Kevin Huerter's going to have value as a guy with 1 year left on his deal after this year, who's a serviceable player and needs a fresh start for sure. But his $18 million at next trade deadline is going to be worth gold again because it's an expiring contract. And if you want to go out and trade for something, you're going to need to use a player like that, a contract like that to acquire the player that you want. One of the problems the Kings have right now, which I was talking to Kyle about earlier, not only do they not have second round picks, but this is something that like I don't mean to beat up the front office about this specific trade, but the trade that sent Sasha and Davion to Toronto for Jalen McDaniels. Number one, you gave up 2 second round picks. If you would have known Sasha was going to opt out of his contract, you wouldn't have traded him. You would have just like let him go, right? But they didn't, and then he goes and he opts out, so you look bad. So hindsight is 20/20 on that aspect of it, right? But the fact that you had to throw in 2 second round picks just to clear up that $6 million, because let's be honest, Davion, you could have traded straight across for some other $4 or $5 million player, which is in fact what the Kings did in that deal. They traded for Jalen McDaniels, right? But then when you took Jalen McDaniels, so you lost 2 second round picks there, but you took Jalen McDaniels, and instead of just sitting on Jalen McDaniels, and big deal, if he doesn't play, he doesn't play. Right? It just meant that you couldn't keep like an Orlando Robinson, or you wouldn't be able to sign a Doug McDermott at the end of the bench. If you would have just held on to him, not only would you have another second round pick, but you'd also have a $4 million salary that you could then dump, that you could trade. And like the salary cap guys that are out there, if you look at the Kings and you had a $4 million salary spot right now, and you add that to Kevin Huerter's $17 million, you get up to $21 million really quick. That's enough to match for Cam Johnson. It's you throw in another $2 million player. Now you're at $23 million. You're only $3 million below John Collins. And so like there's a reason why the Kings did it, to get underneath the luxury tax, but you don't have to get underneath the luxury tax until the end of the season. So I would have rather right now had a $4 million player in Jalen McDaniels that I could go trade and a second round pick than to not have either of those things. Now the Kings did get a traded player exception, but TPEs can't be combined. So
20 seconds.
So you can't throw that in on a contract, on a trade as a contract. Got me? It's more complicated than that, but.
All right, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I don't want to brag, but I won a lineup on Underdog this weekend. It was a really big deal for me. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'd gone 0-10. Ooh, do you know how hard it is to lose 10 consecutive lineups with Underdog's Pick'em game?
Yeah, because even when I was playing all the time last year, I could, do enough 6 picks that eventually I would win one.
You just run into one, right?
Yeah.
I was doing 3 and 4, thinking, all right, and I do the flex play, so I can lose one and I can still win some money. Nope. Consistently losing 2 out of 3.
Yeah.
Hard to do. Really hard to do. But this weekend with Underdogs Pick'em game, you pick higher or lower on at least 2 player stats. Super easy. I got on the board. On Sunday, I had Kyron Williams higher than 2.5 receptions. He did not get there for the Rams, but had an easy one. Puka Nacua higher than half a reception on the first drive. That hit. It looked like it wasn't going to because it looked like the Rams are going to go 3 and out. And there was a low completion to Tyler Higbee, their tight end. It was called incomplete. Bang. Sean McVay got my back, though. Reviewed that. It's a catch. Drive goes on. Puka Nacua grabs a couple of receptions. So that was a winner. Then I had Jalen Hurts higher than 41.5 rushing yards. He had a 44-yard rushing touchdown to open the scoring. Bang. Nailed that one. And then Saquon Barkley higher than 18.5 for his longest rush. Yeah, 62-yard touchdown, 78-yard touchdown. Took care of that. I got 3 out of 4. I won some money and had a great time doing it. You can play along with me on the Underdog app. Sign up now with promo code KyleM and deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code KyleN. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. You know what I'm concerned with? The 49ers defensive coordinator situation.
Yeah, that's not great.
I want to talk Kings trade stuff, but what San Francisco has done, they have fired I have to get to this first. They've fired defensive coordinators in back-to-back years, which is not what you want to do. Not what you want, as the kids say. Mm-hmm. Kyle Shanahan says looking for continuity, looking for a veteran defensive coordinator, because they don't want to bring in somebody who's never been a defensive coordinator before, where you now have to go through the growing pains that Nick Sorensen went through. Mm-hmm. So an experienced defensive coordinator, and they want somebody to build continuity because the defensive players don't love that there's a new coordinator every year, so they want to build that continuity. Robert Saleh went to the top of their list. And according, if you piece together different pieces of reporting and such, it went Robert Saleh, and then in some order, Jeff Ulbrich and Dennis Allen were their top 3 candidates. They also interviewed Deshae Townsend, the Detroit Lions defensive backs coach, who's never been a DC. And they also interviewed Brandon Staley, their assistant head coach, who didn't get the job last year. Okay. Here's the problem. Jeff Ulbrich never interviewed with the 49ers. He's being hired by the Falcons. Dennis Allen never interviewed with the 49ers. He's being hired by the Bears, or he's the front runner to be hired by the Bears. Mm-hmm. And Ben Johnson, their new head coach. And then news came down yesterday that Robert Saleh is one of 3 coaches getting a second interview with the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Ooh, I really want Robert Saleh.
Yeah, the Niners do too.
Yeah.
And maybe they know. Maybe they have some great intel that says, hey, Bob Saleh is not getting that job. And maybe that's why they've not interviewed anybody else. Maybe that's why people haven't wanted to interview. I shouldn't say that's why. I don't know that people haven't wanted to interview. Maybe people haven't wanted to interview because they know, hey, you know what? That's Robert Saleh's gig.
Yeah.
Same deal with the offensive coordinator. Everybody knows Clay Kubiak's the offensive coordinator. The Niners just have to go through a interview process. They interviewed 1 guy so far. So maybe the Niners have this all on lock, and Saleh's going to be the DC, and everything's going to be fine. But if it's not, this process is horrific. They've settled on 3 dudes. 2 of them never interviewed. They're gone. And the guy at the top of the list might get a head coaching job that would prevent him from joining you in San Francisco, leaving you with a guy who's never been a defensive coordinator before and a guy you didn't want to hire last year who has 1 year as a defensive coordinator, and that's Brandon Staley. Mm. This could be a mess, bro.
I wonder, once all the dust settles here, because there are coaches that are still in the running for jobs right now because they're still in the playoffs and all that stuff, right? Mm-hmm. I think the process here sped up because the Lions got bounced and all of a sudden their coordinators are available today as opposed to 2-3 weeks from now, right? So it does feel like all of a sudden things have gone crazy. But once the dust settles, I'm sure that there's going to be some options. Mm-hmm. But that's not what you really want to be, the place you want to be. If you're a great team or a team that believes that you can be great again, you need high-level coordinators. You can't dabble with guys that may or may not work out. That's just not the way it should go. And if I'm Robert Saleh, like the Jags job isn't a horrible job by NFL standards, but it's not a good job.
Sure.
And if I'm him, I would rather rebuild my value one more time with the 49ers, get them back on the right path. You know that, like a couple of tweaks here and there, and that team all of a sudden is winning 11 games again.
Sure.
And you can be part of the reason why they won all those games. And the next season, go back into the field where there's a better job that's available that you're not just going to get fired in 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, that's what's kind of interesting is you mentioned the Jags job being a kind of good job. And I think I agree because I believe in Trevor Lawrence. I think Trevor Lawrence is a at the very least good quarterback. So you have that situation set. You have a quarterback who's been paid, but you have to work with Trent Baalke. And you have to deal with whatever shenanigans are going on in that front office because now apparently Trent Baalke is reporting to somebody else. I guess I'm with you because for Robert Saleh, who didn't have a good record with the Jets. He had 20-36. Is that what it was? It wasn't great.
No.
So this was your next head coaching opportunity is probably your last chance. And you want to take it. Like, that's why these guys coach. Like, you want to run a team that is, and if he gets that opportunity, he will be getting paid handsomely and he'll get to be the head coach. But on the other hand, do you really want to go be the head coach for a Trent Baalke team where you might win 12 games in 2 years and get fired and maybe that's it? That's your last crack?
That's tough.
It's really tough. But frankly, that matters less to me than the 49ers could be left sitting here with Robert Saleh getting the Jags job and they don't have any ideas about what they're going to do at coordinator. A very important spot, mind you, because our defense was ass this year.
Yeah, you're too good of a team to be in that situation.
It's
too
so
good of a
silly.
Franchise to be in that situation.
If the Dallas Cowboys were doing this, if this was Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys setting their sights on one guy who might get a job that disqualifies him from being your DC or just puts him out of the running, just flat out. Like he's going to be a head coach or a defensive coordinator. If this was the Dallas Cowboys and Jerry Jones, we'd be like, what an idiot. Why are you doing this? Why are you not stacking up interviews so you're ready to go where Saleh gets that job? Okay, you have your short list behind him. I don't understand, especially given how last year went, especially given that last year they had to fall back on Nick Sorensen, the internal candidate, and it was a disaster. I don't know how you're doing this 2 years in a row. So it's such bad process.
Who's at fault here? Because I see people blaming Lynch and I see people blaming Kyle Shanahan in the chat. And to me, I mean, I'm used to the NBA where NBA head coaches get to handpick their entire staff. They're like, if even the Doug Christie situation here in Sacramento, when Mike got the job, they went to Mike and said, Mike, would you allow Doug to remain on the staff from the previous staff? And Mike said, yes. He said, okay, that's fine. I'll do it. That doesn't happen everywhere. And also it can get contentious where a coach can say, yeah, I'm not going to hire your guy, or no, I'm not going to fire that coach because you want to shake things up. There's all of these things that happen. And, there's even a previous time years ago when Doug Christie was almost hired onto the staff under George Karl, and George Karl said no. They didn't have a good relationship previously, and George was told he had to let go of one of his staff members, and he did, and Vance Wahlberg. And then they wanted to fill that void with another coach, and George Karl said, it's written in my contract that I get to choose my own assistants. I say no, and that's the end of the story.
Yeah,
and so it's a awkward situation.
I believe that it's Kyle Shanahan's decision.
Yeah.
If Kyle Shanahan wanted to hire me, if Kyle Shanahan said, you know what, I was listening to 1320 the other day, and that Kyle Madsen had some good ideas, I'm going to bring him in, they'd put the kibosh on that.
Plus, they switched over to 96.9 for a little bit, and I got to hit my 70s jams.
You got to rock out with Justin Case.
That's
awesome.
right. It was right. So bring in Kyle. He brings the vibes and 96.9 with him.
If he was doing something like that, I think Lynch in the front office and ownership would step in and be like, no, no. But if it's an NFL coach, I don't think if Kyle Shanahan just went to Shea Townsend's the guy, I don't think anybody's stepping in and telling him no on that.
No, I mean, that's where you need to have people around you that are willing to say the right things, that aren't yes men, that are like, okay, if he's the guy, why is he the guy? I need you to like list why you think he's the guy, and then let's walk through this.
And maybe, and like I said, maybe because again, I'm viewing this from very much the outside looking in. Maybe the Niners know and Saleh knows that he is not getting the Jags job.
Okay.
Like maybe he just, that's not the cards for him, and that's why the Niners are operating this way. But man, if he gets that job, it's going to be, because even guys like Lou Anarumo, Bengals defensive coordinator, who was so good for so many years, got fired. He got hired away yesterday to the Colts. It's like, man,
yeah,
you're running out of coaches that check all the boxes of experience and previous success and running your scheme and all this other stuff. It's dicey, man. It's very, very dicey. And it's something I'm keeping a very close eye on because this could determine a lot of what happens to the 49ers next season.
Yeah. I mean, it's huge. I mean, the 49ers have, without Saleh and without, who is their next coordinator, the head coach for
DeMeco Ryans.
Yeah, DeMeco Ryans. They have struggled on that side of the ball. I mean, it's very clear the coaching
flat out
did help, and it was impactful. And, like, you should probably settle in on a guy. And it's tough because when you have success as a franchise, you get your coordinator stolen all the time.
Right.
And that's why you're in this situation right now. That's why, Saleh was head coach with the Jets, and, McDaniel's head coach with the Dolphins. Like, you just keep getting your coordinators, they go and get bigger and better jobs.
Clint Kubiak, the Saints offensive coordinator. You've got Bobby Slowick, the Texans offensive coordinator. They're everywhere.
Yeah.
So to that point, just expanding on it, and we've talked about this before, but as important as finding a defensive coordinator is finding somebody internally that you want to groom to be your next DC.
Yeah.
Somebody who's around, who knows the team, who knows the scheme, who knows the players. That, let's say Robert Saleh gets hired. Let's go to that world. Robert Saleh gets hired. The Niners win 11 games next year. They make another deep playoff run. Their defense is top 5. Robert Saleh is right back at the top of the coaching market.
Yep.
And he's very likely getting hired. You can't then go, oh shoot, another certain, like, no, you need to, like with DeMeco Ryans. They knew DeMeco Ryans was like, man, he's in every meeting. He's taking notes. This guy is working towards being a defensive coordinator. And when Robert Saleh left, they said, no problem. Here goes DeMeco.
The heir apparent.
Yes. And they knew that from the moment Bob Saleh got an interview. They went, DeMeco Ryans is the guy. If he gets his job, DeMeco Ryans stepping in. They got to find that guy. I don't know if they have him. They might not. But that has to be the next step, along with finding their next defensive coordinator. So we'll be keeping a very close eye on the head coaching carousel because it could have a dramatic impact on San Francisco. All right. That's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We're hanging out with you until noon. I watched so much football this weekend. It was great.
Yeah.
I want to go through each of the divisional playoff games with you.
Okay.
Because we didn't do a show yesterday for Martin Luther King Jr. Day. So I would like to go through these now.
Okay.
The Chiefs beat the Texans. I don't buy the NFL conspiracy theories. I don't. Like, I don't want to get into why. I just don't.
Okay.
I also thought all the stuff about, like, the league favors Mahomes and the Chiefs. I also think that's silly. Like, no, they're just a really good team, man. Like, the rest can make a call here or there, but it just doesn't track right. It got really hard during that game on Saturday to talk around the people who were like, look, they very clearly want Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce to win. Look at these calls. A couple of those roughing the passer calls, there was the roughing the passer on Will Anderson, where he pushed Patrick Mahomes down. They said there was contact to the head. I never saw an angle that showed that, but they throw the flag on that. And then the one where Mahomes is scrambling around and then in the middle of the field just falls down, never gets hit, by the way, and they just toss a 15-yard penalty out there.
Yeah.
That was tough, man. And again, not that I believe that the NFL said, hey, make sure that, but when people want to make that argument, it was really hard to look at Saturday's game and go, well, no, let's relax. Because that was not how it went.
I would say, though, that like even the play where he slid out of nowhere, right? He went down and the two guys flew over the top. There was contact, but there's also, they made contact with each other.
Yes.
Like it looked like helmets hit.
Yes.
And you could see a way in which they would call like helmet to helmet contact. And you would like it for roughing a running back, a runner. But the problem is that he is a runner in that situation. He had gone past the line of scrimmage.
Yes.
And so officially he can be hit. And if he wants to slide, that's fine. But he didn't slide in any regular way.
Exactly.
But still, if you look at the play, like in the moment as it's happening, like super bang, bang, you could see how it looked like they hit helmets.
I totally. And I agree with that. But then you go watch some of the other things that happened around the league. Quarterbacks getting pushed out of bounds, quarterbacks getting dragged down by a horse collar, hip drop tackles, and nothing.
Yeah.
And when you start piecing all those together and you see all these crazy Instagram reels or whatever about like, look at all these calls they didn't make and look at all these two.
Yeah.
Again, I don't buy into it. If I had to bet money that the league called down and said, hey, make sure Patrick Mahomes win, I'd bet against it. But I'm just saying, I'm not going to argue with those people this weekend or after this weekend.
Yeah.
I did not. I thought that was ridiculous. But also, Houston had a fourth down early in the fourth quarter where they had it on Kansas City's 40 and they had a 4th and 10. And they had no idea what they were doing. It's like you've got guys lined up in the wrong spot and they're moving around. Play clock's ticking down. Call a timeout. If you're going to go for it on 4th and 10 from the opponent's 40, which I don't hate, you were down a touchdown at that point. And man, hey, if we punt it back, they might mow down and score and this game's over. They could take 8 minutes off the clock and then it's super over. Okay, all right. I don't hate the logic here. But it was a meltdown from Houston that I think is derived from, and this is where I think a lot of the Chiefs winning comes from, is the Chiefs are really good. A. B, you get into situations like this where teams do things they would not normally do because they're trying to overcome the Chiefs. And so the Texans got into this 4th and 10 where that's not a typical spot. 4th and 10, even on the opponent's 40, you're not going for it. That's a lot. But they decide, okay, we have to go. And now there's panic because they've not repped this. They don't know exactly what they're doing. You got to call a timeout there. You have to stop the clock and go, if we're running this play, we need to make sure we're doing it exactly right. And CJ Stroud takes a 16-yard sack, and that was ostensibly the ball game.
Yeah.
But I think that's more what happens with Kansas City is teams get not scared, but teams get out of their element. Teams think we can't beat Kansas City doing what we normally do. We have to go above and beyond our normal game script or something we would do normally in this situation, and it throws teams off. And I think that's part of the reason that the Chiefs have been so successful.
Yeah, I think it is. And to be honest with you, Kyle, I think when you walk into a game against the Chiefs, you feel like you have to throw a perfect game. And you don't. Because like 3 years ago, yeah, you had to throw a perfect game against the Chiefs. But the way the Chiefs have gone like the last couple of years, they're beatable. Nobody does beat them. But it always feels like someone is trying to take a home run swing. When just a solid base hit would do.
1,000%.
Just start stacking up the base hits and you'll get the run in. But I don't get it. Because it happened too many times this season. I mean, they lose one game, right? Did they end up with 2 losses at the end?
2, yeah, because they got blown out by the Broncos.
Yeah, at the last game of the season, right?
So 15-2.
15-2. But you can also see that like so many games this season, they're like you take the Niners stats and their stats, and you put them next to them for a lot of the season. the Niners losing by barely anything and the Chiefs winning by barely anything. Like, it could have swapped easily, and the Niners could have been a very good team marching. I don't know if they would have had any, if they would have been able to build something at all, but the little tiny losses.
Sure.
But with the Chiefs, it was like, oh, you're going to lose this game. Nope, you blocked a field goal.
Right.
Or, oh, they missed a field goal. Or you got a last second turnover and then boom, you hit some crazy play. Even there's a game where Mahomes threw a fourth quarter pick. And you're like, oh, well, they're going to lose this game.
Right.
He's not playing that well. Everybody swings for the fences against him. Just like, you don't need to do that. Just be solid. Yeah.
And good team, man. Hard to beat. I want to jump to Rams-Eagles real quick. Body bag game. That was a damn football game, bro.
Yeah.
That was so much fun to watch. One of those games that in my brain, Philly was winning by multiple scores. And then you look up and the Rams have the ball down 6 with a chance to win in the red zone. Oh my God. That would have been pretty remarkable. But Philadelphia has somehow gotten around the fact that Jalen Hurts is not that good of a quarterback.
Yeah,
their passing game is ugly, dude.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter. They have so many high quality players, and Jalen Hurts is just good enough, and he's such a good playmaker with his legs that it doesn't matter. The Eagles are good, and they're probably going to go back to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
That was crazy. We got to see the injury stuff, though. If Jalen Hurts is really messed up with his knee, or he's even a little bit immobile.
Who's back up there?
Kenny Pickett.
Oh. Ew.
Or Tanner McKee.
Ooh.
Kenny Pickett going to Nick Foles this thing? That would be insane.
Wild.
That's what I'm not here for. I don't need that. I don't need a Kenny Pickett Super Bowl run.
No.
Not even in the slightest. Saquon Barkley's sick, though, man.
He's so good.
He's just the maximized version of, you watch when Saquon Barkley signed with the Eagles, is like, oh man, Saquon might be back. This could be tough. And it's just the best possible version of whatever that is.
I think we got the same thing out of Derrick Henry. Good point. He just didn't have the same caliber of playoff game. Although he wasn't bad. It's just like, you can't match the 200 yards. Saquon drops.
When you have 140 yards worth of touchdown runs between the 78 and 62 yarders.
When it's all said and done and they accumulate his entire stats for the season, it's going to be like 2,700 yards total.
It's going to be ridiculous.
Yeah, just absolutely wild. He's been so good.
Shout out to running backs.
Yeah,
got some good.
Pay those guys. Pay those guys.
Got some good RBs in the conference championship games. We got to talk about Ravens, Bills, and Lamar Jackson, because the discourse has gotten off the rails again. And then Commanders, Lions. What an insane football game.
Absolutely wild.
And I have so many thoughts about the Commanders and about the Lions and about rookie quarterbacks and everything going on with that game. The Commanders going on to win by 2 touchdowns. Oh, and did I say Jared Goff? I got to talk about Jared Goff too. Tons to get into there. A big takeaway from the NFC divisional round, or the NFL divisional round, for me, the NFL sometimes is not as difficult as we try to make it. Sometimes it comes down to stats like this. The winning teams in the divisional round committed 0 turnovers. The losing teams committed 10. Houston was the only team to lose and not commit multiple turnovers. Sometimes it's that easy, dude.
Simple.
Don't give the ball away. In games where the margins are going to be thin, giving the ball away can kill you.
Yep.
And that's it. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah, maybe you don't just like set the ball down on the ground while you're scrambling away from a mess.
And maybe don't have Jamison Williams trying to throw a pass late again. I don't know.
Yeah.
Kind of insane. Also, offensive lines matter.
Yes.
Turns out having a good offensive line can get you places.
It does matter, Kyle.
Hopefully the 49ers are taking notes. All right. Tons of Kings trade rumors are out there. And they're starting to churn in the way that makes me think there's actual legs and not just us talking. We'll talk about that next in the second hour. Plus some more NFL divisional round and mad props to Jesse Tapia. We've got to revisit it. Tough week for us.
Uh-oh.
It's going to be okay, though. We'll talk about all that in the second hour. He's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320 and Sacramento Sports. We are clear. How was your coffee cold?
Because I can't plug in because I can't have my coffee cup up on his pad.
Bro, grab that and move it to where you can plug it in.
Yeah, I might go warm it up real quick.
How do we not? We are in a radio studio. How do we not have an extension cord?
Yeah,
a better place to plug that in.
I'll be right back.
All right. Ooh, coffee. Get your coffee. Oh. Hey, y'all. This is a great point. This is a really good point. No matter what deal that is, it's going to feel like the Kings got fleeced. I agree. Everything has to be over off to the side. It can't be near anything electrical. I think it's a fine rule. It makes sense. A lot of radio stations don't let you have any food or beverage in the studio at all, like full stop. So we're lucky. What's up, Drew? I have not done this because I'm not paying out of pocket to go travel to a game when everything I need to do, I can do from home. Of cities I've been to that the NFL plays in, though, I love Philly. I'm a big fan of Philadelphia. Granted, I was only there like 36 hours, but I had an incredible time. Yeah, I don't know. This is so hard because so much of it is like, but his face. So I don't think he's necessarily disengaged. I just think that's his kind of general demeanor. Don't love that. I think they'll be better next year. Their schedule. So they had the hardest strength of schedule in the league this year. The Niners did. If you use this year's records to calculate next year's strength of schedule, they have the easiest strength of schedule.
Oh.
And granted, there will be teams that are better.
Yeah.
But their schedule should lighten up pretty significantly. And if they get healthy and make a couple of the changes I think they're aiming to make in the offseason, just on the in the trenches, I think they'll be better. Yeah, this is just it. If De'Aaron Fox was just not doing anything, it'd be one thing. But I don't, like I said, I think it's just kind of his demeanor. He's not like a. It's like when a NFL coach is really stoic on the sideline. People are like, he needs to show more fire. Like, no, you don't. That's not true. So this is a good joke, Blake.
People were asking earlier, the Kings have a $4.7 million trade exception for Jalen McDaniels. They have a $5.9 million for Chris Duarte. They have a $547,000 trade exception for Davion Mitchell, and a $6.3 million trade exception for Sasha. You can't combine them. You can't add them to another player's salary. but you can use them in weird ways hidden within a trade. So a multiplayer trade is a series of smaller trades, so people know.
Uh-oh.
Huh.
Here we go. Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're rocking with you until noon. Then we'll hand it off to D'Lo and KC, and they'll take you up to 4 o'clock right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento's sports leader. Speaking of D'Lo and KC, Jesse Tapia, the producer of that program, is going to be joining us in about 40 minutes to go back over Mad Props. It's a fun game we play every Friday, and we'll have the results of that game. And I also wrote down our picks from the weekend in the NFL.
Oh.
Yeah, not great.
No.
Yeah, really tough for us.
Yeah.
There was a push in the Rams-Eagles game.
Oh.
And that saved it from a real bloodbath.
Okay. I know if Fairbairn would have hit the field goal, then it would have been the
so
Texans.
here's what so I want to get to Kings trade stuff, but real quick, since we're on that topic. I guess the line closed at a lot of places at like 9.5.
Okay. It was 8.5.
8.5 when we looked and played our game. But I guess it closed at 9.5. So the intentional safety that the Chiefs took cut the lead from 11 down to 9. So if you had the Chiefs minus 9.5, you went from he missed the field goal, I'm gonna win, to oh my God, I lost. All-time bad beat. An all-timer.
Yeah, that's a bad one.
That was brutal. Anyways, let's talk about the Kings.
Yeah.
A nice little win over the Wizards over the weekend. They've won 9 of 11 under Doug Christie. Now we can really do the trade thing. Because before, it was, all offseason, it was they need size, athleticism, this and that. Then they struggled to start the year, and it was, do you even want to make a trade?
Yeah.
With this, do you want to give up assets to just maybe get to a 500? But now they're a couple games over 500, and we're seeing Cam Johnson in trade rumors still.
Mm-hmm.
John Collins' name has come up a lot recently. Where do things stand? Let's start with one. Where are things with Cam Johnson right now that you know?
Okay, so
or that you think?
I continue to hear from sources that like that deal could be had. It's just the Kings have to give up a better draft pick. That the Nets are not going to take 2 years of Kevin Huerter or a year and a half of Kevin Huerter and a bad draft pick for Cam Johnson.
Sure.
And that you'd have to figure out the rest of the financials, like which aren't that difficult. Like if the Kings want to remain a tax-paying team, a non-tax-paying team, then Trey Lyles could go in the deal. If not, again, the Kings have, multiple minimum scale contracts that they could throw in, whether it's Doug McDermott or Jordan McLaughlin or Colby Jones or Alex Len, to make money work with a trade. And so like you can pull off that trade without including Trey Lyles.
Sure.
But you're going to have to give up at least, I believe the Nets want an unprotected first round pick, and the Kings are balking at that. They want a lottery protected pick from what I've heard. And there should be some ground there somewhere, maybe a top 3 protected pick in year 1. So that would be like kind of where like the Kings and the Nets have to come to some sort of agreement. There are other teams that are interested in Cam Johnson, so you easily could miss out on him if this is the way it goes. But I think that there's also a door open where we saw Evan Sittery put out a tweet this weekend that the Kings have a plan A and a plan B, and plan A is Cam Johnson, and plan B is to switch to John Collins.
Okay.
So I spent an obscene amount of time this weekend mulling over both players and looking at all the stats and looking at defensive stats and all of the numbers. And
that email drop from Kings Beat was a long one.
It was long. Yeah. So when I decided dive into something like that, usually I do go really long form and try to give you multiple angles.
Sure. Can I real quick? I want you to continue, but typically what happens is when I get an email from the Kings Beat, I just when I can, I'll stop and I'll skim it if it's something that I know that we already talked about, or I'll at least give it. That one I started to skim it was like, oh, all right. Walked over to the couch and sat down and all right, buckling in for this one.
And you just barely got through part of the Cam Johnson. Right up.
Correct.
Yeah. So when you're comparing two players, I think it's really interesting. John Collins was drafted in 2017. Right, he's part of the incredible 2017 draft class, which includes De'Aaron Fox #5, but Jason Tatum at number 3, I believe.
2.
No, Lonzo's 2.
I thought Tatum was 3.
I believe Tatum's 3.
What's his name? Josh Jackson. Josh Jackson was 4.
Josh Jackson's 4.
4, got it.
So it goes Markelle Fultz and then Lonzo Ball, then Jason Tatum, and the Kings had moved in that draft. They were the number 8 seed pre-lottery. They moved to number 3, but because of a pick swap, dropped to number 5. And so there's all kinds of crazy stuff that happens in that draft. But then the Kings took the 10th pick in the draft, which ends up being your favorite player, Zach Collins. And instead of just drafting a number 10, they traded it for 15 and 20. So this is crazy.
Smart move to not have Zach Collins in your uniform.
Well, not really.
Great work by the Kings.
That's true. But the 11th pick is Malik Monk. I think 13th
got him
pick.
Anyway.
The 13th pick is Donovan Mitchell. The 14th pick is Bam Adebayo.
Nah, trash.
And then the Kings draft
all these awesome players.
At number 15, where they take Justin Jackson. Well, you keep going in that draft, and number 19 is John Collins. And number 20 is where the Kings select Harry Giles. Number 22 is OG Anunoby. But number 27, I believe, is Kyle Kuzma. And so Kyle Kuzma had come in for a draft workout out of the University of Utah State, right? Is it Utah or Utah State?
Go on.
I think it's Utah. I think you're right. I think it's Neemias who went to Utah State. Anyway, he comes
confirmed Utah.
And just his head coach, just so everyone knows, his head coach at the time was Larry Krystowiak, which is a power forward in the late 80s and early 90s for the Bulls and a couple other teams.
Yeah, totally.
Larry Krystowiak. Well, he goes on to become a minor league head coach with all of the guys at Dave Yeager's staff and Dave Yeager. So Dave Yeager and most of his staff guys had worked their way through the minor leagues to get to the NBA.
And that's not the G League. We're talking podunk, small town,
real crazy stuff where you traded players for a steak dinner. Yeah. Dave Yeager and I believe Dwayne Tickner had pulled off a trade for a steak dinner one time.
That's so good.
So anyway, they had all worked together. They all knew Larry Krystowiak. Krystowiak calls and says, "Hey, my kid is amazing. You need to bring him in." So Kuzma comes in, just demolishes Justin Jackson and the rest of the players. And they're like, "Oh, we got to get this kid." And then they pass on him, not once with the 5th pick, not twice with the 15th, not 3 times with the 20th pick. They just kept passing on him. And then he goes on to be a good player. John Collins, again, goes number 19 in that draft. So my point is that John Collins goes number 19 in 2017 draft, right? 2 years later, Cam Johnson gets selected in the 20s by I think he's 21, 22, by the Phoenix Suns. Cam Johnson's drafted 2 years later and is 2 years older than insane. John Collins.
He was 11th. Drafted by the Timberwolves.
Okay, and then traded. Yeah. So
but
Cam
still,
Johnson.
That's insane. He is almost 29.
Yes.
And was drafted 2 years after John Collins.
And John Collins is 27 in 100 days. Yeah, he's him and him and De'Aaron Fox and Malik Monk, they're all the same age, right? They're all the same draft. Cam Johnson is selected 2 years later and is 2 years older.
Oh, that's funny.
It's totally bizarre. So anyway, you could make an argument a couple of ways. You could say that John Collins has more overall like games played, but more mileage on the car, and that Cam Johnson came in the league later, so younger body. But both of them miss games. Cam Johnson misses a lot more than John Collins, and even right now, everything I've heard about John Collins' injury, his hip injury, is it has more to do with the standings than it does a hip injury, and he's not super happy with the fact that he's not playing. But he's not playing because the team he plays for does not have any interest in winning basketball games.
That sucks, dude. Can you imagine? You've worked your whole life. You have the amount of work that goes into being an NBA player from the time you were like 12 years old is just insane. Austin Rivers tells a story all the time about how he roomed with Brandon Knight on their AAU team. And Brandon Knight at like 14 years old was up at 5 a.m. doing push-ups and dribbling drills in the hotel room.
Yeah. Just
like
psycho.
The amount of work, and Brandon Knight might be a little different, but the amount of work it takes is insane. To get to this point, you have achieved your dream. You were an NBA player. You're John freaking Collins. You've made a ton of money. You were a first-round pick. And now the Jazz are just like, you don't get to play because we want to lose on purpose.
Yeah.
That sucks.
Well, I mean, and for John Collins, again.
Free John Collins.
He's averaging 18 points. He's averaging 8.3 rebounds, 2.5 assists. He's averaging 1.1 steals. He's averaging 0.9 blocks per game. He's shooting 43.8% from three, 52.5% overall. John Collins is having the season that he had as like a 22, 23-year-old, where everybody in the NBA thought he was going to be a long-term NBA All-Star.
Yep.
He's having that season all over again, except for he's played in one of the last 13 games or 14. And so now you're like once again wondering, okay, is he injured or is there a reason? And realistically, everything I hear is there's not really a reason. Now, I don't know if John Collins is going to work in Sacramento.
Sure. That's something that always comes up, right? Is the role for him with the Jazz is like, you're it, dude. You got to go be that guy. How would that fit here in Sacramento?
Yeah, but I think
would he maintain a proportional level of production in a smaller role? Yeah,
a smaller role, exactly, right? But I still think that role is really close to there in Sacramento. Like he can play the 4 and the 5. He can come off the bench, which is where I would have him come off the bench. He can play alongside Domantas Sabonis because he can shoot the 3.
Yep.
Again, he's shooting 43.8% from 3. He also can swap out for Sabonis. He's a decent passer, not a great passer, but a decent passer, and great in the pick and roll. So if you want to run him and Monk in the pick and roll, that's fine, right? On top of that, he averages 8+ rebounds per game for his career. I'd rather have a guy who has another skill outside of scoring that if I need to go get, I need you to go in there. We're getting killed on the glass. I need you to go get me 5 rebounds. John Collins is like, okay, I got you.
He'd also be by far their best athlete who's taller than 6'2".
Oh, yeah. Well, he's a lob threat.
Yep.
Because that's, him and Trae Young were incredible with the lob in Atlanta. And then they went out and got more lob threats. And so he became like less and less important. But he would still be a great lob threat. And he has a back to the basket game. As he's grown as a player, he's gotten bigger and more physical. He's a type of physical player like I would like if I'm the Kings I'm searching for. The downfall is you're on the hook next year for $26.5 million, and he has a player option as well, so he can walk away from that. So it's kind of like when the Kings traded for Harrison Barnes, the first time he signed a contract. So when he got to the end of that summer, he opted out, and the Kings signed him to a long-term deal. Right. The Kings could do the same thing with John Collins if he's a good fit. You opt out and maybe you do a declining scale contract like what we saw from Harrison Barnes. I don't think John Collins is of the illusion that he's going to get another $100 million deal, but there's a possibility for him to get another $80 million deal, another 4-year, $80 million, and it starts at 23, but it goes down to like 18 in the final year. I think that's where if you're the Kings, that's a way to improve your roster greatly. You just can't get into a situation where you're paying a guy that isn't going to live up to that expectation. But
No doubt.
at 27, and the kicker is we know the Brooklyn is asking for the moon. That's not what's happening with John Collins and the Jazz. The Jazz are okay not paying him next year. The talk is 1 or 2 second-round picks. It would really help if the Kings had more second-round picks, but matching salary at least for 1 year, and then the potential to lose that most of that salary the next year, save money the next year. So, like, there are a lot of ways.
What does the deal for John Collins look like?
I mean, the easiest way to do a deal would be
that's what I'm here for.
Just straight up. It would be Trey Lyles and Kevin Huerter for John Collins. The salaries almost match. You can throw in a $2 million salary if you want. You can throw in a Colby Jones or someone just to match, fully match the salary. But he makes 26.5. You're looking at, the salary of Huerter and Lyles is right at $25 million. So that would work, right? But that also takes another chip off the board. So you wouldn't have the ability to go do anything else. And you would need John Collins to be able to play backup center, like Trey Lyles does. And so that's one sort of issue.
He's definitely he's a better version of Trey Lyles. So you'd improve from in that respect. But I guess this gets to the next kind of layer here. If you're making a trade for me, you have to be acquiring better players to be sure. This is,
of course,
but I would rather you need more playable players. Right now, you have 6 that you feel great about. You're starting 5 in Keon, and then Trey Lyles is 7. And we're talking playoffs. So let's go 8-man rotation. Is it Huerter? Are you going Devin Carter in a playoff setting?
See, that's where it starts getting murky, right?
Right. And that's where if you're trading Huerter and Lyles to acquire a guy like John Collins, that leaves you at 7 still. And you've upgraded a little bit, but you still go into a postseason like they might be one guy short. And that's where when we talk about trades and acquisitions, to me, you got to find a way to get a couple of rotation players.
I agree. And that's where a 3-team trade might get more complex, but that's where I'm living in a world where, again, if you're able to get 2 of the players that you want, and so again, just really, if people can visualize this, you could make a trade where you send Kevin Huerter and a $2 million player to the Brooklyn Nets, and you don't want to give up a lottery protected pick in that situation, right? But you also would really like a player like Jonas Valanciunas.
Sure.
So now, what if I route Trey Lyles and Alex Len to the Washington Wizards for Jonas, and I route the other, let's say Colby Jones and Kevin Huerter to the Brooklyn Nets? Now what I can do is I can try to balance out who's getting what.
Yeah.
So the Kings only have 1 second-round pick that they can really work with. So that goes to the Wizards because Wizards want 2 seconds when it comes to Valanciunas. Now, Brooklyn has picks as well. Can I get Brooklyn to send a second to make the Jonas Valanciunas trade work? And then by having them give up a second, is it okay now that I give up an unprotected pick? So now you're getting 2 players, but you're balancing out things in a different way. You got me?
I love that.
Yeah,
this is great.
Yeah, so these are ways in which, if I'm the Kings, and it's all a big puzzle. You're just trying to figure out where the pieces go, and can you figure out a trade that works with Washington that maybe they get something that goes to Utah, and you can balance the financials out. And that's where the Kings and their trade exceptions, they do have all these trade exceptions. That's where those can come in handy because you can actually give a trade exception for a player, have that player go to a different team, and so it satisfies part of the financials for the deal. but you don't have to give anything up in that deal. So
Right.
again, like it's complex, and I think they do have a lot of moving pieces. I just wish they had a few more moving pieces as far as chips, trade chips and stuff.
I think I'm ready to call that deal in where the Kings get Valanciunas and Cam Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
I almost said Cam Thomas. That would just really make my heart happy. I don't think it'd be conducive to basketball success, but man, when you talk unprotected first, what year would that have to be? If you're sending an unprotected first to the Nets,
2027 or 2028.
Send it, bro.
Yeah, it would have to be.
Send it.
Yeah, it's tough though.
Is it?
Yeah, it's tough because at the end of the day, you could like fall on hard times, and if you fall on hard times, the one thing I would say is that if the Kings have this point where, let's say they have to trade De'Aaron Fox, right, where he asks out, and then you're worried that you're going to take kind of a downturn with Fox gone.
Mm-hmm.
In any Fox trade, you're going to get first round picks.
Exactly.
So
multiple.
You shouldn't be all that concerned, except for your picks could be better that you're sending out than the picks that you're getting back.
I'm of the mind that let's just do 2027.
Mm-hmm.
That's not next year's draft, but the next year. If you have taken such a nosedive that is a top 1 pick and it's going to cripple your franchise for the next decade that you didn't have it,
mm-hmm.
you have way more problems than not having a first round pick.
No, totally. I totally agree.
That's where like I get why teams don't want to do that, because like us talking on the radio or us talking as fans, or you know, jumping in the chatty house or on Twitter or whatever, it's easy to just be like, give up the pick.
Yeah.
But you're also not, teams have to have everything on the table. All options are always considered all the time. And so one of those options, no matter how minute the possibility is, hey, what if De'Aaron asks out, and when he does that, then Domas doesn't want to be here anymore, and then he asks out, and then Keegan doesn't want to sign an extension, and all this other stuff, and now like we're rebuilding in 2 years.
Yeah.
Again, probably not going to happen. But that's how teams have to think.
Yep.
So I get, but as a guy with a microphone in front of my face on the radio who does not have a financial stake in the Kings, trade the pick.
Trade the pick.
I don't care if it's unprotected.
Hey, there are ways in which you can make really complicated trades here and still stay under the luxury tax and still do everything, you know, without losing like the greatest pick ever. But like it costs something in the NBA world in order to get something.
Yeah,
it does.
Of course,
it's just straight up. And so, yeah. Shout out my guy, Brett Huff. Me and him were
big Brett Huff
like,
guy.
we're going through trades like this, like just spitballing.
You sent me a whopper the other day.
Pause. I can't even remember what I sent you, but
it was an 8-player deal with the Jazz.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, there's a way in which you can trade with the Jazz for John Collins without giving up Trey Lyles, which of course you can either play John Collins and Trey Lyles together, or you can take Trey and try to go trade him for Jonas Valanciunas. And after watching Jonas play with the Wizards the other night, I would take him. Like he's big,
he's a gangster, dude.
Physical. He doesn't mess around. Him and Sabonis are super close. Sabonis describes him as a big brother figure, like
great beard.
Before. Yeah, great beard. Looks just like the wood chopping guy in Hoodwinked.
Yeah,
you know, who's the guy who has a schnitzel truck.
Sure.
From Hoodwinked.
Yep.
So
I think you've showed me that. I've not seen that movie, but you showed me this.
Yeah.
Which is why I know that.
I would fully take Jonas Valanciunas on the Kings roster just because he's big, he's athletic, he can go get you. I mean, he's a road grader. He's going to get played off the court in certain playoff series, but who cares? That's not what you need to get to the playoffs, and you need someone to back you up. Yeah, and if Sabonis gets hurt or needs to take 3 games off to heal up for something,
that's the other angle to the trade stuff. We're needing more playable players. You also need to insulate yourself from injury,
of course,
and that's another place where the trade stuff comes in.
Yeah.
I just got a text message, and I opened it because the only thing I saw was Kevin O'Connor is hilarious.
Oh no.
I have a fake Steph Curry trade for you from Kevin O'Connor.
Oh.
Can I read it to you before we go to the break?
Yes.
Orlando gets Steph Curry. The Warriors get Anthony Black, Jonathan Isaac, and Cole Anthony, 4 first-round picks and 2 pick swaps.
Okay. Yeah.
So Anthony Black, Jonathan Isaac, and Cole Anthony. That's a big thumbs down for me.
Well, that just means you're starting over.
Yeah.
But the problem that you have with those Orlando Magic picks, they're not going to be very good.
Correct, which
They're
is why it's a big thumbs
not
down.
going to be very good. The same
Magic
reason,
are set up to be awesome for a long time.
yeah, it's the same reason you don't want to take first-round picks from the Houston Rockets. They have good first-round picks hiding from other teams.
That 2027 Phoenix first rounder.
You want some of those, but you don't want any of their first-round picks because that's going to be a good team.
Yeah. Yep. Right there with you. All right. We gotta step aside momentarily. Jesse Tapia will jump in. We will have mad props. I want to keep going back over. We had 2 NFL games from the weekend we didn't get to. We'll do that with Jesse as well. This Kings trade conversation is not going anywhere, by the way.
Nope.
We will continue having it until morale improves. Or until they make a trade. I don't know. He's James. I'm Kyle. Jesse Tapia going to join us next. This is the Insiders on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Center.
Yeah, I like. If you guys haven't read it, go to the Kings Beat. You can. It's free. You just have to be a subscriber. You just have to subscribe to get it to your inbox. But I go deep dive into everything. Yeah, I like John Collins. Like, I hear he's a good dude, and the fact that he has been excellent more than multiple times in his career is like super intriguing. I think he has, he's not an all-star, but he has like, I even look at him in a lot of ways as like a better player than what Harrison Barnes was. And a true power forward. And he has an incredible nickname. John the Baptist. Also the Duncan Deacon.
Is he religious?
I don't know. Well, no, I think they're playing off John the Baptist. So.
I see. That was all connected.
Yeah, Eric, the Kings can go they can go to Atlanta and have a conversation, but at this point, if you're Atlanta and you saw the way that the Kings started this season, and know that, it's possible that they could fall apart this year, I think you would take an unprotected pick. I think they're also, like Atlanta could say, hey, they may not be that good next year if they have to trade Fox. And so I'm going to not make that kind of, move with the Kings. You can always renegotiate that, but I don't know. I don't think it's that bad of a situation at this point for the Kings, because if they make the playoffs this year, they give the pick. If they don't, again, guys like Devin Carter had value to the Kings, whether it's as a trade chip or something else. I'd also make the point that for me, John Collins is a player who knows exactly who he is and knows how to get buckets in like a bunch of different ways. He can shoot the three, or he can, back you down to the post, or he can get the lob. That my fear with Cam Johnson is he shows up and he turns into what we saw from Harrison Barnes last year. That's my concern. It's that, he's never been a guy who has been able to step into a role and be highly successful and consistent for longer than, what he's doing right now in Brooklyn. And he's coming off an ankle injury.
Is John Collins a winning player? 916-909-1320.
Well, he did make it to the Eastern Conference Finals with Atlanta Hawks.
That's true.
And are we going to say that Kyle Kuzma is a winning player because he made it?
He won a championship.
He
has championship medal. He knows what it takes
to
win a title.
Yeah. And the Kyle Kuzma stuff, man.
Wait, what happened? What happened? Somebody said something crazy.
I don't know.
I just looked up and saw Jill Adge say, "What in the world?" And then I saw Tyler say they aren't trading Keegan. No, you're good.
What's up, Chatty House?
Jesse's here. Hey, Germs. Shout out.
Now I'm way too tall.
Was he? I don't know.
Better.
What do you think here, James?
What?
Devin Carter still on the table or not?
Yeah. I think there's a possibility of that. You gotta remember, like, these are all these moving pieces. You have to figure out ways to satisfy everybody. And like what I said earlier, like a giant 3-team trade is not like a 3-team trade in which you would think. It's literally like a bunch of smaller trades that are then aggregated together.
Right.
So they have a very different look, like on paper. It's almost like you'd need to pull out the whiteboard and pull out, like, schematically show how you can trade one player for a trade exception and he's part of the deal. But then in aggregate, you acquired that player, but in aggregate, you're still within the 25% range of matching salaries and everything else.
Anytime the analysis of a player is, hey, he just can stay out of the way. That's not a player I want. I don't know. Go get him. He doesn't have to do anything. Cool. Love that.
It's always a guy you want on your team, though.
Huh?
It's always the kind of guy you want on your team.
No doubt. Just the guy to stand there, stay out of the way. They just traded Harrison Barnes. Am I right?
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen.
Jesse.
Brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Hey, Jesse Toppy is here along with us.
What's up, guys?
We got to get to mad props. Tough weekend. It's a good thing we don't bet on these games, by the way.
Yeah, so I can.
Also,
weekend,
good on me, not I guess on you guys, but good on me for getting the Chiefs at -8.5.
You know what? I thought about that like after it happened. To be honest, like me and James were kind of right, if not for the blocked field goal. Like if
the missed field goal.
Missed field goal, excuse me. If everyone is a miss or whatever, like me and James are spot on. So in theory, hypothetically, if things go the way they should, if the 11 guys on special teams do their job,
should have been an 8-point game.
Exactly.
No, but see, I knew that the Chiefs were going to dominate the special teams
in
that way.
And that Fairbairn was
grinding
choke it away.
all 22 of Chiefs tape. Chiefs special teams.
So I'm gonna chalk that up as like half a win.
There's nothing. So like on Underdog, I got my lineup right this weekend, and Puka Nacua, it looked like the Rams are going to go 3 and out. And then Puka wound up, they challenged the third down non-catch. It turned out to be a catch, and and it was like, I feel like even if they had gone 3 and out, I was spiritually right. Puka should have gotten a catch.
Exactly.
They went.
You get exactly what I'm saying right now.
They went 3 and out because they didn't try and get in the ball. Like I was right.
Yeah. In theory, hypothetically, I know in theory is like your thing. Like yes, you were right.
Yeah. The spirit of the selection was correct. I want to get to some of the NFL stuff, but let's recap Mad Props here before we do that. Take 2.
It's time for Mad Props.
Thank you, voice
2
guy.
games, 2 props.
Yeah.
Which number will be higher?
Actually,
That's
more
for
than
Kyle
2
and
games.
James to decide.
And Jesse.
Here's
Yeah,
Mad
Jesse's
Props.
here too. There was more than 2 games. Jesse's here too. What a ridiculous voice guy. Pick it up, man. All right, I'm gonna let you guys know we typically do 6 of these things. It's only 5 this week because we had Devin Carter in there and he did not play against Washington.
Oh.
So we 86'd that one. Puka Nacua, it was against Puka Nacua catches though. He only had 6 catches. Would have been tight. I think it would have been close. In a blowout win over the Wizards. The last we have 86'd that one from this week's selection. So this will just be out of 5. Domantas Sabonis points, rebounds, and assists, or Chiefs Texans total points. Jesse, you rocked with the Chiefs and Texans total points. James and I went with Domantas Sabonis points, rebounds, and assists. 51 points, rebounds, and assists for Domantas Sabonis. 37 points for
Not great.
for Houston and the Chiefs.
Yeah.
I can't even give you a like spiritually right on that one. Domas just
We
dominated.
just got our ass kicked there.
Was it 29 and 18?
So wait, who won that one?
We did.
Yeah, you guys.
Me and
did.
you.
Yeah.
Jesse did not.
Jesse didn't.
All right,
Oh
James.
my God.
What is
That was
that?
crazy.
What is that? Usually
That
we're teaming up
loser.
against Kyle or something.
Loser.
Wow, okay. Me, myself, and I over here.
No, because I rocked with you on this one. Malik Monk field goal attempts or Lamar Jackson completions. Jesse and I thought Malik Monk would get his shots up. James, you thought Lamar would have his completions. 15 field goal attempts for Malik, 18 completions for Lamar Jackson. James gets the W on that one. Just
Whatever, man.
tough.
Yeah, it was a tough. Like that Ravens game. hurt.
Lamar was so.
Ravens game
I don't want to. We can dive into that game in a second, but not a good game. That was not a fun game to watch. I did not have that good of a time in watching that football game.
Oh no.
It wasn't this like this clash of titans. Just like
I just feel so
Football, you need a little bit of ugly.
I feel
Yeah.
really bad this like coming out for Lions fans.
I
Because
have
they were
I
like-
have
I gotta be
a rant
honest.
on the Lions, bro.
But then
Okay.
also Mark Andrews. Like
Mark Andrews, go take a lap.
I get it.
Fence and back, dog.
I get it, but man, talk about just your career being defined by that and the legacy of your quarterback being impacted by
Oh yeah.
a former all pro tight end just like losing his mind and making mistakes.
Pass hit him in the stomach. You just dropped it.
Oh,
You
I
ready to talk
have
about
a
the
lot to
Lions?
say about the Lions.
Okay. I hope
Let's
we're on the same page. on
let's
that.
rip through this real quick.
Yeah.
Keegan Murray 3-point attempts or total touchdowns in that Commanders Lions game. Not even close.
no.
Yeah, no.
Keegan put up 5 3-point attempts. There were 10 touchdowns scored,
Pretty big day.
and we all went with Commanders Lions. So good for us. De'Aaron Fox points or Derrick Henry rushing attempts. Derrick Henry only carried the ball 16 times, which should have put us in a really good spot. The three of us all took De'Aaron, and we all took an L. He only had 12 points.
Yeah.
Oh.
If you had told me Derrick Henry only had 16 rushing attempts, I'd have been like, I'm taking De'Aaron and feeling phenomenal about it.
hasn't really been shooting the ball that well since he came back.
Yeah.
Shooting it a lot. He's becoming we talked about this on D'Lo and KC the other day. He's just kind of every night him and Malik are just something a little different.
Yeah.
And right now he's doing the point guard thing.
Someone brought it up too in the chat since the big fall. You know, he missed the 2 games. He hasn't looked like the same player, and the stats like really, really show that. Like he's not playing well. He's not scoring. He's averaging 7.3 assists, but I think his points are down to like 19 point something. He just doesn't look like he's 100, and he's shooting like 41.9% from the field over the last 4 games, and
Yeah,
it shows
32
you
from three.
that he's not
Ooh.
attacking the rim at all.
Mm.
And like the 32% is kind of in line with where he's been all season, but the field goal percentage is down like 8%, 7%.
Yikes. Last one. Kings total points or Eagles rushing yards. We all went Eagles rushing yards. Saquon Barkley's 2 touchdowns outrushed the Kings 123 points.
Hey, when there's a really good running back out there, that's like the best thing to watch. Like I always talk to Kyle, like in the studio, or whatever, about Adrian Peterson. Like Adrian Peterson's like the GOAT, whatever, my favorite player to watch. And just Saquon is just give him the football and get out the way. That's basically all it is. It's amazing. It's perfect.
Adrian Peterson's the GOAT is a crazy.
Hey, Adrian, yeah, it's fine.
I
I
just
don't
let
care.
you live with that.
Yeah, I
but
know.
that's insane.
I'll tell you, legend forever, Adrian Peterson.
He is.
I would say,
incredible.
Like my era, it's Barry Sanders.
Yeah,
Yeah, same.
And I imagine if I watch Barry, because I've seen highlights of Barry, like he'd probably end
He
up
was
being like the
ridiculous.
best I ever saw too.
Yeah.
Adrian
Yeah,
Peterson.
like watching Walter Payton was incredible. Like he just, for a guy who wasn't very big, just ran over people.
Yeah.
But then Barry Sanders came into the NFL and it was like, what in the world is this? Like everybody watched a bad Lions team just to see him.
Yeah. Adrian Peterson was sick because he was the last, like his running back started getting phased out. He overcame injuries in college, injuries in the pros.
He overcame Christian Ponder, took him to the playoffs.
Yeah, he was a dog, bro. He was incredible.
Wow, I
James
forgot
goes
about
4-1 in Mad Props this week. I went 3-2. Jesse, you went 2-3. In our NFL picks, James went 0-3-1.
Ooh.
You had Houston, Detroit, Baltimore, and the Rams. I went 1-2-1. I had KC. That's the only one I got right, barely. Detroit and Baltimore, and then Philly was a push with the Rams. Jesse, you also went 1-2-1. You were the only person to take Washington.
There we go. Shout out to the Commanders.
We
good
were
team.
bad.
I was a little shocked.
Bad week for
I feel
us.
like people are underrating the Commanders a bit. Or not Jaden Daniels, but like he's like really good. He's not.
Yeah. I think with the Commanders, for me, it was not Jaden
as far as that
Daniels.
point spread too.
Yeah, it wasn't. It was less about Jaden Daniels and more the Lions look like a buzzsaw, and the Commanders are the Commanders remind me of it's a little different, but like we talked about the Rockets the other day. Really good team, but is anybody thinking the Rockets are going to go to the finals? Like
That's the thing. I don't.
No, they're a little bit early.
Want no part of the Commanders in the Super Bowl. Like
I'm with you.
Philly takes care of them.
Really?
Yeah, like I'm
all in. I'm rooting so hard for the Commanders.
This
right
is a
now,
great
bro.
little story and all that. Like, great. I picked you guys to beat the Lions, but the Chiefs or Bills are just throwing up 30 on you.
I'm ready to accept Jaden Daniels as our new NFL overlord.
Next
Yeah.
year.
Hey, I personally thought we would see a Lions Ravens Super Bowl.
Yeah, it's kind of where I was landing.
And to watch both of them just get, I mean, what happened to the Lions is crazy. Like that's such an impressive win for a young quarterback to go in there and just
dominate.
It was bound to catch up with them, no? With all their injuries and all that on the defensive side.
Well, okay, so this is I saw this discussion going on the internet, and let me get to. I'm a hater with the Lions.
Okay,
I do not land in the what a cool story. They've been bad my whole life, and here's why. It's very petty, but welcome to my life. So last year, like halfway through the season, so the 2023 season, halfway through the year, this guy I follow on Twitter who writes for A to Z Sports, the Lions site. He wrote this thing that was like, the Lions are better than the 49ers. And so I read it, did not necessarily agree with him. And I just quote tweeted it. And then a bunch of Niner fans, jumped into his mentions and stuff. And he sends me a DM and he's like, hey, man, you really sicked Niner Nation on me or whatever.
Oh.
And I was like, well, you kind of like did it to yourself. Like
Yeah.
you can't write something like that.
Just amplifies your take, if anything.
Right. And expect that the opposing fans aren't going to get mad. And he's like, the thing is like, I don't even really believe the take. My editor just wanted me to write it. So I wrote it.
Oh no.
And so I was like, no worries, man. Like I thought it was wild. And apparently you do too. So, okay, whatever. Halftime of the NFC title game, the Lions are destroying the 49ers to the point that I'm in the press box and the entire conversation in the press box is like, they're not coming back. What does this offseason look like? That was he retweets his article that he told me he didn't really even believe at halftime of the NFC title game.
Oh no.
And the lack of humility from Lions fans as they've gone from laughingstock to powerhouse in the NFC. Kings fans in 22-23 hadn't been to the playoffs in 16 years. And there was such a just like, hey, might not win the series. Happy to be here.
Just happy
this
to
is
be
awesome.
here. Yes.
Shout out to everybody. Like the
People
vibe
crying.
was great. Last year they lost the first game and Kings fans are like, here we go again. Here, this is it. This is just, it's over now. And like, there's a humility there from the years of losing that I love and respect. With Lions fans, there was none of that.
Yeah.
They just immediately went to like, you all suck. We're awesome. When's the parade? Let's effing go. And that I don't.
Yeah, I missed that, but also like, please spare me with the whole, poor Lions fans. They've been through like, spare me. Like, who's felt bad for Jesse Toppy the last 25 years? No one.
But the last 25 years is not like the last 60.
All right,
I feel bad
All
for
right,
once.
forget this 60-year-old that's never seen the Lions win either. Screw him. All right, forget everyone else. We're all in the dumps. We all get out on our own. All right, nobody should feel bad for anybody.
Exactly.
Yeah, sorry, poor Lions fans. Oh yeah, whatever.
Man.
Yeah, I could care less.
Do you know why it's poor Lions fans? Because they had no humility going into that game.
Exactly.
They went, see you in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And they got punched in the mouth repeatedly. And here's the other thing. You asked about the defense and like the injuries are bound to catch up with them. And I agree with you. They were going to catch up eventually. That was on Jared Goff. Jared Goff stunk.
Yeah, he wasn't great.
He was not good. That was
Yeah.
a bigger issue to me. Like they couldn't get stops either. Like that was also, but you had the pick 6 in there. You had short fields because of turnovers. You had touchdowns not converted in the red zone because of turnovers. Like the Commanders played from ahead in that game because Jared Goff stunk. That was a bigger deal to me than the injuries.
Can Jared Goff ever? I'm not gonna ask that question. It's disrespectful. I was gonna say, could he ever win a Super Bowl? He's been there, so like he can do it. But
Yeah, he can.
You just hope you got him on the right day, I guess.
I don't know. It's tough. I mean, it's why he was kind of left out, you know.
It's why the Rams traded him.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
They wanted
They
to
literally,
upgrade.
hey, we'll take this guy instead, and won the Super Bowl the next year.
Literally the next year. That's such a flex. The Lamar Jackson conversation has also, while we sit here and ask if Jared Goff can ever win a Super Bowl,
Mm.
the Lamar Jackson conversation has also gone off the rails again.
Yeah.
The interception he threw in the first half was bad.
Mhm.
Don't know if that was a mix-up with the receiver. It looked like maybe he was expecting a different route, whatever. The fumble, he just dropped the football. Can't have that. But like Mark Andrews' fumble at midfield, really bad.
In such a crucial moment too.
Yeah,
Oh.
the huge spot. The drop on the 2-point conversion. Now maybe Josh Allen gets the ball back with, I think there was minute 40 left, minute and a half left, whatever there was with a couple timeouts. They could have easily gone down and kicked a field goal. But my takeaway from that game was not like, wow, Lamar Jackson is never going to win in the playoffs.
He did enough. I felt like they had a chance. They could have tied it up. Mark Andrews dropped it. Like not even hating on Mark Andrews. Like he just dropped the football. It is what it is. Like they lost the football game.
It wasn't the best version of Lamar Jackson we've ever seen, but I don't walk away from that going like, wow, okay, I'm never picking the Ravens to win the Super Bowl because of Lamar.
I
like he took him down the field. Like that counts for something.
Yeah, and that was a dot for the touchdown too.
I kind of feel though that they should have been better. Like they put themselves in a situation where not only did the fumble like kill them, but also the 2-point conversion. I mean, which it's just simple, right? Like you still needed a 2-point conversion just to tie it. Even if Mark Andrews catches a ball, we don't know if they win that game or not. It goes to overtime. They very possibly
minimum,
they very possibly lose in overtime, especially with how Justin Tucker played all season.
But it's like, the Ravens did enough to be in that game, and the Bills did enough to just win it at the end or whatever. Like, it's just sometimes it's not really that big of a take to come out of the game.
I want to follow me here. I want to compare Lamar Jackson to Domantas Sabonis for just a moment.
We talked about this before, and I like where you're going.
Yeah, because I saw what are you pointing at?
This little message that Alfonso left right here in the chat.
What's this say?
I was looking at it this weekend too. Says, you guys see Lamar and Peyton Manning have the same playoff record in the first 7 years. Not necessarily that, but they're essentially the same player, like to open up their careers. I feel like
it feels the conversation feels very similar.
Yeah, the conversation, all that stuff, and just not being able to get over the hump. MVPs, because I think Peyton had 2 before his first Super Bowl.
Yeah. The irony that Peyton Manning won a second Super Bowl with a noodle arm,
that was
being carried by a defense, is so funny because he didn't have that defense for the first part of his career, and that's largely.
I hope they tell that story about Peyton. Like, he was great, but that last Super Bowl was an abomination.
Yeah, it wasn't him.
Yeah, no, that was disgusting.
He got the help that he could never get before when he was in Indy. Exactly. It's kind of ironic.
Yeah.
No, but
I'd like to point out that Jaden Daniels has the same amount of career playoff wins as Dak Prescott.
That wasn't very nice, James, but you know what? That's a stat. So
but that's okay. But Dak is another great example of I saw, and again, I know that there's a lot of people with this take. I'm going to single out Matt George because that's the homie, and I respect him a lot. So he says on the internet the other day that people are using the playoffs as an excuse to not give Domas credit. And Domas is just a great player that's being held to the same standard that every great player is being held to. Lamar Jackson has multiple MVPs. He might win a third one this year. And we turned the board on before the show, and it's ESPN radio. And the conversation is like, can Lamar Jackson get it done? Is Lamar Jackson really that guy? What? Dak Prescott is another great example. Dak Prescott is a player that we know is a very good regular season quarterback, but gets into the postseason. Everyone's like, I don't like Dak. He's not a top 5 guy because look at him in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Like, it's just the conversation. It's what we do. It's how it goes. It's not an anti-Domas thing. It's not an anti-Kings thing. It's just, he's a great player. And when you get to that level of like, all right, this guy's great.
There's a standard.
Now there's the next step is postseason.
Yeah,
it's for every athlete.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, it's how like so many NBA players are defined. Like Charles Barkley, you're defined as not ever winning a championship. Karl Malone, John Stockton, never won a championship.
Yep.
And it's like you can put an asterisk and say, hey, the only reason they didn't win a championship is because Michael Jordan existed. And the only reason the Rockets won 2 championships there in the middle was because Jordan decided to go play baseball.
Mhm.
And sure, that's right. But at the same time, Patrick Ewing never won an NBA championship.
Nope.
Like, it's tough because these guys, like, there's not much that separates those guys from a guy like David Robinson, who did win a championship. But, there's something that to be said about winning in the big, when the bright lights are on and figuring it out.
What now? A different discussion is whether that's fair, because I don't think it's fair to look at Lamar Jackson and go, well, he's obviously just never going to win a Super Bowl because he can't do it in the playoffs. I think that's silly. Just like I think it's silly to go, well, what Domas is doing this year, what's he averaging? 20 and 17 and 6 or whatever. What he's doing this year doesn't matter because, like, I got to see it in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Like, no, it's still an incredible year that he's having.
Mhm.
But I get, like, if you're going to put somebody in that pantheon, that upper echelon, like, hey, you gotta win a title. The year the Nuggets won the title, going into that playoffs, my take was, I'm not buying that Nikola Jokic can carry a team to a championship. Super wrong. Way wrong. Couldn't have been more wrong. But up to that point, I was like, gotta see it.
Well, and I think that's where most people are with Domas.
Yep.
I got to see it. You get whatever you're doing in the regular season, it's got to translate at some point
Yep.
to the playoffs. And if you can't, then we're always going to have that question about you.
Yep.
The same thing with De'Aaron Fox, like it's this group of players, but really those two as like centerpieces.
Yep.
Like, can you get over the hump? Can you be the guys that lead a team, not just to the playoffs one time, but to a second round, third round appearance? And I don't know.
Would love to see it this year so we can get off of this conversation.
It's go time though if they had someone else here.
It's already go time for me. But.
It is, but I feel like you add Cam Johnson or John Collins, like, all right, now it's like,
yeah, for sure. Hey, before we get out of here, if you want to fade my underdog lineup, please do. If you want to tail it, also please do. But first, download the Underdog app, sign up with promo code Kyle M, and deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code Kyle M on the Underdog app. Here's what I've got tonight. I'm going Tyler Hero higher than 22.5 points against the Trailblazers. Josh Hart, I'm going back to the double-double well. I'm going higher than half a double-double against the Brooklyn Nets. And then Chris Boucher for the Raptors, trying to play his way out of Toronto, play his way to a contender in the trade market. I've got him higher than 4.5 rebounds against the Orlando Magic. That is my lineup with Underdog Daily Fantasy. Download the Underdog app today. Again, the promo code Kyle M to deposit now for up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. All right. That does it for us today. We'll be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Like I said, Kings trade conversation not going away. And we'll look ahead to the Kings matchup with the Golden State Warriors before they hit the road for a long road trip. Jesse Tapia, appreciate you. D-Lo and KC coming up next. That's James Ham and Kyle Madsen. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Until tomorrow at 10 a.m. Drink water and be nice to people. Later, chatty house. Appreciate y'all.
Shady House.
Jesse, you see what's popping out there? Oh, you can't hear me. Yeah, I'll be. Well, vultures out there, but I'm gonna need one.
You didn't get one?
No, I didn't know they were available. I think they're for after this whole meeting.
No, I don't think they were.
Oh.
He told Andy.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Y'all thought this was. Hey, this is our first show back.
Come on, man, give it to him. Give it to him.
I mean, it wasn't last night, but it's close enough.
Yeah.
Sacramento Kings win again.
Wait a minute.
They do not know what Sacktown brings. When on the low, that's a Sacktown thing. Talking about us, it's a bounce out thing. Must they forgot we some Sacramento Kings. Whole squad going crazy, yeah, we back with it. Northern Cali going crazy, one sack winning. If you doubted us, then ain't no back spinning. This is real right here, ain't no catfishing. So tell me what you see now. Coming down the lane off the rebound. It's 9-16 now. Look towards the sky like the beam now.
Tell them like the beam.
Hey.
Shout out to that boy, Young Zell.
Yes, indeed.
We welcome you in here to the Tuesday, January 21st edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He is Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
The worst slums of Sacramento.
Yes, indeed. And we've got some things to talk about and some people to talk to. Trysta Krick, I think, question mark's going to be with us at the 2 o'clock hour.
Busy
She was
night for
on,
Trysta.
on the field in Atlanta.
Man.
She was on the field more than Travis Scott was. On the
Busy
field
night in Atlanta.
in Atlanta to see Ohio State win the national championship. We'll talk to her.
What, I mean,
Coming up
all
at
you
2
had,
o'clock.
like, bro, we didn't even need all that. Like, that's doing way too much. All you had to be like, yo, Trysta, she was on the field in Atlanta. She might be here, in the 2 o'clock hour. Boom, Kings won on Sunday. Like, you didn't even have to do all that. You really didn't have to do all that.
She was covering the Buckeyes winning the national
Bro,
championship.
what are you talking about? Like, we sitting there, I just said we didn't have to cover any of that. We don't have to talk about none of that.
It is my job to set the table for people who are kind enough to tune into this program. Trysta Krick's going to be with us. If you don't follow Trysta Krick on social media, 1, shame on you. 2, she was on the field in the national championship, the game that Ohio State won last night. That's what she was doing. That's what she out there grinding. She had a Eddie George jersey on, Ohio State legend, out there hanging out with Maurice Clarett, Ohio State legend, watching Ryan Day with his biggest moment in coaching history, because not a lot of people thought he could do that. In watching Ohio State.
Do we know if Ryan Day can cuss somebody in the stands did you see when he threw the headset just into the stands?
Yes.
Somebody could be concussed right now.
Well,
why would you do that?
Well, he could be concussed. Did you see when his cart ran into a brick wall? I felt so bad for that girl. She
just fled the scene.
She just had the national championship winning coach in her golf cart, and she goes to turn and she's all smiles, boom, right into a brick wall. Like, oh God. And then she tries to smile and back up, and then the cart's dead.
The tough part is when she's like, all right, let me try to back this out. And it's just not going. She's like you like a fake smile because you're embarrassed and all that. She gets up, looks at it. No.
Poor girl. Just cooked. Just absolutely cooked.
When you go home, it's like, oh, how was work? Yeah, I crashed the cart. Coach had to walk to the podium.
Well, but other than that, Ryan Day had a good night last night.
What a terrible night that was.
I disagree. Shout out to Marcus Freeman and in the Fighting Irish. A little nice little ball game there. And congratulations to the Ohio State University.
No, congratulations. Stop saying
Winning the first ever college football playoff championship.
best team money can buy.
That's facts.
Team money can buy.
That's facts. That's the name of the game, pal. You know what was weird? It really stood out last night was when they're talking about a player and they go, yeah, man, he did a lot of that at Texas Tech. Oh, yeah, because you're used to hearing that like with rookies. You're used to hearing that with players in the NFL. Now you're just hearing it with players in a different year in college. Oh, he did a lot of that for Lane Kiffin at Ole Miss.
The game has changed.
We know the terms of the deal too. Oh, he's making $6 million per this year.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy.
In all seriousness, Ohio State can go to hell. But on seriousness, shout out to my man Reggie.
They'll see Harbaugh and the Michigan Wolverines out there too.
Well, what are you talking about? Fair and square.
Okay.
National champions.
Okay.
We about to.
How many
back next year?
Hey Jesse,
we'll
real quick.
Next year.
Jesse, real quick.
Stop
Can you look up
us.
how many games Ryan Day was suspended this year?
Actually, I can just off the top of my head, I know that. I believe it was 0.
Oh, okay.
Won the Michigan game. He wasn't there.
Well, there's a difference between being incompetent and being suspended. Harbaugh was suspended, and Ryan Day was just.
But
maybe not incompetent, maybe just a little frightened.
In all seriousness, somehow I have so many damn Buckeye people in my life. Shout out to my Uncle Thomas, a big Buckeye fan. Shout out to him. Shout out to our man Reggie down at the Golden One Center.
Oh yeah,
see him this whole way through. He's big Buckeyes fan.
Yep.
And in all seriousness, shout out to Ryan Day. Ryan Day. No, because if you look at
I would have shouted out Chris Biederman and Io Taylor first.
Well, shout out Chris Biederman. Shout out my man Io always. But
Ryan Day can whatever.
Ryan Day, hey man, he's had to deal with a lot. He's had to deal with a lot. He is what was the record? It was like 61-1 or something like that against other teams outside of Michigan.
Well, it's got to be 2 because he's lost
coming into
it was Harbaugh. He had beaten everyone except for Harbaugh.
Yeah. Well, outside of Michigan, it was like 61-1 or something like that. And then he lost to Oregon, so it's like 61-2. Hey man, he was wearing that. And you can I joke about the throwing the the thing into the stands, and he couldn't
threw it hella violently too.
He couldn't wait for the Gatorade bat. Like he was wearing that, man.
He deserves it.
He deserves
it. You gotta imagine too, like when they win, it's like the celebration, but also like, all right, let me take this breath with a sense of relief.
Yeah, because you know what Ryan Day is doing today. No. Yeah, he's recruiting.
Yeah, he's on a plane somewhere.
Yeah, he is out recruiting today. Like, there's no relief, there's no breath, there's no nothing. Like he's out worrying about, because last year it was Ohio State who saw their rival win the national championship. And then they went out and had to do the things that they had to do, all within the rules of college football, whether you agree with them or not. That's the game that's played now. And it would, what did you, was it 61-2, 3? Had it been 4, we're telling you that Ryan Day is unemployed today. That's what it all boils down to. That's the sense of relief Jesse's talking about. But at the same time, it's like, well, Michigan beat us last year. They can't beat us again. And but that's the thing though. It doesn't matter anymore, because it used to, if Michigan beat Ohio State could win the national championship. Right. If Ohio State beat Michigan couldn't win the national championship. Right. That's not a thing anymore. Yeah. So it doesn't. Exhibit A, it doesn't matter. If you win a championship, you could lose to your rival now because it's you can lose to your rival now because it's not keeping you out of an opportunity to win the championship. Right. You still have an opportunity if you're 11-1 after that game is being played.
But you said it. You had a key point there. You got to win that championship.
Have to. Yeah, because if he had lost,
and lose in the first round of the playoffs or second round, like it's not going.
The fact is, and this is the tough part for Ryan Day, and you don't have to agree with this. Ohio State's probably had the best team in college for 3 years. Certainly the last 2.
Definitely this year.
Oh, they absolutely did this year. I'd argue they did.
Well, Georgia them years, Georgia was tough. Like Georgia was
3 years ago.
Yeah, Georgia was. That's when they beat the snot out of TCU. Like Georgia was crazy. They didn't. They didn't have the
TCU was our barometer for.
Well, I'm just saying, like nobody was beating Georgia that year. Like Michigan wouldn't beat Georgia. Michigan wouldn't beat Georgia. This year for sure. You heard me say a couple times this year. I was like, man, they're gonna do it this year. Like Ohio State was cold, and yeah, They handle business. I think Ryan Day is a good coach, man. I do. Like, in all seriousness, I think he's a good coach. He's got this little mental hiccup thing with Michigan, which gets people fired, but that doesn't make him a bad coach. So he's a good coach.
Well, I think he also got over like that win all, that be all end all game hiccup last night. Like that game got tight at the end, and he didn't tuck. He didn't curl up in a ball. He didn't go in, he didn't go into, the defensive mode. He didn't go into cover up mode that a boxer who's up, in late rounds will do. He'll just take the punches, but he kept swinging.
Mm-hmm.
And they called plays with the idea of winning that game, not of surviving that game.
Right.
They called plays to win that football game, and that's why they did. And he deserves a lot of credit for it.
Yeah,
he deserves a ton.
To hell with them, though. You know what I mean? To hell with them. We see y'all. We ready. We ready.
You can be ready for whatever you want to, unless you're good enough to compete for a championship next year. It doesn't matter.
That's exactly what we're gonna do.
You can win one game all year if you want to. You can have it.
No, that was a reload last year. That was a reload year. We back next year. Stop playing with us. We back. We ain't even really gone into the transfer portal like that. We back. Stop playing.
All right. Okay. Whatever you say, pal. You and your colorblind coach, man. Good luck to you. Where was your colorblind coach at yesterday? Was he at the inauguration with Snoop and Mike Tyson?
Might have been with the. I ain't gonna say.
Yeah.
No, because I was going. I'm gonna need Notre Dame's coach to just kind of, hey, bro, like stop dismissing what's going on around here. Yeah, a little too much for me, man. I understand, but come on, man. All right, man. You are all right.
Yeah, you're kind of damned if you do, you're damned if you don't, though.
No.
No.
Like just
no.
Just say what it is. Sometimes it's okay to say what it is.
Yeah, all right. Remember the last Notre Dame black coach got fired in like 7 seconds. So let's just be careful. Let's just be careful what we're telling Marcus Freeman to do.
You trying to say he's trying to not let them know, like,
oh my
God, he is black.
Word. Oh, it's no big deal. It's no big deal.
No big deal. I still love him, but you are the black head coach.
The Sacramento Kings continue to roll, baby. Winners of 9 of 11, 6 straight at the house with the Golden State Warriors stepping into the building tomorrow. We've already got people eager to join the show tomorrow. Vontae Hill joining the show for the first time in God knows how long. He'll be with us tomorrow at 2:00. We'll step out. We'll come back. We'll reset. We'll get started. We'll talk Sacramento Kings basketball. They win again over the weekend. There was a handshake before the game that I guess pissed off Kings fans.
Yeah, no, we got to talk.
Certainly
man.
pissed off James.
Nah, people got to settle down, man. We got to talk.
Handshake heard around the world, or what?
Handshake heard around the region.
We got to talk, man. People kind of they going overboard, man. They going overboard on this guy, man. Come on, man. We'll talk. Though. We'll talk.
You can't have it both ways.
Yeah.
We'll come back. We'll get started. Steelo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Hey, Rev, in my DC era, come on, man. I mean, what's up?
Yeah, take a lap in my DC. I don't know.
Come on now. I mean, come on.
Yeah, we'll throw a flag on him. If that's what you want. If that's what you saw, Mike, we'll call it, Mike. That's what you saw, Mike.
That is a hole. Look, I think they're all gone. Those are vultures.
Yeah, they're all standing by the box right now.
Get one.
Oh, is that John in the box right now? Because it looked like they were
go now.
Gotta go make a play.
No, they did. Man.
Bro, they're moving so fast around it too. Yeah.
He's done.
Man, what a.
Some of them got 2 of them.
Wow.
Sales and food just goes like peanut butter and jelly.
And you know what the best part is? All those motherfuckers are leaving.
Yeah.
Every single one of them are leaving. Or they're going to a lunch. They just needed a bite of something that they're going to throw in the garbage.
Steven, I'm sure they do, but it's like dessert after dinner, I guess. Always room for it.
Try to play me.
Kyle has no food in the
Big thing,
studio.
you
It's a
gotta-
rule.
I gotta put it on the table.
Yeah, I'm telling them all to collectively fuck all the way off.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm an adult. I won't spill on the
I'm a
board.
grown-
Oh,
Yeah.
no, I got
I'm a
you.
grown fucking man.
I'm an adult. I know how
All
not to
right,
spill.
man. Come on, bro. You want us to just die in here?
Yeah. That's real dope for the person who plays fucking Jack Harlow, that they can step outside and do whatever they want. But I said Jack Harlow, like we're not the ones playing Jack Harlow.
Hello, Miss Johnson.
Looked into that other car again this morning.
Mm.
Yeah, it turns out I'm drawing the line at a Nazi salute.
Oh my gosh.
Only thing that killed me was their at-home charger got delayed 2 months.
Mm.
It's like,
That was crazy.
make my life increasingly
That
difficult.
guy, not only does he seem like a bad person, but he seems like a dumbass. Like he just hella awkward.
Mm-hmm.
LeBron said it's a home game.
Did he say that?
Yeah. He was coming out the tunnel. He's like, "Come on, fellas, it's a home game for us." All right.
They got their ass whooped last night.
Hey, we back at it. We got Kings talk to take care of, but before we do that, can we handle a little business? Air horns. Happy birthday to our girl Justine. Let's go. Happy birthday, Justine. Big ups, big ups. Air
Justine,
horns.
that one, Justine, right there.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Air
Air horns again.
Happy birthday, Sherlyn L. Grove.
Hey!
Let's go. Sherlyn L. Grove. She's gonna be at the Garden on Saturday.
Yeah, you mentioned that.
Yeah, and
That's
Kings.
Kings next.
Yeah, and when she found out they were playing the Kings, she said, "I don't want to see the Kings."
Well, maybe she go watch her sorry ass Golden State Warriors and sad Steph Curry play.
I think she's planning her exit from those guys. I see it. I see it already
Oh.
formulating. She's like planning that exit, and she's
Mhm.
like, "Oh, I like Monk. I've always liked Monk.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I've always liked Fox."
Uh-huh.
And then Sabonis, she didn't always like him, but now she's like, well, he's gotten better. He stepped up his game.
Oh, okay.
So she's
Oh,
like,
she's warming up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
I
see it.
see where this one's going.
I see it. Okay. All right. Well, she's welcome. She's welcome.
Absolutely.
We'll invite her over. She can leave her stupid little jerseys, her little jackets, her little t-shirts, her stupid little ring. She
Yeah,
can leave all of that
Yeah.
stuff at the house.
I
and
agree.
She can
I mean, there
can
is
pull up.
the fee is gone up. Like
yeah,
the
yeah.
application fee
Yeah.
is going up. But,
Yeah.
you know, I'll push it to the front of the line.
Nothing wrong with that. Cheryl, you're welcome over here onto the Sacramento Kings bandwagon. As the Kings have won 6 straight at home. This team's record at the house was a disaster a couple of weeks ago. Now they've pulled back to 12-12 and at home, 22-20 overall, currently in the 8th spot, a half a game behind Dallas, a game back from the Los Angeles Lakers, 2 games back from the Los Angeles Clippers. They are in good shape right now, a half a game above Minnesota, who lost yesterday, a game above Phoenix, who lost yesterday, and a game above the Golden State Warriors, who currently sit just outside the playoff picture at 11. Of course, they play tomorrow.
Yesterday was absolutely picture perfect for the Sacramento Kings.
Yep.
Picture perfect.
Indeed.
The Mavs lost.
Yep.
The Timberwolves lost.
Yep.
Spurs lost. Suns lost. Warriors lost. It was all good. Clippers lost too. That was all good, man.
Indeed, yeah. The Bulls beat the crap out of the Clippers last night.
Another 30-point game for Zach LaVine.
They had quietly won like 4 in a row.
The Clippers?
The Clippers did.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Clippers had just kind of strung together some wins, and Chicago was able to get them. But the Kings continued their winning ways over the weekend, beating the Washington Wizards. And gosh, we talked about the 6 straight at the house. We talked about pulling themselves back to a 12-12 record, a 500 record at the Golden One Center. And man, it's sure difficult to not look back at that trip Doug Christie took them boys on up to the beam and calling them the light of the city, and that whole, because they haven't lost since, I don't think.
Just the Bucks game. Just the Bucks game.
Was that here?
Yeah. Well, no, he did that after like Philly. Yeah,
Okay.
He did that like after
it was
Philly.
it was their first win though, wasn't it? With Doug? It was the first time the beam had been lit at that, because they lost to Los Angeles.
I'm sorry. It
they
might have
came
been
home.
Dallas. It might have been Dallas where he did that. It was Dallas or Philly, and you're right. It might have been Dallas. Oh, you mean at home they haven't lost? You're right.
Yeah, I'm talking
You're
about
right.
at home.
I thought you meant in general.
Okay.
My bad. But no, you're right. I mean, 6.
Yeah, they've
in a row.
only lost the Bucks game in 2025. Like that's the only game
They
that they
run
lost.
2025.
When you talk about, I think it was the Dallas game, because that of course the Lakers game was in L.A. That was the game where he took them up and gave them the speech, and man, they've responded.
Absolutely,
they responded. That Bucks game was on the road. Yeah, they 6 straight at home, man. That wasn't just a speech, man. That was whatever. Those words seem to have resonated with those players.
Absolutely, man. And Doug Christie, he's pushing all the right buttons right now with this team, and especially at home. He talked about, how excited he was to see these guys play well at the Golden One Center, because he understands what it can do, obviously for the city, for the crowd, but for them, for the guys in that locker room, to have that team have that crowd behind them, and then answer the bell, and how it can uplift not only the city, but uplift that locker room, uplift those guys out there on the court. And that was a heck of a move by him, like you said, taking them to the roof and having that moment. And yeah, it kind of feels like, I don't want to say everything is fixed good, because I'm still kind of taking it game to game, but it feels like the woes that they may have at the Golden One Center may finally be over. Like, it feels like they finally have tapped into that possible home court advantage that could be so great if they were able to play this well at home consistently.
Well, it feels like the woes at the Golden One Center were the woes of the Sacramento Kings. Like, they weren't exclusive to being at home. They weren't exclusive to being on the road. It was amplified because they were so bad at home, and you're just not supposed to be. And it feels like the woes of this team have been corrected, and the ones that haven't been corrected, they've just found ways to overcome. And that's what the Kings are doing right now. They're playing really, really good basketball collectively. They're having different guys step up, and it's normally a rotation of guys. It was cool seeing Alex Len get the defensive player of the game. Like, he played some major minutes in that game against Washington. Of course, Washington, that wound up being a blowout, a 123-100 game, but that's what you want.
Yeah. Those
are the types of situations that you want, guys like Alex Len to be able to play a ton of minutes, and Domas being in the low 30s. De'Aaron scored like 12 points in that one. No one even cared. I think Doug called it one of his best games because of everything else he was doing out there on the floor. This team is operating 100% in sync right now.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it any better. In sync is what they are, and confident. They feel good about themselves. They looked at that Washington game on Sunday and said, this team, they don't need to be hanging around the way they are. And they turned up, and they might have been 10 or 7 point lead into 20 real quick. like real quick. And that's the confidence that we're seeing from this team that we didn't see. We saw one time this year when they beat, or maybe two times, they beat San Antonio at San Antonio on a Friday. They beat the hell out of Utah here at the Golden One Center on that Sunday. But it feels like that's like the only two times we've seen that in the last year and a half, season and a half.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they would play these teams like the Wizards last season and be some kind of struggle for whatever reason. Like it was something that we had angst about as we were watching the game. Like, are they going to blow this or anything like that? And Sunday was just like a coronation. It was a good time.
It was
in the Golden One Center on Sunday. And I also had shout out to my guy Bo. He said he had a lot of people at that Wizards game 2 years ago as well. And it is scarred. That game is scarred.
Everyone in attendance. Yeah.
So he said, tell D'Lo, I was there that day too with a bunch of people, and it wasn't a fun ride home.
Yeah.
So to beat the Wizards at any time is a good thing.
Just getting revenge for Christmas time 2 years ago.
The Wizards are doing that to me.
Hey, are the Wizards good? No. No, we're just getting our ass kicked.
We'll never forget December 23rd.
Never. Gonna make a ribbon. Gonna make a never forget ribbon for December 23rd.
Yeah, but
2023.
I love the way they're handling business, and hopefully they can do it one more time. We'll talk about it more in depth probably tomorrow as well. But one more time on this quick little homestand to go 3-0 on Wednesday would be great. Regardless of, we're gonna have fun with it tomorrow, but regardless of who they're playing, if the Warriors or not, like, man, 3-0 before you head out to, I think it's a 6-game road trip. That's exactly what the doctor called for right there. If you can finish this off.
Yeah, we'll have some fun with it for sure, but it's Steph, so I'm gonna be nervous all day. No matter how crazy I talk to Bonte tomorrow, I'm gonna be nervous as hell.
As long as Steph is over there, as long as 30 is over there, and you don't never feel good.
I'm gonna mute the group thread too, just in case. I don't want to get these stupid ass messages. Another thing that stood out, Domas was incredible. DeMar was terrific. Man, it's hard. And I don't know that I'm hitting on this Tuesday with the hottest take of all time, but it just felt like another game where Malik just was the heartbeat of everything going on out there. Like the game was stamped with the windmill dunk. There's so many moments that you pointed in that game where you see it to start to get out of hand. Malik is at the center of those. You go back the game before against Houston, when you felt really good about where the Kings were. Malik was at the center of that, staring down Dylan Brooks. That's coming off of the game where they got their ass kicked by Milwaukee that Malik didn't play in. And again, I don't think if Malik Monk plays, the Kings beat the Bucks. That's not what I'm saying. Malik Monk plays, that game might be a little bit different. Whether they win or lose, I can't tell you. But those markers that Casey was talking about last week where, man, I just thought if they could get it to 15 and they'd get it to 17. Malik is the one who gets you over the top. Malik Monk is the one who you think like sets those markers out there on the court. Guys, let's just cut this lead to such and such. Okay, I'll do it then. And he has that. He has a different type of takeover ability than DeMar and De'Aaron do. He could take over a game once in a while, probably not with the same consistency in which those guys do, but there are moments in a game that he can dominate where it's like one Malik Monk play, two Malik Monk plays, three. Okay, now the Kings are up 13. That's what happened against Washington the other day.
You know what it is with Malik Monk? One of the things it is, because he's that dude. Like, you know how I feel about Malik Monk. But this is almost a little bit like what we talked about over the summer. You know, what I pointed out over the summer is like, all right, if you're Washington, even if you're Houston, man, we got to find somebody to guard De'Aaron Fox on the perimeter. Let's put him in on him because, like, that's former clutch player of the year. You know, we got to stop him. That's the head of the snake or whatever. Man, DeMar's he's cooking now too, man. Oh man, we gotta put our second best guy on DeMar. Like, he's cooking. And then all of a sudden, you got Malik Monk being guarded by random NBA player X. And Malik is like, he's that good.
Mm-hmm.
He's that good where in another situation, he would warrant, hey, we got to put one of our best defenders on him because he can go off. There's too many guys on the Kings now for you to do that. You're going to give something up when these guys are all kind of cooking and they're out there on the floor. And Malik is feasting on that, borderline defender that the other team has. Like and I don't know what you do in some cases because you can't guard Malik with just some random guy.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's gonna cook. And that's not even to say if you put the best guy on him, like he wouldn't cook. But I know if you just got a rando on there, man, you're gonna use him to death in the pick and roll. He's gonna ISO him, he's gonna blow by him. So what do you do? Do you in the Houston Rockets? Do you put a man on Malik Monk and now you've got a rando on De'Aaron Fox?
Mm-hmm.
Good luck with that.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of the things that we kind of talked about where they could have a situation where, at least in the regular season, is just too much offensive firepower to match up with from night to night. And Malik, he makes these guys look foolish when they don't take him seriously in the scout, or they just don't have enough to guard him because he's a game changer.
Mm-hmm.
He is absolute. Not only we talk about his energy a lot, but just his skill level. He is a game changer. He can go for 20, 30 at any point in time if you don't have the right matchup for him. And we see that a lot. We saw a little bit of that on Sunday.
And he can go for 15 and kill you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's he's one of the most unique players in the league based on his ability to do that. And whether Mike Brown truly recognized it or not, Malik Monk's game went to a different level when he got here in Sacramento a few years ago. Somehow it feels like it's gone to another level with him finally being put into the starting lineup and being a full-time starter in the NBA. That's a position that, I'm not taking shots at Mike. That's a position where I'd wonder, like, what exactly would have changed if Mike were still here. I don't feel like the starting lineup is changing at all.
If Mike was still here before he put Malik in there?
No, Mike put Malik into the starting lineup. If Mike were still here, I wonder if he'd start tinkering with it again.
I got you.
I don't think that's going to happen. I think the starting lineup that we see, barring an injury, is the starting lineup we see for the rest of the season. And if they're all here, it's the starting lineup we see moving forward. Mm-hmm. This group, I think, has cemented itself as a group that can play together and play really, really effectively together and win games together. They lift each other up when the other one isn't playing particularly well or is having an off moment or an off night or whatever. This is a group that seems to work perfectly in sync. And I could completely be wrong in this regard, but I feel like you could throw Keon Ellis into that group and say you have a perfect synchronization of 6 players, not just 5. And you might be able to throw the rest of the roster in there. The way that these guys are playing, you want to throw Trey Lyles and Alex Len in there. Maybe it's a little bit more of a stretch when you talk about a perfect in-sync category with those guys. But I think when you talk about the top 6 and you've got Keon coming off of that bench first, this group flows flawlessly together.
And shout out to Keon Ellis, because when we left here on Friday, we didn't know when we'd see Keon.
Yeah.
And lo and behold, he out there on Sunday. And not only is he out there, 18 points, 6 of 8 from the field, 6 of 8 from beyond the arc as well.
That shot he hit at the end of the third quarter was stupid.
Oh man, come on.
But not just the shot. That's not the whole sequence.
Yeah,
De'Aaron winning the jump ball to Keon getting the ball, recognizing the time, the situation, getting the shot up, and just blowing the roof off the Golden One Center.
It was lit. And at that point, I don't even have in the notes like what the score ended up being at that point, but it was like, oh yeah, we ain't losing.
Oh yeah.
It was like, it got to 7 or
that
10.
was that kind of felt like a it's over moment.
Yeah, man, that was dope to see. But Keon Ellis,
I feel like it went to 16, but I'm gonna look to be sure.
This guy is he's invaluable to this team. He's exactly what they were looking for. Just him, the way he plays.
Plus 13.
Plus 13.
It was 90 to 77 when the shot went in.
what he brings to the table, he's everything they were looking for.
Yeah.
How long have we been talking about 3-and-D type player? How long have we been talking about somebody that can defend on perimeter, who can hit a catch and shoot three? Like, we've been talking about it for like a year and a half. And he's here. And now he's getting the opportunity to play, and he looks extremely vital to what this team has been doing lately and what they're trying to do in the future.
After that three from Keon went in, the closest the game got after that was 10.
It must have been real quick, too.
It was with 8 minutes left.
Not that quick.
Game got within 10, and then 13, 15, 17, 19, 21, 23. Got as high as 24. That was a big time shot. It was, I mean, think about it. It put you're at 10. Maybe you feel okay if you're watching it. Maybe you're not great, but you might feel okay. And then you've got, again, it's the sequence. It's De'Aaron winning the jump ball, which the optics were insane because it was against Valanciunas.
Yeah.
And then Keon just kind of stepping back, recognizes what's going on, kind of falling back a little bit, hits the three. The arena you're done when that arena erupts that way. And then they go out and finish the fourth quarter the way that they did.
And on that shot, I know me personally, I was like, Keon gets the ball, and it's like, is he aware? Like, it wasn't right away. He started dribbling, he backed up a little bit, and it's like, is he aware? And then sure enough, he gets the shot off just in time.
I think he told Deuce and Mo he was looking for Fox. And he was like, he knew he didn't have a lot of time, so we looked for Fox, didn't have it, and knew he had to get the shot up, so he got it up.
There we go. What a play.
Also,
what a shot.
Morgan Reagan thinking several kings for the beam is just it's a special moment in history where we just start thinking, guy, thank you for the beam and keeping it moving.
Can I say that's what she said?
Sure. It's good. Oh, what are you trying? Like, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing right now?
Did you watch The Office this weekend or something?
Did you watch an episode? Is that what you want us to ask? Okay, Kenny, we'll play along. Did you watch an episode of The Office this weekend?
Well, that was the theme of that episode.
It's the theme of every episode.
Well, no, because it was the sexual harassment episode. What's his name?
The one where Pam's mom?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So Michael Scott was turned over a new leaf.
Yeah.
And what's my man's name? Jim.
You always leave me wanting more. Are you talking about
Jim's the one that was like egging him on
yes.
to say that? Yeah.
Well, you always left me satisfied.
That was the funniest part. I can't even really say. I just probably should say it on the.
It's a
commercial.
TV show. Say it.
Nah, man, I ain't gonna say it, man. I'll say it.
Say it. I'll dump it if it's that bad.
It can't be that bad. It's The Office.
I ain't gonna say it on the commercial, man. I ain't comfortable saying
Boo.
it. Hey,
wow. Kenny Hogan out here just getting booed out of the building.
Bill Packer, was that his debut?
Todd Packer.
Bill Packer was an announcer who was like one of my favorites. Gentlemen.
Was that Todd Packer's debut?
Actually,
yes. No, that definitely wasn't. I think that was Todd Packer's debut. Yeah.
Bill Packer was he somebody?
Look at you. You're proud of this, right? So how many episodes did you watch?
Just that one.
Okay. Well, all right.
I finished Lost yesterday.
So Jesse watched the entire series of Lost before you got to the next episode of season 2. Okay, so we're okay. Here you go.
Come on, man.
No, that's good. That's what you wanted.
Nobody thought I could get it done. Nobody thought I was gonna do this. The whole world didn't think I would get this done, and I did. Stop playing with me. Episode 2.
No one's proud of you. I just want to be very, very clear. No one is at all proud of you for what you did. As Polo says, KC averages an episode every 8 months. And that's a kind analogy. That's a kind percentage.
Stop playing with me.
Jesse, what'd you think of
I'm not gonna lie, I got to a point where I'm watching the last episode, and I'm next to Crystal watching, like, all right, this is starting to piss me off.
You just
Like-
wanted it to end, right?
Yeah, like there was nothing being like it got answered. I guess like I get the ending and how like
what's your interpretation of the ending?
well
'Cause
they
I-
all died and they're going into this whatever spiritual world, heaven. What do you want to call that? Like
so they
that's
were
where
in
they're
some,
going.
so
They
were
all
in some,
died.
like,
They all died.
so they were in some like purgatory.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not ever gonna.
it was
Spoiler alert. I'm for anybody listening. I'm not ever. Gonna
Lost is a
So,
TV show. It's 6 seasons.
Did-
I finished it yesterday. That's it.
Were they lost? Was it a figment of their imagination? Like, what the hell?
Yeah, they were
yes,
lost. Yeah, they were
that's,
lost.
That's
yeah.
yes. That's kind of the
on
thought.
Earth.
Well, no, in like a so tell me if I got this right. The plane crashes, and it's like you hear this with people who almost die. They go through something. The show is them going through something. And at the end, they walk through the little white. So the show opens with Jack, who's the main character, opening his eyes. It's a view with him on his back, his eyes open, the camera pans up, you see that he's laying on the ground, he opens his eyes. That's how the show starts.
Okay.
They go through 6 seasons of God knows what, walk through something with light, all together smiling happy. The light fades out, that camera view hits again, Jack closes his eyes.
So what I get from that is they were dead the
They
entire
were
time.
the whole time.
See, that's not what I don't think they were dead the whole time.
Or were dying.
I think
Okay,
I
then
think
what?
Jack died on the island or whatever, but like Kate and Sawyer, James, whatever you want to call it, like, they got off on the plane at the end or whatever. And then like Hugo stays on the island because they talk about that at the end. Like they lived, I don't know, it's weird. The show the show don't make sense, but they weren't dead on the island.
Wait, was Sawyer in the room that went to the
yeah,
right?
they all were, but it's just
So why is he not dead?
he did, but eventually the whole timing of it all it doesn't make sense.
This is why the show sucks.
Yes, that's why I said
Because
the
of
last
this right
episode. I'm like,
here.
all right, this is starting to piss me off a little bit. I don't know what like they weren't dead though. I don't think they weren't dead the whole time. Some
Jesse
died.
would know
but-
better than I would.
Hey,
Yeah.
It sounds like they
was
were
the
dead.
cast of Lost dead.
I'm
No,
waiting for.
No, now she's giving me the cast. Okay. Jorge Garcia. All right.
Yeah, I'm like I said, Jesse would know better than I. He
forget
just
it.
watched it, but it sounds to me they were dead the entire time,
No.
especially if they weren't on.
Like the baby.
Like we don't even know if they were on Earth.
See, I don't believe they were dead the entire time. Some
Well, no,
died on
they
the
were
island.
on
Some got
Earth.
off the island. Yeah, they were on Earth. It's just
But if they got off the island, why were they in that room together?
How do
because
we-
that's separate. That's like the whole parallel.
And why
side
did they
universe.
leave Jack there to die?
how do we know they were on?
He had to sacrifice himself. He thought
He just laid there.
it's Jack. I don't know. Jack's a weird guy.
What do you think? Jack just went to the same spot, laid down, and closed his eyes?
He kind of did. What's his name?
That's
The Morrison. Adam Morrison.
That's not what happened. The plane crashes. Everybody, like Jack is fighting with dying. That's what I think it is. He's fighting with dying. And then the end, he stops fighting and closes his eyes and he dies.
That sounds like it. Why doesn't?
Never watch this show.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
can.
If you're listening, never
I'm
ever
not.
watch
You
it.
can watch it to say you watched it, but like it's not even a.
Okay,
top
you can do
show.
it.
Yeah,
Just know
if
you're
you
gonna-
want. It's
just-
it's a show. That's
just
all I
know-
can tell you.
Just know you're going to leave pissed off.
I mean,
if
what-
you watch it, you're just going to leave
What are
pissed
we
off.
talking about? Like 120 episodes or something?
I mean, 6 seasons. I
We'll
don't,
average
I don't
it
know
out
if
about
it's-
15 per
Yeah, I
season.
don't think it's 20
probably.
per. And they're an hour. It's not like it's 30.
No, hell no, we ain't watching this, bro.
And there's moments where you're super like, oh, this is okay.
Mm.
Like I told you that one season where they were flashing forward, that was fire.
Mm.
And then it just was like, what am I watching?
You just end up hating a lot of people, like a lot of the characters.
yeah,
too. Like
especially-
Kate was just always like, "Oh, we got this plan." Kate's like, "Oh, I'm gonna mess it up then."
Kate's
The
just,
entire time, yes.
Kate's just banging everyone on the
Oh.
damn island.
Charlie, I was trying to get Charlie off the show from day one.
Well, Charlie was off the show in like day 2. wasn't he?
Exactly.
All right. This is okay. So watch Lost at your own
Watch The Office like I do.
Yeah, well, one episode every 8 months. We'll come back. We'll talk more Sacramento Kings basketball, including Kings fans finding a reason to be pissed off after a
man.
23-point
Come
win.
on, guys.
Stilo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
So what he said, I don't want to say, but when he was with what's the What's the lady's name? The worker, the older heavyset lady.
Phyllis.
Phyllis. When he says, Phyllis, I love you.
Yeah.
I'm attracted to you. There's only one problem. What did he say?
No, he
He
said,
there's only one thing I'm worried about.
Yeah, he
That's
said,
getting a boner.
I'm not gonna lie. If you said it on the show, I wouldn't know what to do. I probably would have dumped it, but
only thing I'm worried about is getting a boner. That's funny.
Oh man. See the Office, it's not a show that I laugh out loud with like the entire time. Like I might chuckle, be like, recognize it's funny. But once an episode, I'll be like and that was the moment right there. Oh, chuckling. Happy.
Chris, you're right. Casey is really, really proud of this episode. Really, really proud.
And I watched the Superfan one too.
There you go. That's how you do it. There's no point in watching the other ones. Shams look like the coolest dude on TV when he wear I don't know, that black.
That's a nice jacket.
Yeah, that black cooks.
That's a nice jacket.
I don't know, goes perfectly with the jet black hair, I guess. He's cooking. I think this is the only episode where they've actually edited something off TV. I think.
Oh.
Oh man, let him live. Kyle Madsen.
You guys were on, so I just come barging in here.
Come hang out, man. Could have come barging in if we were on. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I know, I usually do.
Yeah, that's fine. It's all good.
I want to go read my book and eat my lunch.
There you go. Good stuff. Enjoy.
I'm excited about it.
Sky River Casino is the place to play with 2,100 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games. Sky is the limit over at Sky River Casino. Great tables, great games, tremendous food. Make your way over there when you're looking for something to do. We got a couple of things cooking for the next couple of weeks out there. As soon as we have the chance to pass it along to you, we most definitely will. Kings win their 6th straight at home. Kings win 9 of 11. Kings are up to the 8th spot in the Western Conference. Kings beat the Wizards by 23.
Good luck.
Kings blow out a bad team.
Handle business.
And still, there were people who found reasons to be frustrated following the Kings-Wizards game on Sunday. And I blame Matt George for it.
I guess I missed this. What were they saying?
Well, I guess me and Matt George were upset.
Well, Matt had
probably the bigger reaction though.
Matt
'Cause that was crazy.
Matt
in that clip.
Matt had his camera trained on Kyle Kuzma, who walked over before tip-off to dap up Vivek Ranadive, Kings owner. And that seems to infuriated some people. Kings fans, maybe a colleague or two of D'Lo and KC, they seem to have been upset by Kyle Kuzma dapping up Vivek Ranadive and then following it up with a 3 for 15 performance.
Oof, tough.
So Kings fans, I don't want Kyle Kuzma. He stinks. He'd be so bad for this team. He'd ruin the chemistry. He's awful. He's terrible. He'd be a downgrade. Oh, look at him. Begging the owner for a trade and then can't even shoot well.
So
I'm gonna find Matt's tweet and see what some of the quote tweets say.
So
because I'm sure they're
got to the game.
There is background between them too, with Kuzma and Vivek.
Yeah, Vivek's wanted him on his team for like 6 years.
Well, they're investing in a Major League Volleyball team too.
Yeah, they got a relationship.
Yeah.
But so I got there, early enough on Sunday, and Kuzma was working out, and I just took some video, asked the question, "Future King?" with a little thinking emoji, and I'm not even here to be like, "Oh, it went viral." I'm not saying that because there's no like real retweets, there's no likes, just 62 replies of no. That's all it is. Just reply no, don't want them. Are you crazy? Da 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 da. I'm like, all right, guys. Well, all right, that's fine. That's fine. But then yesterday I asked the question. I said, look, all we heard, especially when Mike Brown was fired, was Monty McNair should be fired because he didn't do anything. This roster needs help, and just do something. Do anything to help these guys out. And somebody says, hey, why don't you get Kyle Kuzma? And it's no way in hell. No, don't do that. That would be so stupid. Well, okay.
Beam Kings 916 says, keep him as far away from as possible from our franchise. Dom Don't Sleep says, we don't want bro. Laughing emoji, laughing emoji, laughing emoji. A Conor McGregor meme that just says no.
Dismiss this guy using Conor.
Kel says, I'd rather we did nothing at all. I'm so serious.
And this is what I say. There's a couple things. Number one, first of all, stop saying do something, do anything, because you don't mean it. And you're trying to be dramatic on Twitter and on the radio and all this other stuff for dramatic effect only, because you don't mean that. Because I gave you a player, a bona fide NBA player right there, and it's anybody but him. So let's just stop. Maybe I'm too literal with it, but stop saying do anything, Monty, because you don't believe that. You don't mean that. You're being dramatic. All right, so let's settle down with there. Second of all, look, Kyle Kuzma, I don't know where this whole notion that he's just this awful player came from. Like, he's not a bad player. He's not. He's just not. And the whole notion that he wants to do that instead of win.
He wants to do what?
He wants to play on a team instead of win. He wants to play in a bad organization instead of win, and make money and all this other stuff instead of win.
Because he would be the first NBA player in history to pick money.
Right. I mean,
also, Kyle Kuzma against the Golden State Warriors was 7 of 12, 3 of 6 from 3 for 22 points. Game before he was 2 games before he had 22.
I think people
3 of 8 from 3.
And people are like, KC, you're just defending Kuzma, all this. I was like, I guess I am, but I don't think he's like this great basketball player. But I also don't think he is this detriment to the locker room, and he's just awful. All the metrics, look at his advanced analytics and all this other stuff. Like, all right, man. Like,
there's no shred of evidence that shows Kyle Kuzma is damaging to any locker room he's been in.
No,
not one.
No. And this notion that he is, I don't understand where it comes from. Like literally the only thing that I can point to is because you guys don't like that
The way he
was
dresses.
dressing.
Mhm.
And
he played for the
cut-
Lakers. This particular franchise, I think part of it is that he played for the Lakers.
I think, well, it can't be because when he was with the Lakers, he won a championship.
But they don't
So
recognize that
because they look at him
championship.
as a losing player.
Mhm.
So you can't possibly be thinking about him as a Laker because that's when he was winning and he was a major factor to them winning. They have to be thinking about Washington, the wardrobe and all this other stuff, which he said he cut out this year, by the way.
And you ridiculed him for it. You and
I
your
said,
your
"Keep-
producer
I said,
friend
come
in
on."
there.
Well, the announcement is what we ridiculed him for. Like, all right, sir. Just show up in sweats. I don't need you announcing it.
It's a lot of pressure, guys.
Yeah,
Old E, our brother Old E, obviously very, very familiar with Kyle Kuzma. He says you have to get him motivated, and then he has like 10 exclamation points. That's my only gripe. 10 more exclamation points. He's ass unless he can be motivated. Old E, tell me how you're aware of this. What do you got a relationship with what? Frank Vogel? Who? Help a brother out. Like give us some insight. Because I'd be very curious.
And to be honest, maybe people can find the article or something. I can't remember like a crossword being said about Kyle Kuzma by teammates or anybody else like that.
Kyle Kuzma is averaging 14 points per game, 5 rebounds, and 2 assists. There are people who will tell you Mason Plumlee will be valuable for this franchise. Here's the thing. You cannot like Kyle Kuzma if you want. Like that's perfectly within you. But also shut up. Because Monty's got to do something. He's got to do something. It's what you were just saying a minute ago. You can't ask him to do something and then be mad when he goes, "Oh, there's talks of acquiring Kyle Kuzma from Washington."
And everybody, I'll take Valanciunas as well. Well, you might not get him. Like if you just get Kuzma, you just get Kuzma. Like it's fine.
Kyle Kuzma is not coming to Sacramento to start. Kyle Kuzma is coming to Sacramento to be a significantly better version than Kevin Huerter, who is about this close. And I apologize to the radio audience, but I'm making that gesture where we're not far away from Kevin not even be referenced when we're talking about Kings games anymore. He's regularly in single-digit minutes now. He's not a factor in what the Sacramento Kings are doing.
Where does the Kuzma's not a winning player stuff come from too?
Because he's on the worst team in basketball.
What is the thing? Is LaMelo Ball not a winning player? And like, are all these players on bad teams not winning players then? Because like Kuzma
James
was starting, averaging like 20 a game with the Lakers, came off the bench with the Lakers, like took a role there, won a title, and then like, so is it just the Wizard stuff? Because like, all right, then there's like 5 different teams with full of players that aren't winning players, I guess.
We have jokingly about it, but I think it's absolutely, and you've mentioned it before, it's the wardrobe stuff. It's the wardrobe stuff. And when he was a free agent, and here's the crazy thing about like Sacramento, my people here in Sacramento saying that the Wizards were bad. And Kyle Kuzma, we're just going off of what's on record. And, he was getting money, so I'm not disputing that. But he said one of his reasons for re-signing was, I want to help lead. I want to lead. We're not good right now. I want to turn this into a winning situation. We have begged randoms to do that here in Sacramento for years. And this guy said, no, I want to be the difference. Like I want to be the guy and help turn this franchise around. Has it worked? Is he even capable of it? No, and probably not. But that's not how are we disparaging him for one, trying to get paid, like get your money, and 2, trying to take on the role of being a franchise changer or a culture changer for a team that was losing. Like, how is that a bad thing?
We also point out Kyle Kuzma hasn't requested a trade.
No.
He signed a contract to do all of those things you're talking about, and he's out there playing basketball. There's absolutely nothing to read into him, despite people like Kenny Caraway and Matt George following these players around like paparazzi with their cameras and posting pictures of him dapping up an owner. Like it's not unusual. 2, it's not even a thing. As Jesse noted, those two have history together. Like it's not a thing. But yet we get frustrated with him because, he should have taken less and come and played for Sacramento 2 years ago when he had the chance. Okay, bitch, you take less. You take less to go work at a different job somewhere else in a different city. You do that. You in Sacramento right now, you go take a different job to work somewhere else and not get paid as much. Do that. We're quick to tell these dudes what to do with their money because it's money that we can't fathom having. So you do it. You try it in your real life. I'm getting $100,000 salary here from this company, but I'm going to move to a completely new situation and make 60. I'm going to do that because that's what I'd expect the players I want to play for my favorite basketball team to do. Right. Stop it. Stop. Kyle Kuzma did what every other NBA player has done. Kyle Kuzma did what Carmelo Anthony did, except he didn't request a trade. Carmelo did. Kyle Kuzma did exactly what LeBron James did when he left Cleveland. He signed the sign and trade. Did it help Cleveland? Sure. Got him the most money he could get, though. This is what athletes do, particularly in basketball. Again, bro hasn't requested a trade. He's just playing basketball.
And he stayed in a city and in a place that he liked. Like, what's wrong with that? How does that make him a loser? How does that make him a losing ball player?
It's just unfortunate he had a bad game. That's really what this boils down to, is he just had a bad game.
They would have felt the same way if he played well. For whatever reason, they just don't.
Well, then you just would have been stupid.
They just don't like Kyle Kuzma.
Because that would have been 2 games in a row. If we just use those other numbers, you're shooting 45% from 3, and you go, no, don't want that. No, I don't want that guy out there shooting threes next to Keon Ellis's defense. No. 2 40% 3-point shooters coming off of our bench. We don't want that. No, stop it.
And our girl, Christina Warner, she's like the president of the club.
Well, that's okay.
Yeah.
Christina Warner's a fan. Yeah. That's okay. She hated my take on De'Aaron Fox, and that's perfectly fine. I hate her take on Kyle Kuzma. That's perfectly fine too.
And like I said, I don't understand how a team who's playing like 6.5 players right now would be smart for just turning away a guy who, by all intents and purposes, is perfectly fine. And then securing the Bagley and everybody else, they point to his numbers right now. The Wizards stink. Like, so we know for sure, and we're just going to assume that if he comes here, he's going to shoot as poorly as he has with the sorry Wizards, because now he's not going to be a number 1 option. Now he's going to get more open looks. Like, people were a month ago, Keegan Murray was shooting 27%. Nobody was calling him a losing basketball player and was trying to run him out of town.
What's Keegan shooting now? Like 30 something?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Got in a different situation. And look, the game has gotten better. Talking about Keegan Murray.
Mm-hmm.
It could absolutely happen with a guy like Kyle Kuzma. And I once, like you said, everybody's entitled to their own opinion about this. I just don't understand, number one, how you could ask Monty to do something, do anything, and then when that anything is presented to you, it's, no, not him. I'd rather us do nothing.
So so that's the thing. You can't say Monty has to do something. You have to say Monty McNair has to ... Go trade for John Collins. Here's how they do it. Go trade for Cam Johnson. Here's how they do it. Here's why they work. You can't say, well, Monty's got to do something. And then when you're presented with something, go, no. Oh, I want Mason Plumlee instead.
Well, look, and a lot of you guys.
Who's the brother who was traded from Charlotte? Nick Richards.
Nick Richards. A lot of you guys. I'm not here to fact check nobody. Well, sometimes I do, but not with none of you guys. But a lot of y'all wanted Dorian Finney-Smith. A lot of y'all wanted Dennis Schroeder, and we're really upset when Monty when the Warriors made that deal. You know what I mean? Really upset when the Lakers got Dorian Finney-Smith. Both of those teams have been garbage. Well, the Warriors have been garbage. The Lakers have just been bad since those deals. And don't nobody run that back. Don't nobody sit up here and say, man, Finney-Smith he's doing great with the Lakers. I was the one I said I wanted him, or I wish we would have had him. Schroeder, great backup point guard, providing scoring off the bench. Wish we would have had him. Nobody's saying that.
I'd love to have a conversation with someone who said they wanted Dennis Schroeder here in Sacramento. Love Dennis Schroeder, the ball player, recognized the Sacramento Kings roster. That's not the move they needed to make.
That was a weird one because he got traded that night, and there were some people that weren't too happy.
Well, they saw a trade.
Yeah,
that's what I think it boils down
Mm-hmm.
to. Is the trade party started and the Kings weren't invited again.
Right. And maybe it just maybe if he would have came here, it would have worked out better. Maybe if Finney Smith would have came here, it would have worked out. I don't know what he's personally doing with the Lakers, but the Lakers the Lakers aren't elevated by having Finney Smith on the roster. So excuse me if I'm not really that concerned with whether or not you want Kyle Kuzma or not, because you've been wrong before and you'll be wrong again if you get bet against him.
Mary B brings up a good point. Remember when they traded for Domas?
Don't even get me started with that one.
Hose was mad.
Don't even get me started with that
They
one.
was mad.
Kyle Kuzma, who they may or may not come here. Like somebody even asked me, they're like, KC, like you talking a lot of Kyle Kuzma. Do you know something? I don't know anything.
I think can't be known.
I don't. In this case, I don't know nothing. And they were like, "Do you think he's coming here?" I actually don't think he's gonna come here to Sacramento. Like, I don't think he's gonna be traded to Sacramento. But if he did, like, I think Kyle Kuzma could help this team out. I think he could.
I wonder, like, did they even talk the other day? Like, did Washington and Sacramento talk? Yeah, like, I mean, it's not, we know enough to know it's not a fan created thing. Maybe the Valanciunas thing is, I don't know. The interest in Kyle Kuzma has been there for
a while.
Since the Last Supper. Like, it's been there forever.
Russell Westbrook got traded to Utah that one time.
Pretty much.
Kyle Kuzma thought he was like accepting the fact that he was coming to Sacramento and was on record saying, like, I wasn't tripping. Like, it's all good. Like, I'll take a quick flight from LA or whatever. Like, it's cool.
Pretty sure we spent 10 minutes with like Deuce and Mo talking about the trade happening.
Yeah, we
like,
thought it was happening. Yeah. Until it wasn't.
So that kind of baffled me. The whole scenario baffled me over the weekend. And like I said, I do think that if Kyle Kuzma were to come to the Sacramento Kings, he would help. Like, he would help for sure.
Here's the thing that I know for sure. He wouldn't hurt.
I agree.
Now, I know no one wants I know everyone wants an upgrade and something to help and all that stuff. But worst case scenario is not going to hurt, because what you're sending out isn't doing anything. What you're sending out is being phased out. Kings would be fine. You'll probably would lose Trey in that situation, which would suck, but the Kings will be fine.
Yeah, I agree. Martin 23 Kings says, if JV talking about Valanciunas' pair with Kuz, would y'all do it? Absolutely. Damian brought up the trade last week with those two coming over here. That'd be a hell of a deal. That'd be a really good deal. But I'm here to tell you, even if he wasn't, and you had an opportunity to get Kyle Kuzma, like, I'd take Kyle Kuzma by himself, because to what you're talking about, he's not gonna hurt. Like, he's not gonna drag you down compared to what's going on right now. You're not really getting much of anything outside of Keon. You're not getting much of anything off the bench. And I like Trey Lyles. I want to keep Trey Lyles, but he's in a little bit of a tough spot right now as well. You laid out Kevin Huerter, who is literally in the position of, we're going to sub you in here in the second quarter. We'll see how you play. And if it's good, you'll get back in the second half. If not, that might be your night.
You'll play a few in the third, and that's it.
Yeah. So, like, bringing in Kyle Kuzma, who, once again, everybody wants to point at his numbers right now, where he's the number one on the worst team in basketball, and equate that to this is what he would do here. Just like on the flip side, you look at Cam Johnson and look at his numbers and say, well, this is what he would do here in Sacramento. He ain't averaging 17 when he get here in Sacramento. Like, he's not. He'd be lucky to get 7 shots a night here in Sacramento. So just like you like to do that for somebody who's got some positive numbers that you like, and have to adjust that for coming out here in a different situation with the Kings, you need to look at somebody that maybe the numbers aren't as good and see if they could be elevated potentially, or they could be more efficient potentially with better people around them and in a different role. Like you mentioned, he's coming off the bench. He's going to be a third, fourth option when he's out there. Like, yeah, like it's not going to be the same situation as Washington.
And even coming off the bench, he's not going to be the one off the bench. Keon's earned that. Keon is the dude coming off of this bench.
Yeah.
He is electrifying at this point in a very, very different way than Malik was when he was coming off the bench, or Malik is in the starting lineup. Like Keon is the do-all guy that Kings fans continuously fall in love with. The Bobby, the far different category. The Quincy Aces, like just that this dude is busting their ass night in, night out, and he does it in an incredibly effective way. And when he gets hot, and he now we got something to we got the motion. Oh, when he gets hot, boy, sit down.
There's a buzz when he does anything in the Golden One Center. There's a buzz, like if he gets a steal, like almost how we talked about in the early day, and it still goes on, but in the early days of Malik, when he dunks, it was different from when De'Aaron dunks.
I think that's still true.
Yeah, it's none of that has gone anywhere. Yeah. But now Keon has that.
Yeah.
When Keon hits a three, it's a little louder than if Herter hits a three. Although they still really want Herter to do it.
I think they're just cheering for Buddy at this point. Like, come on, guy. Come on, little buddy. You can do it.
They want Herter to hit a three. But it's just, to your point, though, it's just different when Keon's out there, man. There's a buzz in that arena when Keon is out there doing anything. And it's great to see, man. It's great to see.
The thing with Keon is you really don't know what he's going to do. Is he going to get a steal, lead a break? Is he going to throw a oop? Is he going to catch a oop? Yeah. Is he going to hit a three? Is he going to block a shot?
Yeah.
All of those things could happen.
Everything's in play.
Every single thing. Yeah.
Everything's in play, man. So I think, well, so there's a lot of stuff circling out there with trade stuff, right? And I don't know. I'd ask you and Jesse, like, what would all things considered, and we can go through them a little bit, when we come back. But like, what would be the move that you would go after if you were the Kings? Because it seems like they may have a couple of things on the table to kind of choose from.
We always say that. I don't think they have anything at all on the table to choose from.
Not hammer through some stuff out on the insiders.
Yeah, and not like Brooklyn or Utah is just waiting to hear from them. But it's almost like for all my people that are out there dating, if you got 3 women out there that you could choose from, you got to choose which one you're going to put your energy into, right? Like, all right, I mean, nothing's a done deal with any of these people, but I'm going to put my foot forward with this one. Like, which is the one that they are going to really start getting on the phone with and start talking to?
Well, to stick with your dating analogy, that might very well be true. And the one you want to put your energy into, she could have 2 or 3 other dudes in addition to you, who she's like, yeah, which one of these 3 do I want to put my energy into?
And that's where the conundrum comes into when you talk about when you even choose which one you want to put your energy into.
It's a wild analogy, bro.
I'm going to break it down.
Who are the Sacramento Kings going to date when we get back?
I'm glad that you recognized me looking at the screen was push the button. That's good stuff. No, that's good stuff. That's good stuff. Did we retire show tweets? There's no show tweet there. All right. Died. Kenny's boy. It depends. What do you mean? No, because you have to build them into reels. Otherwise it gets like posting a full long thread or a full video won't do anything. I mean, we can, I guess, see what it does, but I changed my Instagram handle.
King DB underscore.
I wanted you to change yours too, but yours was taken. It's D-Lo on the radio. And I did that because I had to start throwing out my handle on jams in San Francisco. Like, they don't know who the fuck Damian Barling is. Like, what are you doing? I need to come up with something better and settled on D-Lo on the radio.
I can't live without my radio.
Then I was like, I wonder if Casey on the radio is taken, and it is by some
who's this jackass?
Some goof who sings in his car.
Oh my gosh.
With like no followers of consequence.
Hey, why don't you pay him so I can get my
change your name to Casey the Car Singer.
Where's this guy? Casey on the radio.
Just send the chatty house to him. Tell him, change your name.
He's singing. Come on. Oh, this Casey on the radio guy.
Yo, man, get this guy.
We need to get this dude to come off that handle so you could have
Get this dude out of here, bro. Get this guy out of here.
Got to up my social media game, so I had to change my handle to @D-Lo on the radio.
That's I can't live without my radio.
I didn't change Twitter because Twitter is primarily sports, so I don't feel like I need to do that. I just did it for Instagram.
Twitter's a weird app, man.
Well,
I gotta
shout out.
It's already starting too.
@IMDDiddy.
That's not no.
There's so many things wrong
that
with that.
Just feels wrong.
Yeah,
I don't even know if it
Jesse.
is.
Thank you.
Flag.
It ain't me. It's him.
It's a flag on both of you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a good call right
not
there.
even sure if that's right.
I love that. And you tried to throw Dr. David under the bus.
That's him. I didn't come up with that.
You put it on the screen.
Well, that's him. That's just
you
what
could
he
have.
said.
You could have let it go.
It's attached to his name.
You put it on the screen. Twitter handles for you. KC the Office Guy. You could do that. See if that's available.
Casey the Office Guy.
We're trying to get our handles to sync up. It's like, what's Kenny's? It's like King Casey _ Oh, that's terrible. That's awful. Well, I don't know. Has it always been that? No. Well, what was it before? Well,
yeah, we had to change it.
What was it? Like @IMK Diddy. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Had to change it. Yes, indeed.
Tough times for us out here. Okay, so what are we doing? The Sacramento Kings dating game? By the way, congratulations to us. An hour and 17 minutes, only show in the country that has not discussed football. An hour and 17 minutes show. Did they discuss the ending of Lost, or Kenny watching a second episode of The Office?
These people should know by now. We get to football and playoff football on Wednesday and Thursday.
Yeah, as long as there's not a game on Tuesday.
We'll just leave it alone this week.
No. We purposely came in late today because we don't want to run into any co-workers who might be a little too excited to talk about the results of some of the games.
Much like our Kuzma situation, it's just, man, it's a nuanced conversation that
relax, Chris Sims.
Oh my gosh, bro, this dude's wild, man.
Chris Sims is
he is wild.
Chris Sims, why don't you read me that play John Gruden wanted you to say that one time in training camp?
Chris Sims gave the most predictable take on that pass match.
That was crazy.
Because as soon as that play happened with Lamar, I was like, who's going to be the one to blame Lamar Jackson for that play?
Chris Sims, come on down.
It was Chris Sims.
Come on down.
So again, this is the Sacramento Kings dating game?
Well, so yes, because everybody, has some flaws, right?
Mm-hmm.
Has some things that you got to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
And I've got 3 scenarios. This really is like Love Connection. There was 3 contestants on Love Connection.
It's exciting.
3 contestants here. You've got John Collins in Utah, right? Evan Sittery said, the Kings, he actually started all this. He said the Kings have a plan A and a plan B.
Mm-hmm.
Cam Johnson, he was talking about that over the weekend. He said Cam Johnson is plan A. They're trying to work things out. But if it doesn't work out, they can go to plan B, which is John Collins. We've laid out a scenario here with Valanciunas and Kuzma, with the Wizards being worked out. And then Evan also said that the price for Kuzma is plummeting as we speak. It used to be a first rounder, and people have just laughed them out of the building. So who knows what they're willing to take back now? But in one contestant is John
I
Collins.
really wish I had game shows. I'm looking all over for like theme music, but all I have is our
you got
pocket watching.
You got John Collins, who is a really good fit, a really good ball player, and I think would be a really good addition to the Sacramento Kings. It feels like it would work out perfectly. Here's the issue with this person. You got to deal with Danny Ainge. And Danny Ainge could have you wasting your entire time for a deal that may not even happen.
He's been known to do that.
So while you look at John Collins, everybody says, John Collins, that's what I want. All right, man. Like there's a potential, and you can do it. I'm not saying don't, but there's a potential. You put all your energy into that deal, and then you get to February 7th, and Danny then just wasted your time the entire time. Just wasted it. So that's a scenario that you got to look at. With Brooklyn, you got Cam Johnson there. Now, Cam Johnson, he may be somebody that you can get cheaper than anybody, because it feels like it would just be Herter, but maybe you got to get rid of some picks. Maybe you got to come off a first-round pick. James was saying on the Insider, if the Kings, the word he's hearing is if the Kings were to improve the pick, the deal could be done today. And that says to me, they probably want – I'm assuming that the Kings aren't offering a first-rounder, and they want a first-rounder.
I think James mentioned something about unprotected pick too.
Yeah. An unprotected first-rounder. Do you want to do that? We'll see. The last one is Kuzma, and it may just be Kuzma by himself. Could be Kuzma and Valanciunas. That would be great as well. But that would probably mean that you have to give up Trey Lyles to match up the salaries. So now if it's just Kuzma, you're doing like damn near a 2-for-1 situation, and that's an issue because you don't have anybody coming back and you're losing a player in the deal. If you get Valanciunas involved, maybe that works out where you could just a 2-for-2 swap. But it's also cheap. Like you may not have to give up a lot of draft picks or a second rounder or a conditional second rounder or something like that. So with the 3 scenarios laid out, all things encompassing, not just the players, which road would you go down?
It's a tough decision here, pal.
I don't think Utah's real. Not because of John Collins, not because of but because of Danny Ainge. Danny Ainge had PH and Lauri Markkanen trades for months. Lauri Markkanen was never available. Now, maybe you said this before. Maybe if someone made an overly stupid offer, he'd take it. I don't think anyone was ever going to do that. I don't think he was truly ever available. So I'm eliminating John Collins from the conversation. Not the player, to be clear. I'm not eliminating John Collins, the player.
Right.
I'm eliminating the Utah Jazz and Danny Ainge in that situation.
Which is what you got to do when you break these things down. It's not just the player. It's who you got to work with and everything that comes with it. So in this case, you're saying, man, I got to deal with Danny Ainge, who probably not even serious. So I'm eliminate that.
Right. And then going to Cam Johnson. I'll use a term you used to use, the wart. The thing you're hanging on is the protections or perhaps lack thereof of the pick. And then Kuzma, I think what your issue is probably Kuzma.
Yeah.
More than it is anything else. In the dating game scenario that you just presented, I'd go with Brooklyn.
I think that would be my first choice as well.
I think Cam Johnson is, if he's not the best player, okay, again, I'm eliminating Utah. I can't have John Collins in this conversation because I don't believe Danny Ainge. So between Kyle Kuzma and Cam Johnson, I like Cam Johnson in this situation. And the conditions of the pick don't bother me.
You would give up an unprotected first for Cam Johnson?
and only
We'll go Kevin Herter and an unprotected first.
Yeah, it's fine with me.
I don't hate that. Unprotected always is kind of wonky. Just give in.
Maybe if you can ask for a second back,
Hmm.
so you don't have nothing in terms of draft capital, but you probably have to work for that a little bit.
I already know how people are gonna
send him Kobe Jones.
Send him Kobe Jones. He got recalled from Stockton, I guess you could say.
It happens every day.
Yeah, it really does. I don't even know what
who went on. Was it Isaac Jones?
Isaac, yeah.
Someone had a nice little ball game.
They had 42 last night for Isaac Jones. Big ups to him. So I'm asking.
Don't do this.
I'm asking everybody. Okay. I know how the general public is going to respond to this. So you can put your 2 cents in, but I already know how you feel. Is Cam Johnson better than Kyle Kuzma?
Yeah, I think so.
What
For what
makes
the
him
Kings
better?
need. For what the Kings need, I think so.
You think he's a better player than Kyle Kuzma?
For the role that you'll be having Cam Johnson come in, yeah, I think he'd be better than Kyle Kuzma. I think Cam Johnson showed it with the Suns and all that. Like, this is kind of, I think he'd be a seamless fit. Kyle Kuzma, I think he'd be fine, but I got a little more questions on him than I do Cam Johnson.
To be clear, I think they both work.
But aside from working, do you guys think Cam Johnson is a better player than Kyle Kuzma?
I think they're the same. Maybe I think Cam's a little bit better.
I think Kyle's a little bit better.
Okay,
That's
fine.
Like,
like to me,
they're pretty close.
Yeah, I think if you went plus minus, it's marginal no matter what. I don't think there's no one to me who can make an argument that Cam is significantly better than Kyle Kuzma. There's no one who can make an argument that Kyle is significantly better than Cam.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that. I agree. The only reason I asked that though is because there's for some people, you could be passing on the better player for what you think is a better fit. Like, I think their fit would actually kind of be the same. Like, I think you might get a little bit more efficient shooting from Cam Johnson, a little bit more. You get a better rebounder traditionally with Kyle Kuzma.
Is Kuzma 2 for 1?
What you mean?
Like, am I giving up Trey and Herter to get Kyle Kuzma here?
Is that
the deal?
The salaries make it where you have to do that, right? Because he makes 22, 23 million, and you may have to add to get to the threshold needed for the trade. You may have to add somebody. Maybe Kobe Jones works. Maybe Alex Lynn and Kobe Jones work or something like that. But just in your scenario, let's just say yes. Like, it is Trey Lyles and Kevin Herter.
Yeah, that's an area. I think I'm sticking with Cam Johnson. Because I think if I could just give up Herter and stick with Trey Lyles, Keon, I got Cam Johnson there. It's something I can work with.
I also think Kuzma might be a little bit better defender than Cam Johnson. People
Really?
talking about defense. I think he might be a little bit better defender. I think it's about the same though.
Okay.
I think it's about the same.
I don't know if I'm hanging my hat on either one of those things.
I factor
but
in the rebounding
I guess,
as well.
Yeah.
And I think Kuzma's a better rebounder than
so
Cam Johnson.
it's safe to say then you're taking the dating game Washington situation. I forgot.
In the Washington situation, I did say.
Are you dating 2 girls in the Washington situation or just
I'm
one?
never dating 2 girls.
I understand that. I'm talking about the Sacramento Kings Washington Wizards situation.
I think
not Kenny Caraway's love life.
I think I laid it out as Valanciunas and Kuzma.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
that's kind of different.
And with
so now the question,
Cam, you're just giving up Herter. You get to keep Trey Lyles because I think their contracts work the right way.
Oh, so just you said Herter.
Yeah, you can go because I think Cam makes $16 million a year. So and Herter's at 14, right?
Herter, I think Herter's a little higher than that, but not much, but I think he's a little higher than that. But I can't remember because this was an eternity ago that he signed, and you've got draft picks hanging on. The trade isn't even complete for Kevin Herter yet.
It's not.
The worst trade since
later.
Deshaun Watson. This damn trade isn't complete. And don't blame Vlade. He didn't do it.
Kevin Herter's at $16.8 million.
Okay.
Even if it is Jonas and Kuzma, I think I'm still sticking with Cam. He's shooting 50% from the field and 42% from three this year.
I don't know if I want to date Brooklyn anymore. I think I'm back to Washington.
And as I look at this, you would need somebody else. And a Cam Johnson deal would be a 2-for-1. Now,
Well, Ham was saying that you could do it with Herter in a minimum.
yeah, I put Alex Len in there. So that works. But it's still a 2-for-1. And you
I'll take Alex Len out. Kobe Jones, you going to Brooklyn.
I'm a little torn. I think, man, if it's JV and Kuzma, I think I'm going Washington.
Yeah, I think so too. I think so too.
I don't hate it. I'm stuck on the shooting numbers with Cam. I'll admit.
Cam will be a heck of an option, though. I like his game a lot. I like his game a lot. I've liked it for a while. I think he's a good fit. Yeah, I'd be very happy if they were able to get Cam Johnson in a deal.
Make sure you end up with one of these dates, though.
Don't be dateless for
Yeah, there's no, oh, yeah, you know what, fellas? I just closed all the doors. Like, no, better leave here with something.
Leaf says John Collins or nothing. Oh, buddy, it might be nothing.
Yeah, wait a minute.
What if Danny was being real? Like, what if Danny was like, hey?
No, if that's if that's then I'm turning the whole thing upside down.
Danny's like, hey, I'm done being a jerk. I'm willing to play GM. What do you guys want to do?
John
here?
Collins is the best player of the group. No.
Yeah,
I think so.
I think so.
I guess in this situation,
all things considered,
I guess in Kenny's specific situation, we have to ask: is John Collins better than Cam Johnson, and is John Collins better than Kyle Kuzma and Valanciunas? That's how it has to be presented based on your scenario. But I think John Collins is the best player. Yeah, I think John Collins is the best player in that group.
John Collins, if and just doing the trade machine just for financials, that is a 2-for-1. John Collins makes $26 million.
Yeah.
So that's a 2-for-1.
Yeah, that's a Lyles and Herter deal probably
for a team that's already pretty thin. I think
why do you think Alex Len can't play more?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, they threw the numbers at me earlier a couple of weeks ago when we brought this up. They didn't match up with what I see. I don't ever see.
Oh, that's
Alex
right. We
Len
had the negative.
Yeah. And I don't ever watch
right.
a game and like, oh, Alex Len is killing these guys, killing the Kings out there. Like he's either doing some really good stuff or he's just buying minutes for Sabonis. I think he could.
Basically, he's doing his job.
Yeah. I think he could play more, but once again, this is where I go with the Jay Crowder situation and like even Mike before us and now Doug Christie. They see something that kind of keeps these guys.
Jay Crowder, no garbage time minutes on Sunday.
Does it concern you at all that everywhere John Collins goes, they try to trade him?
No.
Like John Collins has been on the trade block for the last 7 years.
Really has.
Yeah. So, but that was.
It could always be like team circumstance and just
but that was it.
And all that, but
that was Atlanta, right?
Well, Atlanta, but it feels like he's been like Jazz too.
No, for sure, yeah. But like, I feel like once you're in the system, it's tough to get out, and that's what I feel like he's just stuck in the system.
Yeah,
like he signed the deal with Atlanta. Atlanta hated it. Atlanta signed the deal because they felt like they had to, and they tried to move off it almost immediately. But every other team did. Right. We're not helping you. We'll take that contract from you, but you're going to help us. We're not helping you. Right. And it wasn't until they were able to move him to Utah that something came about of it.
Here's my concern with John Collins. Uncle Loon brings it up. He says teams want Collins to shoot. I know when you read his numbers, he's got great numbers, great shooting numbers, shoots whatever from beyond the arc. I can't remember it off the top of my head.
I will look for you.
I'm not confident in him as a shooter. I'm just not. And when you compare him to Cam and Kyle Kuzma, I'm not confident in him as a shooter.
43.8 from three.
That sounds great. And
he's 52, 83, 86 right now.
It's almost disrespectful to look at those numbers and say what I just said. Like, I'm not confident in him as a shooter, but I'm just not. Like, you got this isn't fair because he's doing his thing, but you've got 1-3 to go to the NBA Finals. I won't even be too dramatic and say what your life.
I'm taking Iguodala.
You taking Domantas Sabonis or Lauri Markkanen?
Oh, Domas is the best 3-point shooter in the league.
I know, but hey, this 3 right here, game on the line.
Mm-hmm.
Like right now, you take. I'm looking at the 3-point shooting that you got. Well, even go even further. You got Domantas Sabonis or Kyrie Irving. Domantas Sabonis.
I'll take the guy who did it in Game 7.
Domantas Sabonis or Luke Kennard with 1-3 for your season. Like, we can look at the numbers and still.
Okay, I'm taking Domas over Luke Kennard for the record.
Luke Kennard can shoot that.
No, he can, but I'm gonna take Domas. I'm not taking him over Kyrie.
I love Domas, so I'm taking him over everybody.
There you go.
But like, I can look at John Collins' numbers, his 3-point numbers, and not be comfortable with him as a shooter. Like, I just talking about the guys involved in this discussion. Like, I don't feel comfortable giving a John Collins 3, or having John Collins shoot a 3 compared to Cam or Kyle Kuzma, even though he shoots a higher percentage.
Uh-huh.
So when we talk about Kuzma we talk about Collins and his numbers, I'm worried about his shooting when we get down to it. Like, crunch time in the NBA season, in the playoffs. Like, I'm worried. That doesn't mean he can't do it. I'm not saying that. I'm not fully confident in it yet.
Let's get TC in here. Elk Grove Kia Talk Line 916-909-1320. TC, what's happening?
What's up with my 2 brothers, man?
What's up, TC?
Oh, just vibing, man. Tapping in with the homies, the loved ones. Hey, check it out, bro. I'm at this point, man. The hell with that pick. The hell with the protections. Top 20, top what? Listen, get the player or players in here, whether it's going to be Kuz and Val or whether it's just going to be Cam. Listen, we got to get the player in here, and we don't worry about the rest of that pick. We don't worry about that on the back end, bro. The main thing is getting the players in here, right? That's what we all worried about, right? While we work, like, I'm past the protections, bro. Get the players in here. That's how I feel.
All right, TC. Yeah. You know what I love about TC is he doesn't always finish sentences. He just kind of like says words, you know what he means, and then he moves on to the next sentence to try to make another point.
Yeah. And he got to get his thoughts off, man.
The players
he got to get stuff
off.
That other James says, if you think Debo or Fox or Debo aren't the ones shooting, then I don't know. I think you're grabbing at straws, KC. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. But what I'm telling you is, if they double, they're in a scramble drill, and they leave somebody open, much like
Malik's getting the ball, but whatever.
Well, look, it's in game 4, first round. Did everybody did you think they drew up the play for Harrison Barnes? No, they doubled Fox. He had to get the ball out of his hands. Harrison was the one shooting. Those things happen from time to time.
Mm-hmm.
And if Collins is in that situation, Collins or Cam Johnson are the two in that situation, I feel better with Cam Johnson in that shot, taking that shot, than John Collins. That doesn't mean Collins can't hit it or it's not real. I'm just telling you how I feel about the player right now. That's all. The other James.
Those Jameses, boy, they can work everyone up. 916-909-1320. If you want to get in on this conversation, it's the Sacramento Kings dating game, I guess. Which scenario would you take?
Dun, 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 dun.
Kings move back up to the 8th spot with the perfect day that Kenny was referencing early. Minnesota lost. Dallas lost. Not as much significance, but we'll take it. Clippers lost. They had won 4 straight before getting beat up by Chicago. And they're 1 game back from the Lakers, who are in 6th, who play the Wizards tonight.
Damn, every time I see, the other day, the Warriors were playing the Wizards, I'm like, damn, we ain't going to get nothing that day.
The Wizards play bad news bears basketball. There's no rhyme or reason to it. they kind of show each other up sometimes. It's just not good.
Yeah,
there was one where Kuzma tries to throw Alexander Sarr a pass and Sarr wasn't looking, and then Kuzma throws up the goggles at him and all that. Like, pay attention.
So I saw Jesse in the seats the other day at the Wizards game. Like, hey, Mr. Tappy, what's good, man? What's good, baby? You know,
You were right behind me. You were sitting right behind me.
I was just there because I was getting ready to move somewhere else. I was just because I was going to say what's up to somebody.
KC was close enough to dap me up from his seat.
I didn't want to walk in the middle of the game, so I said, let me sit right here until there's a break in the action. And that's all that was. This guy was coming back from the lounge, man. It's another level. But from there, I saw a couple times and I tweeted it out. Jordan Poole just he looked like he's just beaten down.
They don't look too happy.
Like the whole damn team looked like that. Like nobody looked like they were happy to play basketball.
Well, they have 6 wins.
I know. I'm not disparaging them. I'm just saying that's what you get when you play the Wizards right now. The only one who looked halfway happy was Kyle Kuzma and Valanciunas. Although
Valanciunas, I think, was just happy to be playing basketball against his friend.
Yeah, and I think
that's all it was.
I think he can see the end. He can see the light at the end of the tunnel, or he's trying to get there, like Lost.
Sure, you know what?
Yeah, Washington's just trying to see it through. Maybe the Wizards are all dead, and they're just trying to get to the or whatever we established happened. Like, I'm not sure that we came to a consensus.
Valanciunas sees that February 6th and say, I'm getting out of here. Let me hoop real quick.
That's that white light that Jack finally walked through.
But they look, that's a sad looking team. They just no energy. And then once again, I'm not blaming them. They've been beaten down every game. So yeah, the Lakers should be fine tonight.
I Googled what happened at the end of Lost and actually found an article that was written 4 months ago.
Oh,
15 years later, still trying to solve
it. Oh, man.
Lost is very overrated, though. I will say that. Like, for the hype it gets, it's not like a top 5 show I've ever watched or even close to that.
The symbolism and was this really written? It was written in September of 2024. I might step out and read this. Would you guys mind? It's probably an hour-long article. Gonna try to get some answers for. Oh, I forgot the dog was next to him.
Oh yeah, that was sad.
Oh, the pup was next to him. Alive. Pup was fine. Pup lived.
He was? Oh, when he was laying there.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got to start doing more movies and videos where the dogs live.
Yeah, the dogs always need to live or I'm not watching your
Marley and Me is the biggest abomination of all time.
When I found out that what's that crazy the Keanu Reeves joint?
John Wick.
Yeah. What isn't that about it? Someone killed his dog.
They took out his dog in the first movie.
Never gonna watch it.
See, but you'll feel like better because John Wick got him because you got revenge.
No, because
for his dog.
I can't root for murder that way because I will literally get everybody.
He does. All of them. Does. No, he does. Trust me, he gets everybody.
Isn't there another one on the way?
There's 4. There might be a 5th coming up.
Yeah, I think I heard
the first 4 are fine. Like they're good, all good movies. Shout out Keanu Reeves.
Trysta Krick joins us at the top of the 2:00 hour. She was on the field for the national championship last night. We'll talk to her a little bit about that and, of course, about everything going on here with the Sacramento Kings and in the NBA in general. Stilo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I guess I better grab my juice.
Soren, I was like 12. No, I did not expect the dog to die.
I mean, that's kind of part of the story, right? Like,
as a child, I didn't know that yet.
If you're going to make that movie, that kind of has to happen.
Yeah, I think Halle Berry's in John Wick 3, I think. John Wick 3 or 4. She got some crazy-ass dogs in that movie.
Adrian, I think he should be trying to make moves, but I'm a one-man wolf pack here. If nothing happened, I wouldn't I wouldn't think it was like the worst thing. I wouldn't do it because of that. Like I wouldn't, if that's the reason, like if he press conference, if they had a press conference and he said, I didn't make any moves because of how they're playing recently, that is a failure. But if they weren't able to make any moves because nothing worked out for what they were trying to do, I wouldn't feel like this team is just doomed. Like,
what if they don't make any moves or whatever, and say Danny Ainge is being a jerk again and all that, but they aren't able to get out of the plan at the end of the season?
I would, to be honest with you, I would look more so at his missteps before that to get them to the point where they don't have any assets as the issue, not necessarily the trade deadline. Because
are we good with Monty McNair going into next season too? Team's playing better, so like they fired Mike, like team kind of looked better. Like are we good with Monty next season, or is he kind of like, all right, fix it and we'll see.
I am. I'm okay with him. I didn't think he should have been fired at any point during all this. So I'm okay with Monty McNair. But to answer your question specifically, Adrian, like if that's the reason why he didn't make a move, I would not be happy with that. If they didn't make a move just in general, I wouldn't want that. It's not like they need to be active, but if it never worked out, like I wouldn't, it's not a doomsday scenario for me.
Just what if you do make playoffs, please?
You have to do that.
Because if you don't, then that's a whole big issue.
Were they dead the whole time? No. For reasons that Jesse explained earlier that I didn't understand. Still confused.
Here and there getting it in, man. Shout out to my man, Coach Kidd. Big ups to him, man. Got these young boys out here grinding, man. So got it in Saturday morning. Need to do another day, too.
Pretty sure Trysta Krick will be with us coming up at the top of the 2:00 hour.
Come on, man. I mean, come on, man. People, all right, man.
What happened?
So we're talking trades and everything. And John Poles, he says, I don't think Monty has to make a big splash trade. He does need to bolster the bench, though. Well, isn't that what Kyle Kuzma is or something like that?
I don't think that's a big splash. I wouldn't consider
None
that
of the
anymore.
names that we just referenced are big splash.
Yeah, I agree. But, what do we know? Me and John Poles and us, like, we all agree. Okay. Shout out John Poles.
Well, I'm glad we settled that. Well, I ain't going to say anything, but John's like 6'11". I ain't going to bother John Poles.
He
wants the bench to be better. The bench needs to be better.
I would get so many buckets on John Poles. It's crazy. I really would.
Okay.
He can't guard me.
Is there talk that he could? Is John Poles a basketball?
He always thinks that he can. Yeah, he's a basketball guy. He always thinks that he can. I would get buckets on John Poles. I would have him land to make him dance. Land to make him dance. He'd be all over the place.
Okay.
Shout out John Poles, man. We always just be talking our basketball stuff back and forth.
We think Trysta Krick's going to join us at the top of the 2:00 hour. We're not sure. She's with us every Tuesday. She rarely misses her time with us. But she was in Atlanta yesterday for the College Football National Championship. Ohio State's victory in the College Football National Championship.
You didn't have to add that part. We all knew that it was the national championship game. Could have just kind of left it at that.
Well, some people might not have known who won. If you didn't, Ohio State wins the national championship.
Doing this all day.
Favored Ohio State and Texas betting favorites headed into next year. I think one thing where we don't have to focus on the Ohio State winning the national title is the first ever bracketed college football playoff finished up, and it was far from perfect. And I think someone could probably make a pretty good argument. It wasn't even good. Most of the games weren't memorable. Some of them were. Most of the later ones. But I don't know when this committee reconvenes. Probably as soon as today. Probably happened yesterday. I don't know that there's, all right, guys, this went great. As much as they're hey, what do we need to do better? And I'm sure Oregon's AD and SID and head coach and all those people and president will be on the phone like, hey, maybe we do some reseeding next year. Maybe we figure out some ways for it to be more advantageous to be a top seed.
Well, do you maybe? Because I was thinking maybe you just like if you win your conference like how they did, instead of top 4, you're just automatically in the playoff and you get seeded however based on where you are at that time. Because like isn't that how we ended? Like Arizona State held their own and all that, but maybe isn't that way where Oregon misses out on playing Ohio State first and all that?
Well, I mean, if Oregon was as good as everybody says they would, they should have beat Ohio State.
Well,
but they weren't, and Ohio State was the best team in the country. But they didn't win their conference, and that's how they wound up dropping down. The team that was the number one team in the seeding was in their conference, and that's just how it works.
Yeah, you have to, in my opinion, you have to have incentive for wanting to win the conference. And I even think you have to have incentive for wanting to win those conference championship games. You can't get rid of that. There may be something where you can reseed after the first round and see how that goes. But I think if they would have reseeded, I think Ohio State wouldn't have played Oregon because, or maybe they would have. Because they were an 8 seed and all the higher seeds won. So it might have been the same thing anyway. I think the playoffs were fine. It was the playoffs. And I think everybody had a lot of expectations and anticipation for the playoffs. But it was just like every other playoff. Like the NFL playoffs haven't had a bunch of good games. You know what I mean? It's kind of been whatever. They've had 1, maybe 2 good games, close games. I don't even know if they've been like great game, like a good game. It's just been close. That's just what happens from time to time, man. And I thought the playoffs were great. I know a lot of people like my guy Joel Klatt talking about they need to figure out how to finish this on New Year's Day at the Rose Bowl. That'd be a great scenario. That'd be perfect.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
But I just don't know how you do that. Like if you're gonna have
you
playoffs,
can't. You pretty much can't. Yeah.
These playoffs,
because it's about the kids.
Oh,
it's about the students. It's about the student athletes. Kenny,
always about the student athletes. But off the top of my head, I guess I could pull up a calendar. Football ends the first week of December. That's when the conference championship is. So if you start immediately, like the next week, you could get to 1, 2, 3, 3.5 weeks. Like I don't think that's enough time to have the national championship game on New Year's Day. And then you also got to factor in like New Year's Day is a floating holiday. Like it's not always on a Sunday, Saturday, something like that. Like you could have your games.
We know it was a Wednesday.
Yeah. You could have your games playing on a Sunday night. And then what do you do if New Year's Day is on a Wednesday again? Like you're just gonna have them turn around. Like it can't be as specific.
Well, you probably don't want them on a Sunday night.
Well,
in December,
there's that too.
Yeah.
Right. So I like the idea of messing with it and making it a little sooner. I just don't know how you do that. I don't know if you can do that. And people are like, "Oh, national championship game on a Monday is just a little dead." It's been on Monday for a long time now. It's fine. If the game was close, nobody would be saying anything about that. Like it's. Usually the games just aren't that competitive. That's a whole nother scenario. But I thought the college football playoff was really good. Some tweaks here and there. Get ready to do it again next year. National championship game. Is it in LA next year? It might be in Florida or something like that. I'd like to go one of these times. It's a good look.
Well, hang out with Trysta Krick or go work for Meta. Apparently you can.
Right.
Like she said she was working the game. She really meant she was working the game. Crazy. Absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
Also, the conference championships are set in the NFL. The Chiefs will take on the Buffalo Bills. The Commanders get the Lions out of here. And they're going to take on a team that, man, I hate to say it. They look unbeatable.
Who?
Philadelphia.
Are you crazy?
No, I don't think I am.
They look unbeatable?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Okay, so let's.
They're good. They're good.
No, you can't do that.
No, they're good.
You had Philadelphia.
You said unbeatable.
Yes, they look unbeatable.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
They have a quarterback that can barely throw.
Okay, they have a running back who runs for 200 yards a game.
I'm just blown away.
Where's that game that played? Where's the game played next week?
In Philly.
Okay, they're not going to be beaten next week in Philly. I love Jaden Daniels. I love Washington. They can't be beaten Philly next week.
That's fine. I don't know. I'll unbeatable. Just I wasn't ready for that. They do not look unbeatable.
So okay, make the case that the Commanders can beat the Philadelphia Eagles in Philadelphia next week.
Jaden McDaniels, that offense, Cliff Kingsbury. Like I'm not sure
in Philadelphia they can get that done.
Yeah, they can. I'm not sure I'd pick them to do that, but yeah, absolutely they can.
I don't think they can. And I love the story of the football team.
If you look, we'll see what happens.
1 year without Dan Snyder, this team's going to the conference finals. Just incredible.
And you add Magic Johnson. You see that?
Well,
you know what I mean? Get Magic in there, and now you're
apparently everything's fine. Well, now you got a quarterback. Now you got someone who's drafting properly, and man, he is the absolutely. To be clear, I'd love nothing more than Jaden Daniels to beat the Philadelphia Eagles. But I'm watching Saquon out there, and it's like he's the ultimate. Like if you can't stop him, you can't beat them.
I'm with that. Like you have to stop the ground game. The Rams, I got to look a little bit more at the Commanders' defense and what they do on a regular basis. But the Rams, that was their Achilles heel, is they can't stop the run. Yeah. So that's why I couldn't pick them. Even last, I couldn't pick them because I can't trust them to be able to stop Saquon.
Saquon is just he hasn't slowed down. Did you see the Giants? Did you see that story?
Mm-mm.
Like Daniel, what's his name? Daniel Jones, and the like a bunch of Giants teammates.
Mm-hmm.
They got a suite to go watch him.
Oh, that's cool. That's dope.
Like how I'd like to, for those who haven't been following, we've been focusing on the 49ers or been focusing on the Raiders and all that. Their GM and coach didn't get fired. Not only did they let Saquon walk.
I don't know how you survived that.
They let him walk in front of an NFL Films camera and let the whole process play out for the sake of a television show.
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't lose their job.
That's crazy. That is crazy.
His former quarterback and teammates showed up to watch him play for a division rival. And they didn't lose their job. Oh, my God. Saquon's not the MVP. But, man, what a story he had this year.
Nah,
what a story he had this year.
He is the truth. But when the quarterback might be the issue. Number one, he might be hurt. Number two, even when he's healthy, he ain't that good.
Did you see his post game?
I saw one of them.
With the one with Saquon?
No. I saw.
Were you concerned?
When
I heard Jalen talk, I was concerned. Jalen's coming out of concussion protocol. Jalen's coming out of a lengthy concussion protocol. Look, I'm not a doctor. I didn't stay at a Holiday Inn Express, nothing. He did not sound right to me.
Well, I just saw another video where he didn't sound like himself either. And this one wasn't like, if you didn't know, you wouldn't be like, oh, he's concussed or whatever. But it was just like, I ain't never heard Jalen Hurts sound like that. He
sounded like a punch-drunk boxer. It was I kept looking at the TV like, is he okay? And I'm like leaning. It's one of those things where you're like leaning in. Like I had to pull up. I was like, okay, maybe I'm not paying close enough of attention. Pulled up a Jalen Hurts press conference. He does not sound okay to me at all.
Yeah. Well, even with that, like he messed up his leg and he's going to play. But if the leg doesn't get right to the point where he can run effectively in that game, that's a problem. I think the Eagles are extremely gettable. I don't know. I got to really break this down and see if the Commanders can do it. But I was thinking about this earlier.
I think the Bills and Chiefs could do it.
Yeah, well, they ain't unbeatable then.
I'm sorry. That's my fault. I thought we were talking about the conference championship. I wasn't trying to proclaim for the Super Bowl. We're talking about the conference championships being set.
Got you. The Bills, they play the Bills.
That game ain't in Philadelphia either.
They got a shot. If they play the Chiefs, they got no shot of beating the Chiefs. None. The Eagles have no. They better hope the Bills win that game, because if they win the game and they have to play the Chiefs, they got no shot of beating the Chiefs.
So I missed this live. I was going to play the clip of Jalen. Mm-hmm. He cussed on live television. Someone said he's definitely on some perks.
That's the one I saw.
Oh, okay. That's the interview.
Yeah, and
that's the interview on the field on Fox.
Yeah, he sounded
after the
different.
game.
Like I had never heard him sound like that. Like he was on some, he was on some medicine.
Yeah, he was.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, he did not sound okay at all. Oh, okay, she's here. She's here.
Hey.
Okay. What are we live?
He's in freezing cold Atlanta. Aren't they having like a winter storm down there? Oh, the airport.
Oh yeah.
Oh, are you
We've
stuck?
got.
we
no,
can't
not
hear
yet.
you.
No.
You
can't hear me.
No, hablo. We can't hear you.
No hablo inglés.
Just straight silence. Just pure silence. Now you're muted. It looks like you're now try. Nope.
No.
Hello.
Maybe
check 1 2.
Maybe something in your settings.
Check.
Oh, the streets are saying they can hear.
The streets can hear, but we can't
say
hear.
the chatty house.
Wait, how is that possible?
I don't know.
Hang on. Stand by. Hang on. How is it possible that the stream can hear but we can't?
No. I don't get it.
Hold on. Stand by. No, let's see.
Check 1 2.
Let me try something.
Man,
no, I got it. I know what it is, because someone might have been in here messing around with buttons. TK, we got you.
You got me?
No, just a quick note. Stop messing with the computer buttons. No, we're good. We got it. Just I'm talking to no one in general. Okay.
Good to
All
know.
Right. Live in Atlanta. When you said you were covering the national championship game, we didn't realize you meant, you was just going to be down there, with Ryan Day calling plays.
That's what I'm saying. Goodness gracious.
It's the best, man. I love being on the field. It's so great. I don't know if I mentioned this last week I was on with you guys, but I lost this bet to Eddie George, and I had to wear Ohio State gear. Not only did I have to wear his Ohio State gear, I had to wear Eddie George's jersey specifically.
You looked great in Ohio State gear, just to be clear.
You did.
I agree. Actually, it was kind of disgusting. You're like, wow, like crimson, white, and gray, like kind of matches my undertones.
Well, see, here's the other conundrum with that. Like, you guys know, just go blue over here. But red is like my favorite color. So, yeah, jerseys look nice. The Eddie George jersey was fire.
I'll get you one for
no
Christmas.
Need. But yeah, they all, and it's the swoosh, so they always look good. They always look good.
It was one of those like high, obviously, like he delivered it to me yesterday. And so it was like stitched. It was, the best one that you could get, it was a 2XL. So I had to make it work. You know what I mean? It was,
but it
huge.
fit.
It
fit
kind of like was working.
Yeah, it fit for like Trysta, because Trysta always has like the flare pants or the the oversized parachute pants. Like the fit worked. It worked 100%.
It was working. So so I had to go with a credential down to the field with this jersey on, which I've never done before, because it's like going to a Kings game with Kings jersey on as a media member, just like not really done unless you're Kenny. And it'd be like
no Kings jersey to the Kings game as a media
certainly
member.
Hasn't worn one into the locker room.
So anyway, I'm walking into enemy territory. Well, they're both enemies. And I'm videotaping Notre Dame cheerleaders just for content. I'm just trying to get as much as I can down there. And I'm like close to these cheerleaders, and they're like yelling, you know, and I'm like, what are they doing? They are tweaking over there. And they're looking right at me when they're doing their little flips and, you know, they're just putting a little oomph on it. And I'm like, why are they? And I'm like, oh, yes, okay, now it's the Eddie George jersey. So once Ohio State won, it was so funny because it was like I was embraced with open arms. This kid, Jermaine Matthews, he was running around trying to find his hat, and he had this chain that he had his boy put on him. And I'm like, I can't read that chain. What's that chain say? And he's like, I think he said it says lover boy. And the guy goes, what? And he goes, I'm talking to her. And so it ended up being a really fun time. Meta put us up in an awesome media hotel, paid for the whole thing, got us 100 level seats, which, you know, it was the most expensive national championship ever in history. I think the get in price right before the game was $4,000 just to get in. So
That's crazy. Wow.
yeah, it was a blast, man. It was a real treat.
Big tech Trysta over here. Her Zuckerberg and Elon just
it's just me and Nelly and Snoop just selling out the culture for money.
Goodness gracious. Don't forget Soldier Boy. He was out there too.
And Soldier Boy would give a pass because he's broke.
Rick Ross was there too.
And me give me a pass because I'm also broke.
Hey, I was watching the stories. Great job just taking us through the day. What happened? Was there a fight about to happen at where you were sitting?
Oh yes, there was this Ohio State fan. So I was there with this kid. I don't know if you guys know him. He used to work for Washington Post, Bleacher Report. He did that Bleacher Report series called Untold Stories, where he was playing pool with some of the athletes, iconic athletes. His name's Master Testafiason, I think is how you pronounce his last name. Awesome dude. So we're sitting next to him. He was one of the ones who came on the trip, and he's Eritrean. There was this other Eritrean kid in all Ohio State gear, and he was just popping off, just loud, trolling, chirping. Mind you, this is the Ohio State section. And for whatever reason, there's like 3-4 Notre Dame fans, and he's just in their face to the point where other Ohio State fans had to tell him, like, yo, tranquilo, relax, buddy, relax. I'm not saying anything disrespectful. I'm not saying anything. And the woman from security came over, and it was bananas. I thought maybe there was going to be a fight, especially considering Notre Dame ended up making a little bit of a comeback and could have made it a 5-point game if they would have ended up hitting that field goal. And boy, oh boy, did things start getting a little sweaty down there. But Master was laughing because he was like, this is how I am when I'm rooting for Arizona State. Just so annoying. My friends are worrying. We were calling him Timu Master because he was like the Wish version of Master. Yeah, it was a wild place to be in the arena when this guy would not stop yelling the whole time, would just not stop.
And to think he probably paid multiples of thousands of dollars for that ticket to be there and just yell like that.
Do you, now that everything's finished, we have a champion, the first college football playoff is over. What adjustments would you make, and what adjustments do you think they realistically can make to kind of improve on the college football playoff?
Number one, I think the biggest adjustment you have to make is not giving conference champions a bye. I just don't think that makes sense. You're going to get teams that are better than conference champions, and they're going to get lower seeds like we saw with Ohio State and Notre Dame. And that's why we ended up getting them to have home games. But while Arizona State and Oregon and these other teams were sitting at home, none of the teams that had byes moved on. They all lost, every single one of them. I think making sure that the rankings of the best teams get home games is crucial. You need that warm-up game. All the teams that had home games won their games and moved on past, where someone like Oregon did. So I think that's another one. And I would have every game on college campuses until the national championship. I think that would be really fun. I think that the environment would be incredible. And I think students would love it. And it would inject some more pageantry and excitement and that college football vibe that really gets missed when you start getting into the bowls. Like Jerry's World is not a great place to watch a college football game. It just really is not. Mercedes-Benz is amazing if you're in the 100 level, in the lower bowl. But once you start getting up to the 400s, it's not nearly as enticing, and there's just no connection to that team. You're in a totally new city, and it's great because you get to travel to a new place, and everybody's kind of excited. But I feel like there's more to the playoffs if we at least get at least another round on campus. Because we never in March Madness have the Pac-12 champion. If they're a trash team, they just happen to win the Pac-12. RIP Pac-12. They don't get a bye. They're not like a 2 seed, 3 seed. What are we doing?
I thought about that too. Sorry, Dave. I thought about that too. When just trying to figure it out too. I was like, man, is there a scenario where they can just have the national championship game being the only off-campus game? I mean, it would destroy the bowl system. You know what I mean? But yeah, I thought about that too, man. I think that's especially because what do we do? 3 rounds of neutral site games? Like, that's a lot. It's one thing if it was like semifinals or just championship, but I think that played into the competitiveness of some of those games as well, and some of the energy as well, just being at all those bowl sites for so long.
Imagine if Oregon, the number 1 seed, got to at least play Ohio State in Eugene again. Then maybe there's some sort of benefit for us to play them again. Because you look at being the number 1 seed, who did you have to play? You had to play Ohio State, then you were going to have to play Texas, and then play Notre Dame. So, or whoever was on the other side of that bracket could have been Penn State again. That's a ridiculous path for a team that was undefeated. And I don't know how you fix that, but I think if you are the legitimately best team, for the regular season in the country, you shouldn't have the hardest path to the championship.
So you salty about that Ohio State loss, huh?
Oh, this guy.
Well, no, I'm just pointing out. You brought up Oregon
we got
beat by Ohio State a couple of times.
We got beat bad. Yeah, I feel we got beat bad. So think about this. We got beat so bad that I asked Chip Kelly about it. Like, we got beat so bad that me as an Oregon fan couldn't take the Oregon fan hat off. And I'm like, hey, Chip, I'm an Oregon alum. I said it. I'm an Oregon alum. And he goes, my wife's an Oregon alum. I'm like, great. Congratulations to your wife. Why do you do it to us that way? We still think of you as ours. The special moments that I had as a college football fan in college was when he became head coach of Oregon. Everything changed, not just for us, but for college football, and really translated to the NFL, where we have more of a college style offense being run in the NFL because of Chip. Chip goes from a head coach at UCLA to be an OC at a rival school in the Big Ten, and not only whoops us, just absolutely. And I said it to him. I said, you didn't have to American history X us.
Oh,
damn!
You didn't need.
You
did not need.
Man, did he understand the reference?
I said, you curb stomped us. You didn't feel bad about not taking your foot off the gas? And his response was, did you guys feel bad for me when you beat me 4 straight times as a head coach at UCLA? No, I don't think so. And that was an unprofessional question.
And the other killer is he still got Jeremiah Smith for forever, it seems like.
I'm
Caleb ready for
Downs.
that kid to leave.
And Caleb Downs. They're very good. They're very good. I hope that they just don't find a quarterback, really. He's really good. I'm happy for him. I'm happy I saw Maurice Claret out there. He was parlaying it. I'm happy for him as well. I'm happy for Chip. I saw something online where he was a coordinator at 26. That was his first coordinator job, and he's 61 now, and this is his first college football title. So that's incredible. Yeah, they deserve to win it all. After the Michigan game, they were the most dominant team by far in college. Even when we beat them, I knew that was a squeak win. We should not have beaten them. And probably our life in our path would have been better if we would have lost to them and or Wisconsin and or Penn State. But it didn't happen. I mean, congratulations, undefeated team that just gets bounced in your first playoff game.
Well, congratulations on that. Okay.
Congratulations.
I can't wait to see. What are you going to do for the Super Bowl? What's Mark Zuckerberg got you doing for the Super Bowl?
I don't know. I have no plans yet. We'll see how it goes. They said they're doing something. We're gonna try to work it out.
Who do you think's going to the Super Bowl now that the conference championships are set?
Man.
By the way, just quick, Trysta is in the Atlanta airport, and her connection is fighting for her life right now. So it's the weather's tough. Like
TK
is it really
bad?
It's not the best, but
let me try to get my internet. Let me leave this. Let me come right back. Hold on.
She gonna call us back.
I'm gonna call you back.
TK gonna call us back. She gonna try to get the internet right, and then she's gonna click a few buttons, and she's gonna join the free Wi-Fi. So all of her data is gonna be hacked by all of the people in the Atlanta airport, and of course, Atlanta's a massive airport. And I'm just looking at her, and I can tell you guys can't see this. She froze. Like so you can't see it. We could see it at the screen below. It's like
I don't know why it freezes crack me up.
I don't know why they're funny, but
there he is.
But they are. They're funny every time. The only person who doesn't laugh at him is James, because he doesn't laugh.
Oh,
at anything.
James be crosses two sticks.
James freezing is very, very funny. But yeah, make sure you're following Trysta. I'm sure you already are, but if you're not, make sure you're following Trysta across all of her accounts. She brought great coverage of the national championship last night, and I'm anxious to see what she thinks about the Super Bowl now that the conference games are set with the Chiefs versus the Buffalo Bills, and I think her Commanders versus the
she was in attendance
Eagles.
for at least one game.
Well, she was.
Yeah.
Her might be a stretch. Her Commanders might be a stretch. But I feel like the Super Bowl champions coming out of the AFC.
I think so too.
You laid out the flaws with the Eagles. I don't think the Commanders are there yet. I love Jaden, but I think the best team in football is probably going to come from the AFC.
I think the Bills can be got. The Chiefs
by the Commanders or Eagles? Or
so
by the Chiefs?
Here's the carousel. Like I think the Commanders can win it all. I think they can win it all.
Okay.
I think they can play with the Chiefs. I think they can play with the Bills.
And by the way, we shouldn't gloss over. They beat the crap out of Detroit.
Oh, they laid the
that was beautiful. Not a hater, but that was beautiful.
Yeah, they laid the smack.
We good?
Yeah, you're 4K now.
Oh, okay. It was the Centurion Lounge, the MX Lounge Wi-Fi wasn't connected, so we have been there now.
Only platinum members get in there. Only platinum
not everybody
members
can get in there.
Let me see you.
What was your question?
I asked you what you were going to do at the Super Bowl, and then asked you who would be at the Super Bowl now that the conference championships are set.
I'm rolling with Jaden again. I'm going to continue to roll with Jaden. It feels like magic. I've been talking about it ever since I got bounced in the survivor pool when they lost, or when Cincinnati lost to the Commanders. I was like, wow, that was, I want to say they were like 9.5 point underdogs. The way in which he did it was just so remarkable. And that was one of 7 of those that we've seen, right? And it just feels like not only do they have the talent to do it, everybody believes that they can. It doesn't really matter what's going on in the game. They still feel super confident that, I mean, really it's Mahomes-esque. It's the same confidence that all of Mahomes' teammates have in him. And the kid is a rookie. And you've got really a very complete offense. Defensively, that back end is a little bit suspect, but they did turn Jared Goff over a couple of times. So do I think that they can do it to a divisional rival? Absolutely. They beat Philly once already this year. So it's going to be tough to do in Philly, but Jalen Hurts doesn't look like himself. He's already been fighting through concussions, and now he had another knee injury last game. So anything can happen. And for this to be really just a local rivalry to go to New Orleans is phenomenal. So I like DC, and then I'm going to give it to the Chiefs again because that's just what the Chiefs do, right? I hope I'm wrong. I'm rooting for Buffalo. I'm really rooting for a fan base to be able to get their first Super Bowl win, or at least to have a Super Bowl appearance to be able to get there. So I think I'm going to go Kansas City and the Commanders, which will probably not be a great Super Bowl. It feels like Kansas City would look at them and be like licking their chops.
See, I think so. Oh man, there's a carousel going on here with like the matchups, right? So I'm not sure if Washington has enough to beat Philly in Philly. And the one thing that worries me, this is where we do agree, Dame, is can Washington slow down Saquon? If they can slow down Saquon, I'm confident they'll win. Like if you told me Saquon had 112 yards rushing, oh yeah, Washington won that game. Because Jalen Hurts, I don't believe he's gonna do enough in the air to beat them. But Saquon, and I don't know if Washington's defense is good enough.
Jalen up in the air right now, just in a very different way.
I get high. But like Philly they'll be the favorites in that one. But I don't think Philly has a chance in hell against Kansas City. Like I think Kansas City would be licking their chops going up against that Eagles offense. Whereas if Philly went up against Buffalo, I give them a little bit more of a chance because I don't know if Buffalo could stop the run because of some of the things I saw against Derrick Henry, right? There's just a number of different things going on right now. These two games specifically, I think Buffalo and Washington can win those games on the road. I think they can. Kansas City, the defense is crazy. They'd have to do something offensively that I haven't seen them do all year. At some point, we got to say like their offense just isn't that explosive. Like it can be had. And I think Buffalo has a good shot to be able to win that game.
Okay. Okay, I'm with it.
Are you not going to speak, Damian? Like, what is happening?
I thought he was addressing you, not me.
You're the guest.
Oh, I didn't know. Oh, I didn't know if it. Okay, my bad. I agree.
It's
No,
all
we
good.
all care what you. We don't do the whole like you then me. You know, we all kind of like we all just kind of chop it up, Damian. You know the drill. Chime
I'm
in.
new here.
What do you think? You're new.
Yeah,
I like the cardigan. What's that? That's the mohair again.
No, this isn't
mohair.
Look.
No, it is a good look. It's not. I don't think this is the mohair. It's just fuzzy. But I don't know.
Yeah, cardigans are a great winter look.
I like the way it looks on camera. I don't love the way it looks in person. I think I wore the wrong pants with it. I've been uncomfortable all day. I'm not a fan of what I'm wearing.
What color pants do you
They're
have?
like gray, but it was just whack. I should have wore like black essential sweats or something. It would have been better. I missed. It was a miss.
I know what this guy talks about, man.
It's a miss.
Yeah.
Heavy miss.
Yeah. Are you so are you headed home then what? Because we got all-star games coming up. We got things happening coming up.
I think I'm gonna go to All-Star. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna go. I'm like 60%. If I don't go to Super Bowl, then for sure I will go to All-Star.
Well, if you go to All-Star,
but it's just
I need to get my stuff in. I'm hanging with Trysta because I know we're gonna be in like these spots.
The Centurion Lounge.
I know that Meta's got some stuff popping. They said if I'm there, you know, we'll be able to roll through. And us as a trio, we can take +2. Oh, I would, for sure. Guys, can I two my own horn for a second really fast?
Yeah, you can put us on
my own
hold.
horn for a second really fast.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So on Threads, and you know me, I don't love to brag. I feel very uncomfortable, but this is like just a great stat. So on Threads, the Meta's version of what Twitter is, I grew 12,000 followers since I touched down in Atlanta. In the last 4 days, and in the last 30 days, We've had over 105 million views.
Wow. We have
105
talked about
million
this
views.
for months. Will you teach me your ways?
Yes. Yes. You have to, though. The key is, and it's hard because I'm also a culprit of this for
I know
Instagram.
what you're gonna say. I know exactly what
You
you're gonna
really have to actually do it. You have to be consistent
like you have
at
to
it.
do it a lot.
It's like you have to think about it like you going to the gym, and it's like I don't really want to do it, and maybe I'm not going to see any results today, but in 90 days, if you continue to do the things that you do in the gym, but you do it for social media, you will see results.
You post a lot. Like I was like, man, I always see Trysta. It's like, wait a minute, this story happened like an hour ago. Trysta literally just made this video. Yeah. Gotta post.
Yeah, it's that's the thing. And once you do it, you can't really go on and off. So that's why I'm not pressing. Yeah. But so if we do, maybe we'll figure out a way to all do All-Star together. That would be good. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna try to make my mom's cataracts appointment. She's been ducking it, so she needs to do that. I need to unpack. I still haven't unpacked all my stuff. It's kind of bizarre to have my car in her driveway and my clothes in there. It really hasn't set in that I live there now. This is where there is no out. There's no place for me to go. There's no home, like house. If my mom's listening, this is no shade to you, Mom. I'm so excited. I'm very happy. Like she's happy. Everything's good, but it is still very surreal. And so I finally have my bedding on the bed. I came out when my car came out, but it's just trying to find a way to like make it feel my own. And right now it doesn't quite feel like that.
You'll get there.
Yeah. Take a little time.
Good daughter though. Still a good daughter.
How long have you actually like been there? Because you've been traveling. So like, how have you been like? How many days?
I got there on a Friday night, and then I left the following Friday for Atlanta. So I was there 6 days. That's it.
Yeah,
and then I came here, and then I'll go back. So it's been almost no time at all.
Well, safe travels home.
That bad?
No, you're good. No, you're good.
Because the delays have been a little weird. Like Damien, you're weird today.
I'm weird today.
Yeah, you're weird today. Listen, I'm the one in the lounge talking at an 8.
Yep.
And you're the one acting
more like
like
a 6.5.
What they serving in there?
You think so?
Yeah.
Oh, we got some mashed potatoes. We got some green beans. We got some baked chicken, like teriyaki chicken. Huh?
Hey, I'm not gonna lie. I ain't even gonna gas you guys on it. Those things are game changers. I went into one of them lounges.
Oh, them little thing that get you in the
summer.
Centurion Lounge. Yeah, those things are game changers,
bro. Like
that's
why.
That's why you pay for it. That's why it's not a free credit card.
Number one, it's like I ain't trying to travel any other type of way. And then I just want to start going places just so I can go to the lounge. I'll fly from here to Stockton. Let me be in the lounge for 2 hours.
This lounge is really nice too. There's like a lot of indoor, outdoor trees and stuff. You can see the outside, not just the tarmac, which I'm seeing now, but you can see like they've got a little patio, or you can hang out outside there. I actually had to go on a wait list. It's so many people here coming from the national championship. I had to be on a wait list for like 30 minutes, and you could only come in 3 hours before your flight. So I got in like right at 3 hours before the flight. Had a little water, had a little tea, little snacks. We set.
Yeah, my flight leaving 9 p.m. I'm getting there at noon.
Those things are super game changers in big airports like the one TK is in right now. Yeah, super game changers in the big airports. Okay, sorry for being weird today, Trysta. I'm not.
Yeah, be better. Like, why? What is it? The pants?
It might be the pants.
Braids?
It could be.
Hurt your feelings?
It could be. Safe travels home. Right. We'll see you.
Love y'all.
See you Tuesday.
Take care, TK.
See you next week. Bye.
All right, Trysta Krick. We'll come back. We've got
something about the playoffs. Say something else about
the
playoffs.
NFL playoffs. Yeah, because I want to laugh at Detroit a little bit because I feel
Damn.
like I called that like 15 weeks ago
What
and
did-
y'all didn't believe me.
What did Detroit?
But
do?
well, they didn't do anything. But also, seems there was no question where Ben Johnson was going because that happened pretty quick.
Yeah.
What's that mean for your boy Brady and the Raiders? We'll talk about that. Steeler and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino, Sacramento sports leader ESPN 1320. Hey, Dennis, with all due respect, please go fuck yourself.
Oh.
Please, just in just the most beautiful way imaginable, go fuck yourself. Fucking clown. Talking about wearing a Sacramento A's hat. Bitch, eat a dick. Fucking bitch. I hate stupid fucks like that. I'm going to eat chocolate and tell you to fuck off. Bitch ass motherfucker named Dennis gonna come here and talk shit. Fucking clown, I wish you would. I wish a motherfucker. Man, I can't get used to D-Lo on the radio. I just want my name back.
Were you told
Shout
to
out
change
to
it?
our girl Sarah Hodges. No. Damian Barling in San Francisco has no equity.
Not
So
yet.
But I use D-Lo on the radio. Like on Jams, I'm D-Lo. I'm not Damian. So it's confusing. So I needed something, particularly on Instagram, where I'm trying to grow that channel the most. I need something that works on ESPN, KSFM, and Jams. D-Lo on the radio, at least it rhymes. Yeah, shout out to our girl Sarah, who's doing some work in San Francisco. Can always get my name back.
I don't know. You don't want to be that guy that goes back and forth between usernames.
I know it. I know it. That's why I kept Twitter the same. I was like, Twitter doesn't need to change. The roller rink. D-Lo on the mic. I actually thought about that, Brian. I thought about that one. Thought about D-Lo on the mic, D-Lo on the air. Yeah, it's funny how like that's pretty much what I use. Like that was never my intention on this show to be like referred to as D-Lo, but that's just kind of the way it works out. Like that's the name of the show, right? D-Lo and KC was meant mainly for the name of the show. What's funny is when Kenny and I slip up. Kenny doesn't matter as much, but it's funny when we'll slip up on KSFM and we'll refer to each other as. It doesn't happen very often, but Damien or Kenny. I think I say Kenny more often, though. Why can't KC ever make it back before the break ends? Like he literally can never make it.
He's just when he steps on the court, he's ready to go. That's it.
He moves at a speed only
he moves at KC speed, but
that's
it's just like he said, it's just like when it's game time, he's just ready to go.
Yeah, that's facts.
So you just live with it.
I know he had some thoughts on the NBA playoffs or the NFL playoffs.
And when he walks back real quick too, like he says, "Oh, what's up?" I just saw Ken. Like, "What's up, Ken?" "Oh, hey," like just nonchalant, like just hey, what's up, everybody?
Yeah, no, he's still talking.
Still chilling,
no,
yeah.
it's good. It's good. One speed and one speed only. And speed in which Ben Johnson was named the head coach of the Chicago Bears was lightning quick. Once Detroit got eliminated, I think Schefter, maybe Rappaport, one of those insider guys, kind of laid out the schedule of what Ben Johnson would have. And it's like, no, he doesn't. He's going to meet with Chicago. He's going to finalize his contract, and he's going to be the Chicago Bears head coach. And that, I think we all agreed, was the most appealing job for him and for any coach that was out there, because the fact they have a franchise quarterback, and there's no question about it. Not only do you have a franchise quarterback, you have a young franchise quarterback who you still are kind of working to shape in the pro form a little bit. And the only thing that I think gave people a little question about where Ben Johnson would go is the Raiders had serious interest, was on the surface isn't that big of a deal. Everybody had interest, but the Raiders now have this unique mouthpiece in Tom Brady. Mm-hmm. And Tom Brady was working really, really hard behind the scenes to get Ben Johnson to Las Vegas, and that wound up not happening. He's headed to Chicago like I think most of us thought he would to begin with, again, because that was the best job available with the best quarterback available.
I thought the Raiders had a shot. I thought they had a real shot, just from some of the things I was hearing.
Going in, I didn't, but it became clear, particularly late last week, they did.
Or it was just talk.
Or it could have been that. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because
could have been that.
Like I said, to your point earlier, it seemed like the Bears were always the likely destination for Ben Johnson. And Ben, that's the premier coaching candidate, I think, on the market this offseason. Mm-hmm. It's a big get for the Bears. But we'll see what he could put together as a head coach now. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? It kind of reminded me a little bit of the way I felt about Kyle Shanahan when he was the Falcons offensive coordinator. And I was convinced. I said, this guy's going to be a good coach. I kind of get that same feeling with Ben Johnson. We'll see what actually comes about of the whole thing. But I think he's going to do a really good job in Chicago. It's a good hire for them.
Yeah. Definitely. And a tough ending for Detroit that had Super Bowl aspirations and were really just pounced on by the Washington Commanders. Of course, they have an entire roster full of guys on injured reserve and have for the better part of the last 9 to 10 weeks or so. But that'll be an interesting team to follow next year. I don't know. Hate to use the term window. I don't know how open that window was, mainly because, I don't know how far Jared Goff can carry you year after year. Mm-hmm. And I think he was very, very good this year. Mm-hmm. And maybe he can just consistently be very, very good for the rest of his career and never have to be, never have to be the reason. Mm-hmm. Be a part of the reason, but never have to be the reason.
Right.
And if that's the case, hey, then salute. They've got years ahead of them. If not, though, I think they might be in a tougher spot than a team, say, like Baltimore.
I think their window's still pretty wide open because they're still a relatively young team. They draft well. You get your guys back from injury. Like Jared Goff's been to the Super Bowl before, like with a Rams team or whatever. Like you said, he's not going to be the reason, but he can be like one of the reasons why you get there too. He's not going to take you there, but he's not going to keep you from there, I don't think.
These last 2 years were tough. If I was a Lions fan, they could have won the Super Bowl.
You mean tough the way that they lost?
Just tough, like your opportunity. Like you could have won the Super Bowl last year. You went 15-2 this year.
Yeah,
you had home field, and you're out in the first game. At
home field, and you pick Jello to perform it.
Yeah.
Tough.
It's an excuse, but
Eminem not there that day, or
injuries just catch up to him?
No, that's not an excuse. That's real.
No, I think the injuries did catch it because I thought they were the best team in football for the majority of the year until they had to have us three in the secondary.
I can't remember who said the stat, but it was since week 14 they've had the worst defense in the league, I believe.
It sounds about right, and that coincides with all the injuries. I mean, that's the reality of the situation. Like if they had their first team defense out there, I'd probably feel a little different about the Lions going into the playoffs. But because I thought they were good throughout the season. I thought they were the best team in the NFC throughout the season. And then I just kept seeing these guys drop like flies. And I was like, at some point, it's just it's just not going to be. You're not going to have enough.
Can I tie these two things together real quick? Because you brought up Kyle Shanahan. We were talking about Jared Goff. What is the impact of Ben Johnson being gone on Jared Goff?
It could be
like, because that
could be a lot.
You brought up Kyle, and I don't think Jared Goff and Jimmy Garoppolo are even remotely close to the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
But the dramatic fall off between Kyle Shanahan, Jimmy Garoppolo, and non-Kyle Shanahan, Jimmy Garoppolo is insane.
Mm-hmm.
What's the fall off, if any, for Jared Goff with Ben Johnson being gone? And that could tell the story of where they go.
Could be
forward.
massive.
Yeah,
could be massive. I think a lot of the times the coordinators and everything, I still want the coaches. I still want the players. You know what I'm saying? Like the coordinators, yeah, they matter or whatever. But majority of the time, like it's just kind of pick and play. Like you just fill in the coordinator if you have the talent and the head coach there. But in this case, I think Ben Johnson was a big key with what was going on in Detroit. And I'm like you, like I put it in there because that's usually the windows are window. Like I don't think windows close. Like I say with the 49ers and other teams, windows with that specific group of players, yeah, maybe that might have closed, but that doesn't mean you can't go get new players. That doesn't mean you can't get guys that help you get over the top or anything like that. But I do think this was a crucial 2 years for the Lions. Crucial 2 years. You don't get too many of these opportunities where you're like, no, we're it's not even everything breaking right. Like we're one of the best teams in football.
Mm-hmm.
We can stake the claim to like being a Super Bowl contender.
Mm-hmm.
They had 2, and they had 1 year where everything was there for them outside of the injuries, and they didn't get it done. Like for instance, I don't know if they get back to this next year. That doesn't mean they can't win, but they're not going to be the number 1 seed next year.
They don't have to be.
They don't have to be, but that's usually your best chance.
It's just a different road.
They may not get a home game next year.
It's just a different road. Like you they didn't get to the to me. All of that doesn't matter. They didn't even get to the conference championship.
Well, that's why it's so.
I mean, we could talk about making the road easier. None of that matters if they get to the conference championship next year. It doesn't matter.
You're right, but just how we're presenting it. If I'm talking to you, if I'm like Jared Goff, got to win 3 road games to get to the Super Bowl.
It's fine.
I think you can do it. I think we're being a little harsh on them right now.
It's fine. No, I don't think we're being harsh.
3 road games to get to the Super Bowl.
He's fine. He's a fine quarterback, and he's like it wasn't just him that lost on Sunday. Like Ben Johnson wasn't great either. Had his wide receiver throwing passes in the fourth quarter. Like Ben Johnson was just as much to blame in that one. Like Jared Goff has won playoff games for the Rams and all that. Like he's not just some guy he's not Sam Darnold. He's a good quarterback.
Why'd you say it like
Sam
that?
Darnold is a one-hit wonder.
Man.
Like Jared Goff has been good for multiple years. Like they'll be fine. They'll be just fine next year.
Yeah,
they'll make the playoffs. They'll probably win the division again.
They might not, though.
They will. I'll say right now. I'll guarantee you, the Lions will win the division next year.
But it doesn't matter whether the question, if they get to the playoffs, can they advance?
Yeah, if they're healthy and they're not decimated by injuries like they were this year, yes.
Like you don't have to have the path doesn't have to be the same. The road doesn't have to be the same. Like it can all be different and be
it absolutely.
If you have your guys there are healthy, but there's a 15-2 team out there and you're whatever other record you are.
It absolutely can. But you talk about all their guys and all that offense. What if they got to go to Philly and play in that snow? That's negated. Like this was your shot. I'm not saying it's your shot forever, but this was your shot where you were in your.
But I don't think this was their
track.
Shot. They lost so many guys along the way. I don't know that this was their shot. Maybe entering it, maybe going into the season, you feel like, guys, we've got everything. And then maybe, 4 injuries in, hey, we're okay. 7 injuries in, hey guys, let's rally and come together. We're 12 goddamn injuries into this thing. Just do what we can.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what they did. They kind of just did what they could. I think the way they got bum rushed yesterday was the thing that was most surprising. Like they got
Yeah, that defense.
That was quick.
That defense didn't stand a chance.
And that's where so many of the injuries are. We got to go to break. It's my bad. We'll come back. I know you had a couple of more thoughts on football. We'll talk about that, and then we'll get back to the Sacramento Kings, who look to make it 7 straight at home against the Golden State Warriors tomorrow. And we already got people banging down our door to join the show. We'll tell you what that's all about when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Well, Leezy, that was. I mean, I don't know. I don't know who was in control of that one, Dan Campbell or Ben Johnson, but
Dan Campbell don't call the plays.
Well, it's not over for the Lions. Not saying that, but this was their shot. I don't know if they're gonna win the division next year.
All right, so you putting your money on Green Bay?
Maybe. I mean, Green Bay. We talked all year about how young they were. They're gonna have opportunities to get better. Minnesota, they might step up. Hell, Chicago might. Like it's a tough division. So when you win the division, you almost got to cash in. At least get to that Super Bowl because you don't know what's gonna happen next year.
I don't. They'll win at least 10 games next year.
That might not be. They might not be good.
Like I don't think the Bears Caleb Williams are gonna figure it out
this year to win the division.
But yeah, like if they don't get hurt, like if they don't get decimated on the defensive side, then they're probably fine.
But I'm just saying,
and they're young enough to where it's like they're not going anywhere. Like they're young enough to where they could still bring the guys back and all that.
If they're healthier, and they don't have home, like if they a wild card team, they got to go on the road the whole time.
I could play that game for a million different teams in the league, though.
I think it matters with them because you're talking about a team that is more so, like for instance, like I'll use the Niners as an example. The Niners are a little bit more smash mouth.
Like, what if the Niners got to go and play in the rain next year? Then they're cooked, no?
But their style is okay because they'll smash mouth that. It's not based on speed in precision the way Detroit is. So Detroit, and here's the other sticky thing about Ben Johnson. Like they could be smash mouth. They could be, and for whatever reason, he wasn't. But they're based more on the fast track, the more explosive offense. That don't travel.
I think Montgomery and Gibbs travel. Like that's hand them the ball. Like I'm not sure what the issue is. Huh?
He doesn't do it.
He's not going to be there next year, though.
That's not how they play.
But he won't be there next year.
Okay. Well, I mean, maybe so, but that's not how they play. They're explosive, high flying, like we throwing the ball, doing all this other stuff. That don't travel. Smash mouth, like we're gonna get behind Penei Sewell, or we're gonna get behind.
So I think they can do that though. Like next year, like you can run the ball and play defense. Like they can do that.
But they've never done it though. Like that's part of the reason why they lost against the Niners and allowed them to come back because they refused to play smash mouth, and then they got their ass beat here. Like I can't just say that's who they're gonna be next year.
Yeah, but like I don't think it's gonna be an issue though. Like the whole like what if they go into the cold or like but we like I said we can play that for whoever. We don't even know if they're going
there's
to.
There's a handful of teams that can go.
And I don't even believe that. I don't even believe that too. Like I think they'd be just fine.
They wouldn't be just fine if they had to go to Philly on this past Sunday. They wouldn't be just fine. The Rams are that type of team that air it out, and the Rams are the light version of the Lions, and they couldn't do anything once that snow started falling. Couldn't do nothing.
Well, they don't have the run game the Lions do though.
Run game not bad. I said a light version. Light version. Well, this is not true, Collins. I don't have a problem with Jordan Love. I have a problem with how Jordan Love is covered a little bit and the way people talk about him. But the player himself, no.
Sky River Casino is a great place to go with all your winnings from Prize Picks, baby.
That's right. That's right, man. Big ups to Prize Picks. I don't know if you caught this. Maybe I'm just breaking news. But Prize Picks, they've announced their free square.
Talk about it.
Their free square for the NFC Championship game.
Yep.
Jaden Daniels needs only half a passing yard. And you get that free square.
That's it.
You get that and another one, you won you some money, man. So I'm definitely taking that Jaden Daniels free square. You're going to need that free play because, well, actually might not need it because I took a couple. I lost a couple on my lineup, but I still won over the weekend.
Okay.
I had lost for about 2 weeks straight. I've now won 4 in a row.
Okay.
And they've had some people who didn't make the mark on there. So that's the good thing about Prize Picks. You could get 3 out of 5 and still get a couple of dollars. Even more importantly than that, not lose your money. That's the most important thing. So you get Jaden Daniels, they're giving you one right there. He's got the NFC Championship pick ready to go. Prize Picks, put in that promo code KIFM. You get free $50 once you put in your first $5 lineup. That's the promo code KIFM to get $50 instantly on your first $5 lineup. Must be present in certain states. Prize Picks, run your game.
You had, we were talking about Ben Johnson, the line, so forth. We want to get back to the Sacramento Kings. You had a couple of other things on the playoffs, question mark?
Yeah, so a couple interesting things. Number one, Houston loses to Kansas City. And I was listening to Bomani Jones on the drive back. I had to go to Fresno yesterday. Shout out.
Wow.
Happy belated birthday to my mother-in-law. We love you, Mimi. Big ups, big ups. And he talked about how Houston professional football has not been to a conference final in almost 40
You're framing
plus
it that
years.
way because we're talking Texans, Oilers.
Texas and Oilers, and there was 5 years in between the two.
Sure.
And they haven't won a conference championship in eons, but they haven't even been to a conference championship since the 1980 playoffs where they got thrashed.
Wow.
They're 0-6 in the divisional round as the Texans. I think the Oilers might have been 0-4, 0-5 or something like that in a divisional round.
Wow.
So Houston professional football, tough. Then the other thing I thought about, where it was all the rave on Saturday, and I'm not, look, I guess I just still believe in Santa Claus. I do not believe the games are fixed. I don't believe there's preferential treatment or anything. But how many times have the Chiefs been on the other end of a controversial call? Kind of seems like never. Kind of seems like never. If there's controversy going on, they always seem to be on the right side of it.
The games aren't fixed, and I don't think they're directly trying to like fix it from Mahomes or anything like that. But we know like the NFL caters to the quarterback and all that, so like it's not crazy to think Mahomes might get some leeway as far as like roughing the passer, like all that stuff.
Unless you're Jared Goff, then play on.
Yeah, Jared Goff, you're not making me no money here.
Yeah, if you're Lamar Jackson, play on.
A hip drop out of bounds too.
Play on, but let two defenders run into each other around Patrick Mahomes. Flag. I'm just saying. They never seem to be on the negative side of these things.
So, okay, so help me out. Like, what are we saying? It's a coincidence, preferential treatment, star treatment.
I'm gonna say
he getting the Michael Jordan. I believe you, Michael. He getting that treatment. Like, what is it?
I'm gonna say, me personally, I'm gonna say it's a coincidence because I just choose to believe in Santa Claus, I guess. But
I think it's a league-wide issue. The quarterback is protected too much.
I think there's a lot of different things at play. Maybe there is a Patrick Mahomes preference to protect.
Mm-hmm.
I also think quarterbacks who scramble are at a disadvantage. They're not officiated the same way. You mentioned Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson is not officiated the same way that Patrick Mahomes is. He's not officiated the same way Certainly not. I know you got your joke off because of the one particular, but he's not officiated the same way Jared Goff is. Cam Newton wasn't. Cam Newton used to get concertoed by Edge and Christian in the middle of a game, and they wouldn't throw a flag.
Yeah.
Like I think the big. I mean, it used to happen to Ben Roethlisberger too. Bigger quarterbacks, guys that move around a little bit, they're just not officiated the same. Mahomes just might have the Michael Jordan level of treatment. I don't know what level of judgment is used. Like what? Not judgment. That's the wrong. But like the guys ran into. They did hit Patrick Mahomes, and they did hit him in the head. Was it a penalty though?
Like there's a point where we're playing football here.
Yeah, is it? There's a difference, I think, between hitting a player and like, oh, he hit him. Like it's not the same. Like a target, like he hit him in the head, or they ran into each other and it hit Patrick Mahomes in the head.
Right.
Like those aren't the same thing. And I think that's what ultimately happened with Mahomes over the weekend. But it's Mahomes, it's the Chiefs. It's going to get a massive level of attention.
And then you have I don't know the sequence of when it happened, but I think it was afterwards when Mahomes is on the sidelines flopping, trying to get another call.
Nasty work.
Come on, man. Come on. This is why I said way back in week whatever when he played the Niners and he was tiptoeing the sidelines, you lay his ass out.
Hit him
you
for real.
Lay his ass out. You don't want to play this game because people can get hurt. I don't want anybody to get hurt.
We're not saying Greg Williams the guy.
Yeah, and at this point the stakes are too high. You don't want to do it in the playoffs. But week 4, I get any shot on Patrick Mahomes. I'm laying this. You want to do that? All right. You're gonna get hit. You are gonna get hit. Period. But that's not the way the game is played. They protect them. I think the Chiefs they're champions without any calls, in my opinion. Like they're a championship level team. They don't need that.
Yeah, CJ Stroud hit the deck like 6 times in that game, didn't he?
Oh yeah.
That's not why
they're champions. But I just look at it and that, like I said, it's the nature of the beast. I guess they never seem to be on the other end of it. The other thing about the Chiefs is this is the 7th straight conference championship.
Goodness gracious.
What
That's insane.
Dynasty.
That is insane.
We are living through right now.
Can he ever be better than Brady, even though Brady beat him in the Super Bowl?
I said no after that Super Bowl.
Because they went head to head. They went head to head, and like Brady got him. Brady was the old one in that one too.
Yeah, I don't know. It's almost like for me, it's almost like LeBron and Mike. Like LeBron don't need 7 championships for me to think he's better than Michael Jordan. Like he doesn't need 7. He doesn't even need 6.
Clip this.
I got it.
What are we clipping?
Thank you. I just want to make sure.
Don't worry about what
are we
talking about?
Did I say he was better than Michael Jordan? No.
Hold on. We're not clipping anything. I'm clipping. Okay.
There's no we in this. There's no.
I'll let you know what I'm clipping.
I just want to know for what. I don't know why. That's like me saying, "Hey, Odyssey team, are we clipping that?" Like, why would we? Just like that. Why would we? I didn't say anything.
I'm talking to my producer.
Yeah, what are you so angry for?
Worked up for? Man.
But I mean,
I don't believe you, Mike. But if you said it happened, it did.
At the time,
we need to get that on the board too.
We do.
That's good. I believe you, Mike.
At the time, I didn't think there was any way that he could be ahead of Brady based off them losing the head-to-head. But I don't know, man. I don't know. I think there is a scenario where he gets, what did Brady have, 7
championships?
Yeah. There's a scenario where Patrick Mahomes has 4. And I'm like, yeah, he's the best quarterback.
You know what's funny about what you just said? 7 straight championship appearances for the Kansas City Chiefs. They're playing for the 7th straight time for a chance to play for the championship. LeBron James went to 10 straight NBA finals. I know, like, there's so many people that like to discount that LeBron James went to 10 straight.
I wonder who
NBA finals. Different franchises.
Yeah.
And went to 10 straight.
That's crazy. That is crazy. Woo! I don't know. Like I said,
This was
I'm
a
holding on. I'm holding on. I'm holding on.
We'll get him, Jesse.
Yeah.
We'll get him.
Hold on.
They know at this point.
I think they do.
They know. They all know. But
This was a weird season for Houston. I don't really know what to make of it. This was a weird season for them.
Injury
Sophomore
played.
slump.
Yeah,
Yeah.
CJ wasn't as good this year.
I mean, Nico missed a chunk of time.
Mixon missed some time too. Stephon
Stephon got hurt.
Joe Mixon missed some time, so they had to deal with some injuries.
Yeah.
Stephon Diggs is a free agent after this year too, right?
Mhm. Yeah.
So
Because he's coming off the Buffalo deal, right? He
Yeah.
signed his deal with Buffalo.
Houston's in a tough situation because, I mean, season ends today. I know moves can be made and stuff like that, but you're way too early power rankings. I don't think they're better than those three teams. The Buffaloes, the Baltimores, and Kansas City. So they're going to have to make some big splashes in the offseason to be looked at as a team that can beat one of those three. And that's before Cincinnati comes back. That's before maybe Miami does something. Or
Shout out! Wow.
yeah, shout out Miami.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, Miami. Houston's in a tough spot. Like they gotta. And then we thought they made the big splash.
Yeah.
getting Stephon.
Yeah.
and it didn't.
They
work
did
out.
everything right, in my opinion,
Mhm.
this offseason.
Mhm.
And it didn't
I just want
work
I think
out like I thought it would.
they just need some internal development. I think
Probably.
like
yeah.
CJ had a down year. He was not good this. I don't know. He was not.
No, he
great this
wasn't.
year.
He wasn't bad.
Yeah, he wasn't
No,
great.
but
this
he
year,
didn't-
like he was
yeah.
last year.
He didn't take like a step where you're like,
So
whoa.
like if he picks it up next year, that's already going to elevate them a bit.
They might just be where they always have been as a franchise. Not saying CJ is Matt Schaub, but like that team was good with Andre Johnson and
Mhm.
Who was the linebacker from USC? I can't. His name is escaping me, but him and JJ Watt, they're good. When the AFC
Mario,
South.
no, not Mario Williams.
Who
No, it
are
was the
you
white
talking
guy.
about?
The white guy.
Brian Cushing?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Cushing and JJ Watt and all those guys. Like they're good.
Didn't
they're
he get
not-
suspended for drugs?
Brian Cushing?
Wasn't he a
Or Mario
steroid guy?
Williams?
No. Brian Cushing.
Sounds right.
I feel like he got suspended for steroids, like for
Feels like there's a
really long
4-game
time.
early season suspension in there somewhere.
Arian Foster. That's another good, really good team, good players. But it's like, yeah, y'all ain't better than
Arian Foster. Arian Foster was
y'all
fire.
ain't better than New England. You're not better than Denver when Peyton got there and all this other stuff. Like you're just not.
Brian
Yeah.
Cushing was suspended, by the way, in 2009.
Okay.
Good call.
For-
Good call by
but it wasn't a 4-gamer. Wasn't he suspended a really long time?
4 games, ESPN says right here.
All right.
It's a good call. Good call.
That's
by
what I
you.
remember about Brian Cushing's career is his 4-game suspension.
Oh, he got he's got 10 games in there.
Okay.
Maybe he got 10 games and appealed it to 4. Yeah.
Well, okay. That sounds like the NFL.
That's the old
That's
school
right.
way. We're
Boy,
gonna
they-
give you a 15-game suspension, appeal it, we'll give you 5.
Boy, there are criminals who wish they could work in the NFL system. I want to appeal this sentence down to a couple weeks. All right. It's cool. Go ahead. Unless you storm the Capitol, then you just
Well,
get off
it's
for
whatever.
free.
It's all good at that point.
It's all good.
Jeez.
Bro, I avoided the internet so much yesterday. I was like, I don't even want to know what's going on right now.
I didn't really.
And until I look at my phone, January 6th rioters set free. Like,
Goodness gracious.
all right.
Just keep your
But
head
hey,
down.
TikTok's back.
That was a ploy. Anyway.
Gone for all of 12 hours.
Never leaving. That was
Your
a
stupid
ploy.
ass is the one that got rid of it, but it's fine.
It was
You
a
know,
ploy anyway.
get
the
yourself
entire
off.
time. But so that happened on Saturday. The other thing that I think about is people talk nonstop. Colin Cowherd has to do a 5-minute question trying to break down what's wrong with
Dear
the
Lord.
NBA. Is officiating in the NFL not a problem? Because we saw a number of different times. It's not the reason the Texans lost. It's not the reason Baltimore lost. But we saw 2 game-changing, terrible calls.
Mhm.
And we see it every week, damn near in every game. And for me, it's because there's nothing you can do about it. You can't challenge it. You can't appeal. There's nobody looking up above to say, no, actually reverse that or something like that. Like these to me, they're damaging in a lot of cases.
To us, officiating is always going to be bad. The NBA they just complain about it more. Like I feel like that's honestly what it is. I don't think there's this whole the league is in trouble. Like it's just all complaining to complain.
NFL officiating is complained about. I mean, like they've changed rules that I think NFL officials purposely tanked just to get rid of them.
Mm-hmm.
Remember the PI non-PI thing that they did for one season, and they're like, yeah, forget it, never mind. Oh no, we've got all these calls right, and they just got rid of it. Like it's. I think NFL officiating is still heavily scrutinized. Like we all remember the Fail Mary with the replacement refs and the real refs getting a pop when they come back the next week. And
right.
Like, yeah,
it's always going to be scrutinized though. Like there's never going to be a point like, oh yeah, the league's in a place where the officials are pretty good. Like that's never going to happen.
I think where they get bailed out though is the scoring. Is every scoring play is reviewed automatically. Coaches have to do nothing. So officials, there's a lot of plays where officials can err on the side of caution by saying, in this case, touchdown. And it doesn't matter if they're right or they're wrong because it'll get looked at. And if it's close enough and you have that indisputable evidence thing, it's going to, or non-indisputable evidence, it's going to ride. So that's where I think they get bailed out a lot.
The thing that I always think about with the NFL, because people are always talking about how the calls affect the game of basketball and stuff, is I would think the NFL calls or their non-calls or their inaccurate calls affect the game way more. Like you look at holding, pass interference, roughing the passer. Like these, like what happened in Buffalo on that play. Once again, it wasn't the reason why they lost, but that changed that whole drive. That changed them getting a field goal into getting 7 because they were able to get that pass interference, which was egregious, like just a horrible, horrible call. And yeah, I always think those calls, missed calls or whatever, have more effect on the outcome of a game than I think people talk about. Maybe because it's just there's plays afterwards. So they say, but like if it's, I can't remember if that was third down or not. I think it was third down in that Buffalo Baltimore game. Incomplete pass, incidental contact, no flag, kick a field goal. It turns into 17-10 game at that point as opposed to 21-10 and all this other stuff. And then it's so like, what's incidental contact? What's hand wrestling? What's hand, like sometimes it's that, sometimes it's clearly, it's pretty inconsistent and there's no way of fixing it is, I guess, the frustrating thing for me.
Speaking of that Ravens game, when's the last time you guys were so hurt by a loss that didn't involve your own personal team?
That might have been the time.
I felt like such a jackass because that was the Kings game and they're playing well, 10 threes and all that. I'm just all sad watching the game.
That stung.
That might have been the time. I don't think there was ever a time where I felt as bad as I did.
I felt bad for Mark Andrews too. Like that.
Oh yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. I did not. I hated Mark Andrews in that moment.
I'm
gonna be honest.
That's tough because he's one of the great Ravens of all time.
Yeah, he's fine, but
yeah,
he dropped it, and I'm low-key sitting there like, okay, like how do they get the ball back? How's it gonna work? And it just hits you like, nope, it's over. And that's how it ends.
I also thought
someone did.
No, they did.
Yeah.
The interesting thing about that game, a lot of interesting things, a lot of takes, is Lamar had some dicey moments. The turnovers were dicey, and then like a lot of football. If you look at those turnovers, I don't want to say they make sense, but I don't like the pass. I don't know if you've seen like all 22 of the pass. Like I think the guy, I think it was Bateman, he beats the guy. Lamar's like, all right, let me fit it in. And as soon as he let go of the football, Bateman runs an out route. You know what I mean? And like that's why that looked like that. And then and I thought he did a great job of explaining it because I wasn't thinking about this. On the fumble, he's like, I couldn't do anything because it was an RPO, it would have been an eligible man downfield. So I was just trying to kind of survive it. And yeah, he didn't say this, but I'm gonna say it for him. It's 10 degrees somebody hits your arm a little, and you try to squeeze the ball, you might lose it.
Yeah, he said the ball slipped.
You might lose it. Like that happens. That doesn't mean he's a choke artist or anything else like that. That happens. This is something that Bomani, I'll give him credit for this too. He said something I thought it was really simple, but made all the sense in the world to me. He said Lamar Jackson was not the reason why the Ravens lost the game, but he wasn't the reason why they won. And if you look on the other side, Josh Allen was not the reason why the Bills won, but he's the reason why they didn't lose because he managed the hell out of that game.
Mm-hmm.
Just managed it.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't do much of anything in that game.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not here to crap on Josh because I've said I think he's a good quarterback. He answered a lot of questions that I had throughout the season, but he managed the hell out of that game where it was just handoff. Not even really going to throw it downfield like that. I'm not going to take any chances. I'm just going to dink and dunk, look like Alex Smith circa 2011, and I'm not going to turn the ball over. And that ended up being how they were able to win that game.
Yeah, 16 to 22, 127 yards for Josh Allen.
What was he, 10 rushes, 20 yards? Yeah, 2 touchdowns, I think.
Correct.
One was a 4-yard touchdown. The other was like a 2-yard touchdown. So, yeah, he managed the life out of that game, and it helped him get the win.
Yeah. And that's all you have to do is get the win. And
at this point, Lamar is this generation's Peyton Manning, not ability-wise, but got all the MVPs, just looking for the postseason success.
Yeah.
They have a side-by-side, I think, about the same point in their career. The numbers are eerily similar to Lamar and Peyton.
If Lamar has, well, Peyton had 2 MVPs before he got his first Super Bowl, but if Lamar gets it this range,
Peyton was never discussed. Like, Rich comes in here every day and tells you Lamar is not a good quarterback. Like,
yeah, Peyton's issue was that he couldn't win, but Lamar gets talked to.
Like, Lamar's intelligence is insulted on a day-to-day basis by people who cover the game. And it's fascinating because that didn't happen with Peyton.
And
Peyton for 4 million interceptions his rookie year. His intelligence was never questioned. His ability as a quarterback was never questioned. Lamar is a good athlete who plays the quarterback position.
Well,
but not a good quarterback.
And Rich, he says it was a too high safety look, which is why the wide receiver broke out and Lamar didn't recognize the coverage, which he said in postgame. That's not what he said in postgame. He said he didn't look off the safety. He recognized what the coverage. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, he didn't not recognize the coverage.
Well, Rich doesn't think Lamar is smart enough to articulate what he was trying to say.
Yeah, he didn't.
He's a good athlete.
He did not recognize the coverage. He said, I didn't do a good job of looking off the safety or holding them. So, whatever he could do throwing the ball down the field would have been open. He recognized the coverage. He knew what it was. He said on him to himself, like, I just, I got lazy. He didn't say lazy, but I didn't look off the safety long enough. And those things happen, man. Those things happen. Like, it happens. It literally happens. It doesn't mean he's incapable. It doesn't mean that in those moments he can't get it done. It happens. It was a really good game on Sunday. Really competitive game on Sunday.
But it's the only weird thing about Lamar is how he's covered. But he's entered this category now where he's clearly one of the game's great quarterbacks. So the microscope is getting it's getting a little tougher because now he's becoming that great quarterback who's not winning big games. That's what Peyton was for a while. Patrick Mahomes never had to deal with that. Tom Brady never had to deal with that.
No.
It was like Joe Burrow's only made the playoffs 2 out of his 5 years or something like that. Or I saw some stat 2 out of the last 5 years, but he's got the Super Bowl. So
yeah, they love Burrow's numbers.
Not that Burrow's perception is wrong, but it's just how they
Burrow
Lamar
is not in Lamar's class.
Like, as far as
I don't
quarterback,
care how gaudy he is not in Lamar Jackson's class.
I disagree with you on that one.
That's fine. You can disagree with me if you want to. He is not in Lamar's class.
For me, it's 4 quarterbacks. It's Allen, Burrow, Lamar, and Mahomes. Those are the 4 that are just
for me,
put him anywhere and they'll change it.
It's Mahomes and Lamar. Everyone else is second.
I agree with you, Dane. I agree with you. I don't think Allen and Burrow are as good as those other 2.
Allen's doing it right now. He's got a team worse than Lamar's right now. They're about to go to the Super Bowl.
Didn't do. All right.
It's not one
He
game.
didn't
I'm not
do
going to do it to one
anything.
game. He's been doing it all season.
He didn't do much of anything in the game before. Like, he hasn't done that much this year. All
Don't do that.
All Lamar's numbers are dwarfing.
But that's
All
fine. But
Burrow's numbers are dwarfing.
all I'm saying is Allen belongs there still.
But what is he carrying?
Shakir, Curtis Samuel, Amari Cooper's corpse.
But what I'm saying, what is he carrying? He's not
playing good football. He barely
he's
turned
not-
it over this
he's
year.
not-
And I'm not making the
he's
argument
not
that he's
losing
better
the
than
game.
Lamar, but he belongs in that group.
Well, if he ain't better than Lamar, I don't know if he's.
I'm not making that argument, but he's like, that's not what I'm trying to say. I'm saying he belongs there with them. Allen proved it this year.
He did.
I think
Allen's really good, but I don't think he's. I think it's Mahomes and Lamar. That tier's closed, and then it's if you want Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, you can do whatever you want to after that.
I agree with you.
Josh Allen had a hell of a year, though. He had an absolutely phenomenal year. It might win him an MVP.
Yeah.
One of those two guys who played yesterday is going to win the MVP. Only one of them has a chance to win the Super Bowl, and I'm confident that that's all Lamar Jackson cares about. I'm confident that's all Josh Allen cares about as well. We'll come back. Jason Jones joins us when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
So Casey Tucker, this is just what I don't understand. I was watching the fucking game. That's what I was watching. Like it's okay. It's okay to say, man, Josh Allen is a good quarterback. Sunday wasn't his best game, but he did what he had to do to win. Why is that?
You didn't even say he was bad.
Upon? Like this pretty awesome on set. Awesome at what? Awesome at what? Like he was good and he didn't make the mistakes that Lamar made to get his team to win. There's nothing you hear that, I guess, and people think that's a negative. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. Josh Allen in that situation, maybe the Ravens defense was tough or they didn't have the looks they wanted to, and he just made sure, hey, I'm not going to give them a short field or I'm not going to turn the ball over. There's nothing wrong with that. That's smart too. That's a good quarterback too. But to sit up here and say he was awesome, like, stop, bro.
Sir, I'm not sure you're smart enough to be in this chat. That's the dumbest fucking thing anyone wrote today. And people are writing some dumb shit today. Come on, Nicholas. You're smarter than that. Miles better than Lamar. I'll tell you what, Josh. I'll do you this. Send us the numbers. You're gonna be Nicholas Z. Send the numbers that show Josh Allen is miles better than Lamar. Send them. You could tweet them. You could throw them here in the chat. I'll put them right on the screen, and I'll apologize to you. You don't even have to send all of them. Send 2 of them, and we'll put those up.
We're gonna get hit with the Josh Allen as a strong round take right now.
Scout. To the best of my knowledge, Tom Brady doesn't play anymore. So help a brother out. Unless there's another Brady I'm missing. I'm talking about current quarterbacks. You're right. In Mahomes, the all-time tier for sure. But here's the thing. I don't care how many yards he passed for. He did enough for his team to win. And sometimes you have to recognize the game today is protecting the ball. The game today is not making a mistake. The game today is the safe pass.
Absolutely.
Josh Allen recognized that. It wasn't a game where he had to throw for 350 yards. That's one thing I do think about Josh Allen is he can make that adjustment, pull his ego back and do the things that's the thing about game managing. Sometimes it's what the game calls for.
Absolutely.
Sometimes you've got to go out there and you've got to throw for 400 yards. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. He didn't have to do that. Yeah. And that's why he's going on to play Kansas City.
Carlton, find where I said the Purdy was better than Josh Allen. You can't, because I never said that. I said Purdy's on the same level as Josh Allen. People thought I was crazy for even saying that. And I said, I think they're on the same tier. I think there's things that Josh Allen does that I love in a quarterback. There's things in Brock Purdy that he does that I love in a quarterback. But Carlton, y'all just be saying anything sometimes. I never not once said, Purdy all last season was better than Josh Allen. Didn't say that. Stop playing. Don't do that. You guys are going to bring me back to my cursing days in a second. I'm not going to do it.
No, it's not, David. We know that. Wins and losses are quarterback stats. Paraphrase Trey Wingo. Nah, Brando, you're wrong. No, Patrick Mahomes hasn't even been Patrick Mahomes this year. Patrick Mahomes isn't even in. Yeah, I'll say it on the radio then. Patrick Mahomes isn't even Patrick Mahomes tier this year. Patrick Mahomes has game managed an entire season. Yeah. But that's what we were talking about with Josh Allen during the commercial break. It doesn't matter. Sometimes the game calls for protecting the football, game management. Sometimes the game calls for throwing for 450 yards. Josh Allen did what he had to do for the Buffalo Bills to win yesterday.
Absolutely.
Strangely, Patrick Mahomes has done what his team has needed to do for like 19 straight weeks, and it's not putting up gaudy numbers. And those two guys will play each other in the AFC Championship.
I can speak from the 49ers. I don't care how you win. Like I bet Bills fans feel the same way today. I don't care about Josh Allen's numbers. I don't care.
Yeah.
Find a way to win and get us a Super Bowl that we've been longing for forever. And that's all that matters. 2 more wins. You throw for 110 yards and run for 22 over the next 2 games, and we win. It's all that matters. That's for I ain't even trying to say it like in a disrespectful way, but that's for casuals to worry about all that other stuff. That's literally a casual trait to worry about all that other stuff. I'm worried about winning, and Josh Allen is won a lot, and he won on Sunday, and he's trying to win 2 more times. That's the thing that matters the most.
And he also won games where he had to put up 450 yards.
Yeah.
That's the sign of a great quarterback who goes, that's not what I'm doing.
Simple
I'm going
as
to throw for
that.
127 today and get us the win.
Find a way to win.
Don't
the
make a
game.
mistake.
Find a way to do your part to win the game, right? Because like even if it's one thing to say like Josh Allen didn't win the game for Buffalo the other day, so and that's fine, but he did his part in the total team effort of it all. So I don't care about how he has to get there or how any of these guys have to get there.
No,
you just got to win. One other thing before
great quarterbacks know how to get there.
Yeah, one other thing before Jason Jones comes through, the professor comes through. We talked about
getting right back to the Kings, I promise.
Yeah, we talked about like the it not mattering because they got the Super Bowl. I forgot the player we were talking about. Is that what it is about John Harbaugh as well?
Oh, we're talking about. I said Joe Burrow. I think
Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
Is that he doesn't have a Super Bowl? But I'm just saying, like he got there, so he's kind of a made man to a certain degree in some of those discussions. Is that how it is about John Harbaugh?
You think he should be catching heat?
I think he's a good. Oh, he is catching.
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Like, should he be on the hot seat?
Oh, no. I think they lived this before. They did this with the Harbaugh on the hot seat before.
It was a Joe Flacco year that last year.
Yeah, and it didn't like the Pittsburgh has done this with Mike Tomlin before. I feel like once you get to a certain point, you have to hit a full like dive down. It can't be missing out on
It's at Baltimore. TC's all over the place.
Harbaugh should have caught that.
That's fine. Like I'm sure they're
the place.
upset. Like that's fine. I'm sure they're upset. Like, yeah, that's fine.
Oh.
Let's bring Jason Jones in here.
I want to real quick because we will get I want to ask both of you guys. It's hindsight. It worked out perfectly. Would you have gone for it on 4th down if you were McDermott? I said I'm watching the game. They're up 5. And it's 4th and goal at the 2. I got Josh Allen. I could put the game away. I said I would have went for it. He kicked the field goal, and it ended up working because they had to get the 2-point conversion. But I would have went for it. 4th and goal at the 2. What have you guys done in that situation?
I'm kicking it.
I think I'm with Jason.
I think, if you don't get it, as you saw, you're just one like Lamar Jackson flick of the wrist from being behind. To me, it's just, what the worst, if you get the 3 points, the worst that could have happened was a tie. That's the absolute worst case scenario. But if you're only up 5, I mean, it wouldn't have took much for Lamar to get them down. He got them down the field. So, I'm taking the 3.
And that's also assuming you don't get the 2 yards with the guy that Tony Romo was on that game when they got in the first quarter, when they got to the 2-yard line, it's a touchdown. I don't know if you guys heard him, but he was like, oh, they got to the 2. It's over. It was like 2nd and goal on the 2. And he's like, it's a touchdown.
If it wasn't 4th and goal, I mean, if you get, I mean, my thing is you already had 3 cracks at it. I just was like, you take the points. I think we.
Yeah, I thought the same thing when I would have kicked it. I felt like that was just the flow of the game. Just take the points. You need the points. You won't lose in this situation.
So yeah,
this isn't Detroit where you're going to give up a 4-point play at the end.
Let me ask you guys another. This is a hypothetical. They're in the same situation next week against the Chiefs. What are you doing?
Yeah, probably going for it. But same thing. I kicked the field goal because it was 5-8. I'm not losing. I'm not losing on this play.
I'm not giving Patrick Mahomes or Lamar Jackson the chance to win the game.
But you're assuming you don't get 2 yards with this man.
But that's part of your job as the coach to, you're talking. You got to almost sometimes protect yourself from yourself. Do you want to be Ben Johnson and say, you know what? Let me have a wide receiver decide my season.
Ridiculous. That's ridiculous. This is the guy that's the MVP, who everybody says when you get 2 yards away, it's a touchdown. You have a chance to go to the Super Bowl in that situation. You don't kick the way to beating Patrick Mahomes? You think has that always been the way to beat him?
No, but you've obviously scored, and I think getting again, like Jason's saying, you get to 8. Patrick Mahomes can't beat you. Can he extend the game?
You get to 12, he can't beat you.
But if you don't get to 12, he can beat you.
That's true.
I think especially in the playoffs, you take the points. Now, if this is week 2, who cares? But I think in the playoffs, you take the points. You don't want to be, imagine if that happens and say something crazy happens. You're playing in the snow. Josh Allen goes on a quarterback designed run and he slips on a patch of snow. Then Lamar goes down and they score. I think to me, you don't pass up the points, and that's if to go up 8, you don't pass on that.
Yeah, I'm with Jay on that one.
Now, if it was like you're only up 2, that's different. But if you're in a situation where he can't beat you on that drive, I think I take that. And then the fact they had 2 timeouts still.
I think they had 1 timeout.
2 or 1, whatever, but even if they score, you still get the ball. There's a chance you get the ball back in regulation. So I just think if there's a chance you can have the ball last, even if they tie you, you take that.
Jason Jones of The Athletic with us here. Jay, the Sacramento Kings are the hottest team in the NBA, bar none, over the last 10 games. In the Golden One Center is the hottest arena in the NBA. I feel like we have talked to death about the, what do we point at for the turnaround of this basketball team? And we've talked about Doug Christie, but now, we always wanted to see what this would look like 10, 11, 12. So this is starting to look like it's a sustainable form of basketball that these guys are playing.
Yeah, I think the first part of the year was the absolute worst they could have possibly been. I think now they're kind of getting toward the best versions of themselves. So maybe at some point it kind of evens out, and there's somewhere there's kind of a middle ground. I don't think they're going to. I thought they were going to never lose again. Then they lost in Milwaukee. So they probably will lose like 2 or 3 more times this year.
Now they're never going to lose again starting now.
Yeah. Me saying they would never lose again last week is why they lost. So So every time I say whenever I say they're going to win, they lose. So
a lot of Kings fans did blame you for that loss against Milwaukee.
Thanks.
Hey, I ain't the one who had them down like 30. Man, I can't catch a break. I can't catch a break. I say something. I say they're going to win. I'm trying to jinx them. I say they're going to lose. They might lose. I'm a hater. I can't win. I can't win. I give up. I just want the Dodgers to keep signing people. Why not?
The Dodgers just signed Patrick Mahomes.
I'll take that. Get him out the AFC West.
And they're only paying him $500,000.
Yes, prorated till 2050.
That's fine. I like layaway. I'm with it.
Well, y'all live on it.
Don't hate the player, hate the game.
Well,
no, every
other team could do it.
I hate the game. It's good.
Fine.
The game needs to be fixed.
Fine.
The Giants could do it if anybody wanted to actually go there.
No, I hate the game. I'm not hating the player. I hate the game. The game needs to be fixed.
What's
ridiculous?
How?
Put a cap in baseball, bro.
The Giants still would then like get near the cap and complain that they're poor.
Fine. Put a cap in baseball. I don't care. Like this is stupid. This is stupid.
With a cap, the A's would still be playing down the street from Golden One next year. Doesn't change any. I mean, what's that going to do?
No, what do you mean? What's it going to do? You won't be able to spend $1 trillion on players. That's what a cap would do. You'd have to make some decisions.
And of all the teams that spend all the money, do they win every year? No.
Okay, so you shouldn't worry about it. Put a cap on baseball, and you still have a great chance to win. It shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter if that's the case.
Whatever.
Well, at least everybody could see I tried to shift the conversation to the Kings. I failed. It's my fault.
We Dodger fans, we swim in your giant tears. We love
One is cute. One is cute. Now, when you
talk
talk
Justin
about
Verlander,
well, one of them things is cute.
Kind of like getting Randy Johnson at the end.
Like I said, one of them things is cute. It's adorable. A lot of people got one of them. It's nothing. When you talk about the Kings, I'd take one for the Kings. I'd take just one parade. Like, yeah, I'd be happy.
That's fine. That's perfectly
I'd be
fine.
absolutely happy with one parade for the Kings.
You can even give me a COVID shortened parade at this point. I don't care. Just give me something.
I would take that in a
They
heartbeat.
could play a 20-game season.
I'll take it.
And start the tournament. You'd be like, asterisk, whatever. Damn it.
Like
we're taking
beam.
it.
Let's go.
Like
Let's go.
Have the beam, light the beam for like 40 days and 40 nights or whatever.
Yeah, I'm going to say beam wouldn't go off.
Yeah.
Wouldn't go off. Just stay up. We talk about it on here often. Maybe one of the most important guys on the team, Malik Monk, man. He gives them something when he's out there on the floor, skill wise and mentality wise. That we talked about that Milwaukee game where he didn't play. It seems like they miss. They noticeably miss when he's not there. I keep asking the question to everybody like yourself who knows basketball. How good do you think Malik Monk can be? Like, what do you think the ceiling is for him? And has it gone up since he's gotten this opportunity to be a starter or something like that?
I don't know how much, the ceiling. I mean, it's not like he's like 19 anymore. It just feels like kind of like De'Aaron. It feels like he's really, really old, but he's not. I think, I mean, to me, when it comes to Malik's not a punk. And for so many years with the Kings, you could punk him.
Yep.
Malik's, you're not going to punk him.
Yeah.
So I just think that there's something about him. I mean, I saw when he played for the Lakers, you saw a glimpse of it in Charlotte, but of course, Charlotte's like a dumpster fire. So, I mean, it's not like, Charlotte was such a stain on him that nobody even wanted him as a free agent. Like the Lakers got him for nothing because he was just there because it was just almost like, so I think there's a lot to do because I mean a lot more. There's room to grow because it's almost like you can't even hold the first 4 years of his career against him.
True.
So it's like, what was that?
In all seriousness, I'm dead serious too. I'm not trying to make this a joke. How much do you think that little Michael Jordan clip impacted the perception of Malik Monk?
I mean, I think anytime Michael Jordan is perceived as having punked you anywhere, I don't think Kwame Brown ever recovered. I don't think anyone wants that because I think everyone views MJ as the ultimate competitor. So it's like if MJ looks down upon you, it's hard to shake that.
Yeah.
It's just hard to shake. I mean, I wasn't in DC, but I heard all the Kwame Brown stories.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, and then you hear stories just over the years about, even after basketball. I mean, that doggone Chameleonaire Jordan story. I mean, it's like Michael was known as a guy who could just really humiliate you. So I mean, and that's what's always great, revisionist history. People talk about what a great teammate Michael was, and what a great, everyone loved Mike. People didn't love Mike. What are you talking about? Like, ask
Mike's
Steve.
kind of an ass.
Yeah, ask Steve Kerr's eye about Michael Jordan. Like, I don't think Scottie Pippen has ever recovered from playing with Mike the way Scottie Pippen is talking.
Warriors fans out here begging for the video of Jordan punching Kerr to drop, just so they have something to celebrate.
Jim Park.
Hey, man, it was all good 2 months ago when they thought Buddy Hield was going to be like a star and everyone else. We're just going, just chill.
Just wait.
How do we get Buddy Hield for nothing?
Well, now you know.
We're light years ahead of the rest of the NBA. You guys are crazy to let us get this guy. And now they're like, we can't stand him. Like that. You see that clip of him and Gary Payton?
Yes.
Oh.
Repeatedly, actually.
Oh, yeah.
We saw a lot of that from multiple. Like I said, the day I saw Harrison Barnes go off, I'm like, oh God. I had never seen Harrison Barnes mad ever. It's like, buddy. But yeah, our friends now out here in the Bay, they're not too happy right now. Yeah. It's funny, whenever the Warriors are doing well, they never say much about Steve. Oh yeah, they're all over Steve right now.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, you know, he's the biggest idiot on the sideline according to him now.
Oh well.
I searched Buddy Hield on Elon Musk's app, and it is just the return is glorious.
What comes up, man? Come on, man.
I mean, some of them are accompanying video. Jim Park right there at the top. Buddy Hield is a generational tanker. This guy is disgusting.
God, come on, man.
He looks like a clown right now for picking up this guy.
What?
Oh, come on, they got to chill on that.
Stuff like this, man. Come on.
That's wrong.
Dubs Better says Buddy Hield is a horrible basketball player. Lots of people reminiscing on the October version of Buddy Hield. Yeah,
poor Buddy. I feel because Buddy always wanted to be a Warrior. Buddy always was like saw himself in the same class as the shooter as Steph and Clay. I mean, this is where, man, poor Buddy.
No, not our problem anymore.
Your success coming down to Buddy Hield is so depressing.
God,
and they've got a lot they've got to decide.
Yeah, I mean, you know. Yeah, whatever that quote Steph gave, people were like, Steph is conceding the season. I was like, God. I'm telling you, like I said, y'all know I live out here, you know, man, they hurting out here. I mean, I go to the gym. They were talking trash to me for whatever reason when I'm in the Vallejo, I get trash talk about the Lakers and the Kings. Like, I mean, I get all these "How are your Kings doing?" messages. I'm like, what did I do? I thought I hated them. Oh, they ain't your boys now. I'm like, what do we? Well, so what? I like the entire Pacific Division except the Warriors. What are we doing here?
Oh, you are a big Suns guy.
Yeah. Everyone knows I'm a big Clipper fan, you know. So yeah, I get it. You know, I get how your Kings? Why your Kings fire Mike Brown? And what about your Lakers? I'm like, man, I'm just trying to watch Monday Night Raw, man. I ain't let me be, man. I'm just trying to get, watch this, watch some football, listen to some music. I'm just trying to chill, man. I don't want to be in the middle of the beef.
Jason's like, all my favorite teams fire Mike Brown. What are you talking about?
God.
This is what we do.
Jim Park on Buddy Hield disgusting. It's wild.
It's still not as bad as him calling Steve Kerr a scumbag.
What? Why is Steve is not a scumbag,
bro? Our boy Jim Parks is wild.
See, come on now, man. I mean, you can be mad they ain't winning. He's not a scumbag.
It's crazy.
I wonder if Jim Park he's become a central character of this show.
Let me remind everyone out there, being a fan is a choice. You can always just not be a fan before you start calling people scumbags. I mean, God, turn the game off. Just turn it off. I mean, do not let these people at a game control your life to the point to where you think they're scum because they lost to the Boston Celtics.
This is terrible. Apparently, Kerr had a quote. They have the video of it, and Park retweeted it. I didn't watch the inauguration. I chose to watch the Celtics tape. Warriors lost by 40.
Oh, this is cold. Then they showed the video after the game. They're like, "Look, Jason Tatum and none of the players."
Oh, that was hilarious.
I'm like, this is just.
Did you see
Steve
that?
I like Steve. Steve's always been good with me. He don't deserve this.
Tatum and Brown ignoring Steve Kerr. I retweeted it and laughed. It was hella funny.
It ain't Steve Kerr's fault they refused to sign a center out there.
But it was Steve's look.
Oh, I'm watching
waiting
it
for-
right now.
You see, I know so many people around the league. I tend to root for people that I know, and I like Steve. So I don't want to see Steve getting called a scumbag.
Well, don't listen to Jim Park. Like we have fun.
Oh,
I try not to listen to a lot of
to
stuff.
Jim Park.
Trust
Like,
me. After this weekend, there's a lot of stuff I just try to tune out. I just try to, shout out to the homie Willie D.
well,
He's a great
boy.
interviewer.
It's your boy. Your boy. Oh, that was tough.
Man, why are people calling me like I arranged it? What's your boy doing? I didn't know what they were talking about. Like, my boy, what are you talking about, man? I'm trying to watch the doggone game on. I'm trying to watch like Ben Johnson give like a show it just do weird stuff in the game. Like, I'm like, okay, James, what are you doing? Games on the line. Let my receiver throw a pass off his back foot.
No.
And then I'm like, oh, your boys in DC, like my boy. I'm like, Max Crosby. Like, what are you guys talking about? I figured Max was there.
There's probably a whole contingent of Las Vegas Raiders that were there.
Max, Bosa, Mike Tyson was there. The Paul brothers.
Well, Snoop was there.
Yeah.
Nelly was there.
That's why he was getting them calls. That's why he was getting them
That's
texts.
why he was hitting me up. They was like, "What's up with Long Beach?" I'm like, "What, man? I ain't been home in a minute."
I ain't been home in a
Oh, this is what the LBC do? I'm like, what are y'all talking about? This is a call about, this is a cannabis call? What are you talking about? I had no clue what was going on. I was just enjoying playoff football.
I was just waiting for the push notification to pop up. Said, "Yep, world's ending. Just brace for it." Instead, I got TikTok is back.
Yeah, that's all that people really cared about. Somebody said TikTok was gone longer than Aaron Judge was a Giant.
Well,
was it?
Most people went to bed when TikTok was like cut and woke up and it was back.
People were like flipping out, like,
"Oh, I'm aware."
And I was like,
I'm
"It's
aware."
okay." No, it's not. I'm like, I did not know people love the app so much.
Well, to be fair to some people, like
some people, it's a source of income. I know.
Yeah, some people are making money off of that, or are making money off of that.
Some people are just weird. Like,
that's
what did somebody tell me? Where will I get my news from?
Oh.
Okay.
I'm like, okay, see, that's why we got people over here celebrating fake laws. Because y'all don't know where to get news from. I said, this is really sad. These are like grown. They're like full-grown adults.
Turns out Caitlyn might have been a little bit confused too. Not Clark, but Jenner.
I see, man. Y'all ain't gonna get the NYT calling me about what I said. I'm not in it. Man, how about Pete Carroll? I mean,
Pete Carroll is coach.
Let's shift the topic. I don't know. TNA and NXT working together. I don't know.
How about Taylor Swift and Caitlin Clark in the Chiefs?
Didn't see that.
Arrowhead. I was like,
were they at the game? I wasn't sure.
God.
Were they there?
Yeah. Well, you might have missed it.
I mean, I can't.
You had to watch closely.
Yeah, I mean, it was like the station's dream that Kelsey had a good game because they could keep going back up there. Like half of the season, Kelsey was like 3 catches, like 28 yards, and chilling.
Wasn't chilling on Saturday.
Man, it's gonna be a fun 4 years.
Thank God for the Kings.
I was gonna say, me trying to get to the Kings is like Lamar trying to hold on to that ball in the cold. Like,
oh wow,
he knows it's the right thing to do. He's trying, but
just trying to make a play.
Jason Jones is Von Miller over here picking it up and running the other way.
Man, they said Zion looked like Khalil Mack though, man.
He did. No, he did though. He did.
I was like, I was like, God,
They got that one on. They got that one off. They did.
Somebody said somebody called him Oliver McCall. I'm like, man, the internet is drunk right now, man.
Oh man. But
talking about this, what did Stephen A say? The suspension bet not having nothing to do with food.
Come on,
this is just getting out of control, man. I mean, people are just losing their minds right now. But hey, Doug Christie, second greatest coach in Kings history by winning percentage. Actually, he's the greatest right now.
He's the greatest, yeah.
Yeah, Rick Adelman better go ahead and, yeah. Remind me, yeah. They're probably, are they ever going to honor Rick Adelman, like have a Rick Adelman night?
That they were smart.
Are we at a place now where we can try to revisit that? I know there for a time that was just not on the menu at all. And I don't know why I just think, maybe one of his players being the coach, if this goes into next season.
Rick's been around for like Vlade and Peja nights, no? He's been around, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's like, I don't think there's beef.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't think.
I'm just saying, like a Rick night. I know Jeff don't want to be bothered no more. Yeah. I've hit up Jeff for stuff. Jeff is like, I don't talk anymore. Jeff is like, how you doing, Jason? I don't do interviews anymore. I'm happy.
His son's a scout, right? Is his son?
Yeah. I think Mike's still with I think it's still with the Wizards.
Okay.
I see him. I see a lot of guys when I go to summer league for like my little 2-3 day visit before I get out of there. I get down there, go buy some cigars, go to a couple of meetings, and I get out.
I would love to hear why it hasn't happened. Not like if you plan to do it or not. That's you probably hadn't even thought about it. But like, talk to Uncle V, talk to anybody in control. All that. Like, why haven't you done a Rick Adelman night?
Maybe Rick doesn't want it.
That could be the
case. Could be that too. Yeah.
Maybe Rick doesn't want it. Because remember, after he left, he coached 2 other teams. So it wasn't like he just went on, like he's been away for like 20 years doing nothing. I mean, Rick's a great coach. So, is he? I'm blanking on it. He's not in the Hall of Fame, is he?
Yeah, he went in with.
Okay, I thought he did. Yeah, that would have been the perfect time. I would think, to honor the greatest coaches.
Yeah, also, Rick's 78. He just might not want to.
Yeah, that's true.
That.
Don't worry. Someone will aggregate this, and people will be like, turn this into something that we,
Rick's like, can I join through Zoom? I don't really want to.
He just recorded video on his phone.
FaceTime me or something like.
Thanks, guys. I'm not leaving the house. Y'all be easy.
Yeah, Rick is a hell of a coach, though.
Yeah, but yeah, I can say, hey, the Kings.
I was gonna say he can get the statue after Doug's. Yeah. Doug's will go up first, and then Rick can have his. The good news is there'll be a statue of Rick Fox too. Because that's the only way you
will be the statue.
That will be the statue.
That's unnecessary.
Look at how many pictures will be taken in front of that statue.
Oh my God!
Can we get a statue of Vlade slapping the ball to Ori?
What?
All right. No, that's fine.
What's this guy
that's
doing?
fine. No, that's fine.
What's wrong with this?
I don't know what happened to
like
Jason.
Jesse says, that's your boy. You brought him to the party.
I'm sorry. You did a podcast with him. And if we're talking about anybody bringing anybody to the party, Jason actually brought KC to the party.
That's true.
I'm gonna get mad at Kenny. I'm gonna get mad at Jason.
We just got to come up with crazy, unnecessary statues. Then we got to get a statue of Anthony Peeler against Kevin Garnett.
That was a classic.
Oh yeah, it'd be a good one. And it could
you got to get random,
Kevin Garnett's face after he hits him.
Random moments in basketball history of statues. Why not? I mean. Everything else is going crazy. Why not get some crazy statues? Like, yeah, the Kings need some statues. I mean, at this nowadays, do you have an arena if you don't have statues? I mean, you gotta have. The Lakers are building like another one to take our attention off of the fact that they can't get themselves right. I mean,
y'all got like 20
they
statues.
They got a lot of statues.
But like 18 teams played there, and they gave Oscar De La Hoya one, and
Oscar can go. Oscar can go.
They gave Wayne Gretzky. Wayne Gretzky got one, and like.
Well, then they got some LA Kings players that aren't Wayne Gretzky, and it's like, why is this guy here? No disrespect,
but you just disrespected the guy. Like, why are you here? That's Wayne Gretzky. Why are you here?
And they got Shaq, Kareem, 2 Kobe's,
Chick Hearn.
Is
Magic
there a
Johnson?
There's no Jerry West. There is a Jerry West statue.
Yeah.
Man,
Is there an Elgin Baylor?
I
don't know.
think there's an L. Did we say Kareem?
How much bronze is in Southern California? Yeah, we use Kareem.
I mean, you know, yeah. Then LeBron will get his statue eventually, you know, and
Will LeBron get a statue?
I think he will.
Oh, all right.
By the time he's done, he'll have spent a good portion of his career in LA.
Yeah, I think it's like 7 years. This is 7th year in LA.
Yeah, he's been a Laker longer than he was in Miami.
No, that's true. Well, he doesn't have a statue in Miami.
LeBron got
3.
three.
Well, he'll have one in Miami. He'll have like 7.
Pat Riley's not giving LeBron James a statue.
He getting a statue in Miami.
No way. No way. Really?
You think Pat Riley's petty like that?
I think Pat's still mad.
I would love to be in the room.
Pat's taking his hate for LeBron out on Jimmy Butler.
Well, I hope
the only thing would make it worse on
don't
Jimmy if Jimmy was a clutch. That would the only thing that would make it worse.
Pat ain't gonna be here forever.
I would just love to hear Jimmy and Pat Riley go back and forth. Just two, like that one report that came out. I find it hard to believe that he really told Pat Riley to lace him up and guard him. I'm like, I don't want to believe that Jimmy Butler told Pat Riley to get on the court and like we could settle it.
Hold on. Let's just take a quick peek here. Pat Riley, 79 years old.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, we don't need that. We don't need that. yeah, we don't need that. You know, but I think, I think Webb needs a statue. Webb, if you're in the Hall of Fame, give him a statue. Webb, Mitch, I guess Vlade would get one too.
You could just do that group.
All of them, Mateen, Cleaves, everybody.
Well, okay, wait a minute.
That group.
Maybe could you turn the Sports Illustrated cover into a statue?
I was thinking about that.
Mike's not on there.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, because
sorry, Mike.
Damn.
It's like, sorry, Mike, you weren't here yet.
Because
Mike's statue would be the yell after the shot.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, it'd be
because I was
super
also thinking
baggy
about,
shorts.
Remember the post game after they won the series in Phoenix and Bobby Jackson? There's almost like 7 of them getting interviewed by Craig Sager, and Bobby, he has a moment where he just kind of yells, but Scott Pollard is in there. No disrespect, but I don't know if we need a
Scott Pollard statue.
Scott's not cool?
No. We don't need Scott. Yeah, we don't need Scott.
I didn't know.
Scott chose his side.
Oh, okay. I gotta go look that up now.
Scott chose his sides, and he can have it.
Okay, I wasn't aware of that. I just knew about the whole Hart situation, but he was a Celtic too, so I had beef with him anyway.
That's fine. You keep that.
Okay. Okay. I mean, hey, but yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what we do for a statue.
Yeah, or maybe you just wait. You know, maybe you don't need one. Maybe statues are overrated. Maybe you do like they do in Philly, like little statue garden of like little small statues.
Oh, we don't need that. We don't need that.
Then you could get as many as you want. Like you could do year by year just have like maybe the best, your top player from each year statue. Then you could have like multiple guys that have multiple statues. Like you'd have like 3 De'Aarons and 2 Sabonis statues.
Those are so embarrassing. We don't need those. Those
are little statue garden.
I've seen the D Wade or the Iverson.
The D Wade because it was on purpose. The Dwayne Wade statue was supposed to be a regular statue. The AI statue is the little things Jason's talking about.
And that's what everyone gets in Philly, Yeah. But I just think when they announce it's going to be a statue, everyone's looking for this, monumental, this larger than life, thing. And they're like, oh, that's cute.
Here it is, the number 6. All right, man.
Yeah. Oh, well.
There should be a wall of fame, though. The whole original.
Plenty of space in Doco to add something.
That's right.
Well, the whole original point to all this is like you can just marketing. Why not have 2 nights a year commemorating somebody? Rick Allen.
Because they commemorated them. A lot of guys on the team stank. I mean, they were bringing back anybody they could. It was embarrassing. It's like
they were trying to sell tickets.
They were like, who can we find from the years from 2000, from 99 to 04 to come back because nobody wants to watch this product.
Yep.
Well, they were digging up everyone hey, and they were calling him a legend, no matter who.
But they're already here. Like people, Jason's saying they were using those nights to get people into the arena. They already here.
Yeah, but do right by your alumni.
No, for sure.
Yeah, don't be like the Lakers. Don't be like, do right by people.
All right, Jay, we'll let you go. Show's over anyway.
Show's drunk. The country's drunk.
Yeah, it's
Internet
all
is
bad.
drunk.
Like, what a mess.
It's all bad right now. That's okay. As long as the Dodgers keep deferring money, I'm happy. I'm gonna try to sign with them.
All right, sir.
They'll probably do it. Oh, go! Hey, come on, man!
Wow,
twice in one show.
Wow, man. I deserved it for the Ori thing. No, I deserved that. I know that's a soft spot. I understand. I deserve that. But hey, what the hell? Ain't nothing else going on today.
Okay, just grab the ball.
Hell, if CM Punk can say he's going to end Hulkamania for us, what the hell?
Well, he did that.
Jay, we did it on MLK Day at that. He said it on MLK Day. He'll throw him out the ring. I was like,
CM Punk for the people.
For the people.
For the people.
CM Punk. CM Punk.
Appreciate you, Jason. Thank you, brother.
All right, take it easy.
Professor Jason Jones of The Athletic. Yeah, I got nothing, man.
Well, I got my prize picks. I got my lineup.
You better be quick, bro.
Coming up soon. And I want the Wizards to handle business. Go Wizards.
Okay.
They're playing
Download
the
the Prize Picks app and use the promo code
KIFM. Get a free $50 with your first $5 lineup.
We'll see y'all tomorrow.
Vamos, Wizards. We didn't know how much time we had.
Oh, what are they doing here? Yeah, I do. All right, be on the lookout for that moving forward. All right, y'all. We got to run. What the hell happened today?
I don't know.
Everybody getting cussed out. Even Rich getting cussed out. Damn it. Well, we was getting close to that. I don't know why, but a statue of Arco is absolutely something I could see the franchise doing. People just standing outside of it crying.
Whatever happened to the 6?
Isn't it inside somewhere?
I don't know.
That nasty ass thing. They need to burn it.
Oh my God.
This thing got like nasty stuff growing on it.
Sorry, Casey. And you didn't get cursed out. I cursed while responding to you. There's a difference.
Oh man.
You're my guy. Appreciate you.
But well, Katrina's right. Blame the ending of Lost. That's really where everything kind of went haywire. It's stupid ending. All right, y'all. We'll see you guys tomorrow. We're headed over to 102.5.